Resilience Planning Program, which supports the development of integrated resource plans with climate risk analyses. He's a mechanical engineer with over 12 years of experience in the electricity sector planning and project development. Join me in welcoming, in all of your excitement and vigor, this morning, Mr. Jean-Michel Paul, who will present to us first. You want this here? Yeah, that's enough. Paul, you still jaded a bit?
All right, morning again, everybody. Good morning. Wow, that's a lot of energy. I'll try and bring the same. All right, so the topic's been introduced, I've been introduced, so we'll go straight into it. All right, so today I set up a short agenda. I have half an hour, I think, including Q&A, so a lot of slides, but I plan to go through them quite quickly. So I'm not too wordy. I'm not going to make you an expert by any means at the end of this half-hour session, but hopefully it spurs some curiosity. It whets your appetite to go and investigate more about the options we have in the Caribbean for renewable energy deployment. So we'll go through the concept, our status in the region, the targets we've set for ourselves, our options, which is the meat of the presentation, and just a few takeaways. All right. So a brief introduction to the SICRI. So it's a CARICOM institution that became operational in 2018. And in short, we're a regional sustainable energy center. So we're the hub or the implementation center for sustainable energy in the region. That's what we are designed as. And we are I think we still are the most recent CARICOM institution. So we're the newest on the block. And essentially, we support a low-carbon energy future, and we work regionally, but also focus nationally with some of our programs and projects. Just a note, when you get this presentation, I've embedded several links, and in the notes there are links. So there's also some pamphlets I brought. So I'm not going to spend too much time on the background. You'll get a chance to go through that, through the pamphlets, and through the links I provided. So I encourage you to investigate the center a bit more. What's renewable energy? Quickly, just so we have a common foundation, and we're sure we're talking about the same thing. So it's derived from natural sources, and it replenishes at a higher rate than we consume it. Simple, right? Sunlight and wind, I think we all know. That's no problem. Yeah, better? All right, good. Next, what is the energy transition? So essentially, it's a shift from one dominant energy source to another, and the modern energy transition is particularly characterized by a shift to low-carbon sources of energy. Not just the what, but the why. Why are we undertaking energy transition? I don't plan to spend too much time on this today. I tuned in for a bit of yesterday's discussions, and I noticed that a lot of this was covered already. The reasons of climate and environment were covered, justice and climate justice was covered. I'll touch a bit on economics as I go through the presentation, and security, which is just the ability to harness a reliable source of energy at an affordable price. That's a key part of the transition. As you'll see when we go through, a lot of us in the region are still dependent on conventional generation and traditional fuels, fossil fuels. All of that, or most of it, imported. So this, I think, is important. It's just more context, but it's especially if you're not working in the energy space, or specifically in the power sector, sometimes this can get lost. And I encourage you to, I guess, use this framework as you be on this presentation. Anytime you evaluate or you read about energy, you read about the power sector. So I like this because it kind of shows you the focus of several things. you sometimes see people talking about energy plans versus power sector plans and all that. And it's key because it depends on the scope they're considering. For example, energy would encompass things like transportation. Sometimes there's direct use, solar hot water heaters. You can use renewables for uses other than electricity. Today we're focused on the bottom level, which is just the power sector. The power sector is one component of the energy system, and our entire economy is underpinned by the energy system. So I like this. This came from an IRIE report, and it just gives you a sense. So you can start to, it gives you a bit of a framework to critically evaluate whatever you read from here on out. But today we're just focused on renewables for electricity. So I'll start us where we are in the Caribbean right now. So I pulled from a couple of years. Now, a nod to some of the products we put out. Secret puts out energy report cards every year. So thanks to my colleagues who do that. Some of you in the room, I just spoke to somebody who's an intern for the energy report card collection. Every year we bring on board a suite of interns from across the Caribbean to help us collect data and update these energy report cards. So just a nod to that. I've mixed years here because we're in the midst of validation for 2022, but I'll show you something interesting on that point as we go forward. So this was 2021. This was the penetration of renewable energy. So to be clear about what that is, the energy generated in country, the proportion of that energy that came from renewable sources is what you see on this. So for example, you see here Barbados, I think, I can't see it probably from this angle, but I think it was about 12% this year, a little bit more than that. So that would be 12% of the energy there came from renewable sources in 2021, yeah? So you can take a look here and I don't know what conclusions you draw from this, if you think we're doing good, bad, a mixed batch, I don't know. And this, so through this presentation, again, I told you it's very difficult to make you experts or even to give you a great handle on this topic. So interspersed through this presentation, I've just given you some takeaways I hope you can use as you go forward and you begin to see data, see statistics, read about renewables, how it's deployed, for what purpose. And I thought this was interesting because I looked at it myself and I was wondering what conclusions you might come to. And I was noticing myself, obviously, there's some that I had heads and shoulders above some of the rest. What I did on this slide, I just highlighted in blue all those who have hydro resources that have been harnessed and deployed. So you see here Belize, Dominica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, Haiti to a less extent, and Jamaica. All utilize hydro resources. You see the commonality there. They all push way past some of the other countries. There's so much more you can pull out of this to begin to discriminate and see how certain people have advanced past others in terms of renewable penetration. So this is just a nod. So start to think about this. Anytime you see statistics, you see details on penetration, you read about energy and the sector. There's so much hidden in these statistics sometimes that's critical to understanding and drawing insights. So just a quick takeaway there. All right, our targets, where do we want to go? So this first set of targets I pulled from the CARICOM Sustainable Energy Roadmap and Strategy. That was done several years ago. I think it was 2015, if memory serves right. And it was focused on, it was a very comprehensive study. It's publicly available. I'll link to it. I think you should take a look if you're interested. But what it did, it focused on examining the gaps in the sector, issues, challenges, gave recommendations toward closing those gaps, and it also identified through that study a bunch of targets for the region, and I think it was 2027, again, if memory serves me right. So you'd see here, coming out of the study, the CSIRMs, a number of targets were developed. These are those if you have a good enough memory, you might see. I mean, you don't need to remember the numbers, but you can see that the bars push up significantly higher than what I showed a while ago. And I'll show you a comparison next. So on this one, it's a little bit more chock-a-block, as we say in St. Lucia, but I was going to show national targets next. I just decided to line them up. So there's CSIRMs, which, as I told you, was a study. It was done regionally. In addition to that, obviously, you know, from whichever country you come from, you'd note that They have been for years, often changing, sometimes embedded in policy, sometimes just noted in a presentation or a speech. But we also have national targets, right? In yellow, I've also, yes, shown the national targets next to the CSIMS targets. A lot of the national targets these days are aligning for 2030. I think there's 2 here, and again, you can dig in when you get it, that are focused on 2025. I guess, you know, it's easy to see. You don't need to see the numbers well to note that some reach the top. That's 100% by 2030. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that have noted 100% renewable energy targets by 2030. Important takeaway from this. Now, this is where I told you something changed, right? So here I actually use the updated. We're undergoing validation, but I wanted to show you the most up-to-date information that we have. So this is 2022 data. Something interesting you see here, I'll just point to it and come back to the mic. Barbados has pushed up quite a bit from the last slide I showed you, which was 2021. When I was going to update the 2021 slide, I actually left this one because I thought that was an interesting advancement to show you. Not everybody's moving that fast, and there are pluses and minuses for that speed of deployment, but just an interesting note there. But your most important takeaway, I guess, we're talking about options today, but look at the gap we have to close. Look at the gulf between where we are and what targets we've espoused, what we've stated, where we've stated we want to go. All right, options. With limited time, I didn't have too much participation, but I put in one thing I want some feedback from you on. We can just do raise of hands. I'm going to walk down this list and just tell me if you think, as I call it out, any of these could be, yeah, just raise your hands. Thanks. Could be options, and again, I'm being very specific here, for generating renewable electricity in the Caribbean. Okay, just show of hands. Solar PV. All right. Reciprocating engines, they sometimes call them diesel engines. It's like what a lot of the plants in the Caribbean have. Using HFO, which is heavy fuel oil, but it has carbon capture and storage. Renewable? Okay. Wave energy? All right. Combined cycle gas turbines. So it's just gas turbine paired with a steam turbine. Using natural gas. One? Yeah, all right. Offshore wind? All right, and lastly, biomass. Oh, biomass is specific with bioenergy. All right, you're not doing too bad. I propose today, for the rest of the presentation, I'll just walk you through quickly solar PV, wind, hydro, biomass, bioenergy, geothermal, and marine or ocean. Don't get too hung up on the phrasing. You'll read a report that says ocean energy. You'll read one that says marine energy. Don't get too hung up on nomenclature. Sometimes it's very specific. Bioenergy, for example, it refers to the bigger class. But yeah. All right, I'll zoom through this. I think based on the feedback I got from that little exercise, I think you'll know more than maybe I've given you all credit for. So you can come back to this slide, but it's just a summary in very simple terms of how each harnesses the energy available to generate electricity. All right, so the way I'm doing this, I'm giving you an example, if available, of a working example. I'll tell you where it is, tell you a little bit about it, pros and cons, and I'll talk a little bit about the resource. And we'll just go through this for the rest of the presentation. Here's a working example of a utility-scale solar farm. It's Trent's in Barbados. I particularly like this example because it shows you, that's not an accident, they're not passing through the farm. They are based at Trent's, the black belly sheep. And again, we won't have time to go into today, but there's a lot of interesting developments happening around renewable and co-locating renewables, looking at uses that can be combined, whereas before, I'll walk through some negatives you'll see. Whereas before, people would have said renewables doesn't mix with this or it takes up land. There are interesting developments where people are starting to chip away at these challenges by seeing how you can actually achieve several things. while deploying renewables and meeting your targets. Solar PV, I'm sure, if there are any of these you all know about is solar, but quickly, pros, it's widespread. I mean, it can be harnessed almost anywhere. Interestingly, I saw a report saying that there's significantly more development of solar in countries with lower solar resources, something to take away. But yes, it's widespread throughout the world. It varies, but it's all over the place. You can harness solar. It's cost effective, and I'll show you an example of that later. It's modular and flexible. I wanted to put in more pictures, but I have way too many slides as it is. But this, you saw a utility scale solar. You could see a community scale solar. You could see something that there was a picture I was going to put in from the ECCB. They did a carport. You can Google it and see what they did. They did a nice system there as well. It's part carport, I think part on the building. And there's residential solar, which you'd know about. Land, I just mentioned it. Land is an issue. It remains an issue for solar. Variability, I'll show you that later, and integration matters when solar gets particularly high penetration. Solar resource, again, you can look at this later. I'm not going to spend too much time on it. This is from the Global Solar Atlas. So it shows you the resource, and I zoomed in on the Caribbean. We have an excellent resource. Wind. Here's an example of wind at Wigton Wind Farm in Jamaica. You may be aware Wigton, Jamaica has several wind farms. I think 4. I think it's 2 phases of Wigton. The utility has one, and I think there's another independent power producer. So you see a lot of turbines there. I think this may be 2 phases of Wigton. It's quite interesting if you've never seen it. Even I was surprised sometimes, only because I'm familiar with Wigton, but seeing the layout is still quite impressive. You see how many turbines there are in a relatively small location. Nice example of a wind farm. What are the pros and cons of wind? There is a large resource similar to solar. In brackets, I had to say not uniform. You have to kind of figure out where you're harnessing the wind. You have to put some thought into that and some analysis. It is cost effective as well, but the costs vary. Some places will be more expensive to harness than others. Can be complementary. So wind is a nice complement to something like solar that, short of adding storage or something, only generates during the day, and wind can give you around the clock. Obviously, it's variable, which, did I have that there? No, I didn't, but the same variability matter as solar applies here. It's variable, but it will take you through the 24-hour period. Location considerations, highly location dependent wind is, and then sometimes you might have a great wind resource at a place, but then it's difficult to develop. Interactions with surroundings, people and place. Not everybody likes to look at wind turbines, huh? And there are issues surrounding that deserve due consideration if you want to develop. And then environmental matters need to be considered. Again, takeaway, look at this later. This is from the Global Wind Atlas, a really nice tool. You can play around with it. It's, even if you're not an expert in wind, it's quite interesting. I zoomed in here on the ABC Islands. I tried to give you examples from all over. The ABC Islands are quite well known for an excellent wind resource, and they have several wind farms as well. So you see there, you see that red? That red is good in this case. You see at the top of the range? Yeah, it's excellent wind resource. Hydro. All right, so here I give an example. Anybody from Belize here can help me? I think it's Moyehon Dam in Belize and hydropower project. There are 3 of them in Belize. So this is an aerial view of Moyehon from the company that manages it, Fortis. So yeah, you see a little bit of a dammed area here, and you can't exactly see the hydro facility, but it's in there. Hydro pros and cons. Hydro is a mature technology, relatively simple, but don't let that fool you. There's some complexities to consider. It's flexible, and these days it's getting a lot more support, as renewables increase because of that flexibility and its ability to support variable renewables. Variables, the one I spoke about before, that they don't provide a base of power, a consistent output. And it may provide additional services. You saw that little dammed area there. Some of the bigger ones with dams, they help, depending on how you set up the operation, they can assist with flood control and so on. They offer storage opportunities. Downsides, it's a long development time for hydro. You need to do a lot of analyses. The investment costs vary significantly. And there's growing, it's always been around, but I think there's growing environmental and social concerns around the development, particularly of big hydro projects, maybe not so much small. Run of river, the smaller ones, they tend to be the bigger dammed hydro, and the run of river, these smaller ones that are set up along the rivers. Maybe less so there, but particularly big hydro projects have some concerns. And there's climate concerns. Under climate change, there's a lot of studies about whether or not hydro will continue to be dependable. It's from Guyana Energy Agency, not a picture this time. You can look at it later. You can see enumeration. This is one sheet. This is part of one sheet of two. And if you start looking at the numbers, you'll see that it adds up to a significant hydro potential. A big question of whether all that can be harnessed and developed, probably not. But these are some of the initial numbers they've put down for some of the potential hydro projects that could be developed. Big could. Bioenergy. So again, we're shifting around. I'm giving you examples that SECRE doesn't cover, also to be clear, so I had to do some research for you. I'd seen this one before, and I thought it was interesting. This is Martinique. Albion, I think it's called. This one, if my French is right, I see it listed as biomass/waste, which is kind of an important thing to keep in mind. If you start looking at reports on biomass, it also sometimes lumps in waste. So biomass, of course, if you go back to the definition slide later, is just anything, biological material that's used in some form. You can make gas, you can use it in solid form, you can make liquids, and then you sometimes use a traditional process. You just pretty much burn it, combust it. So some of the technology here is traditional, but yeah, biomass is continuously developing. Pros and cons. The pros, it may harness waste. A lot we can talk about there, but we don't have the time. A lot of considerations when you think about using waste streams, but also the industries in a lot of the islands that they target. So like bagasse, which is a byproduct of sugarcane industry, that's a waste stream that could be channeled. And if you have a sugar industry that is, the questions around the sustainability of that too, but if you have an industry that's there and constantly producing bagasse, then that could be something. Maybe baseload, again, because it depends on the inputs to it and how sustainable those are. It competes for land with agriculture, food. There are a lot of questions, especially in small islands, on whether or not we should load up farm tracks with stuff we're just going to throw in a fire to make electricity. Setup costs and environmental concerns are cons again. Geothermal, another French island, and the only working geothermal plant in the Caribbean. Buoyant. I really like this overhead view because it shows you the Buoyant plant next to, it looks like a football field and a track, some commercial buildings, activity. I've always found this quite interesting, the siting of it. Obviously, there's pipes running. I'll show you in the next slide. There are pipes running up hillsides and to the actual area where they've gone into the earth, but it's quite interesting to see that they've brought the plant into the town of Buoyant next to all this everyday living. Geothermal, it's been an interest for the region for decades, but we have run up against a number of challenges to harness it. You see the year here. So Buoyant, I think the first phase was 1986. Maybe easier with the support of the French. Pros and cons, base load. So we've touched on a number of variable ones. Hydro is also base. It can provide continuous power, but there are the concerns of sustainability. But this actually will provide a base load. It's like a conventional plant in that sense. You can rely on it. It'll put out power for you all the time. It'll be consistent, reliable. Small footprint because you saw the plant there, but there's all the piping that goes to the well pads and everything where it goes into the ground. So small just because you have to consider how the setup is, and it's not necessarily consistent across the board. Can be deployed at various scales, so some of the small islands, considering this, smaller islands, I should say, you need not You can go in, develop a first phase of a plant, you can expand it, you can drill another well later, you know, it's scalable to a certain extent. Blocky, but scalable. Really location dependent. You can't just say, I don't know, in Trinidad, short of me being corrected, that you're just going to go drill a well and then, you know, put a geothermal plant because you want one in Trinidad. It's really location dependent, and I'll show you on the next slide where some of those locations are. Huge costs to explore, huge costs to develop. It can be a burden, it can be a problem. We get a lot of support to de-risk these projects. By de-risk, just meaning to support the early stages, because the early stages you could invest a tremendous amount of money and then fail. And the money goes down the pipe, the well. So we get a lot of support to see if the projects can be de-risked. You know, more analyses can be done. You can actually increase your confidence. I won't say be certain that you can harness a resource in a particular place and then help develop that. Expertise also is limited. Not everybody's going to have significant geothermal expertise. And I notice, I see my timekeeper give me a little nod there. I don't want to be responsible for the root cause of delays today, so we're nearly done. You can look at this later, but this is just telling you, rather than focus on the resources and entire resourcing, just look at the islands where activity is ongoing. The slide tells you all you need to know. Ocean or marine. This one it's burgeoning. I didn't know how to approach this one with y'all, but let's just say there's a lot of potential there, but it's maybe not at the commercial scale yet. I think it's important to keep an eye on, so I've added it to this presentation, but I wouldn't say that we're ready to deploy. Put an asterisk next to that. People will tell you we're probably ready to deploy it, but on a pilot scale. I don't think we're ready to commercially deploy these yet, but we definitely need to keep an eye on them because the potential can be enormous. So you can check these out later, and I will link you to this site. This is a study we recently did too. I told you not to focus too much on nomenclature. This is offshore wind. So you just did a study. We'll publish it soon, but really it shows you another form of ocean energy. Yeah, it's wind, but it's wind located out in the waters off the coast of the countries. Mini case study, don't be afraid. I know I said I'm finishing. This is just 2 slides, but it just goes deeper. It's really an illustration to show you. I talked to you about economics before. All this slide shows you, and check it out later. It's, I think it was called the competitive index. You know, on these presentations, we show costs a lot, but you sometimes don't have a good frame of reference. We show different indices that are really hard to think of practically. I like this one because it translates levelized cost of energy, just call it cost of energy, and it shows you where solar became more competitive than fossil fuels in a bunch of different countries in the world. All right? You always have to look at their method to see if you're fully on board with this, but this is from a reputable place. This is from IRIE. So this is a nice one. Solar is more competitive, just on a cost basis, lots of considerations than fossil fuels. The downside, I told you about variability. Here's variability in action. You can access public solar systems, and I'll link to it to show you where you can. I pulled this from Barbados, a commercial system. One day is in green, the next day is in red, and the time is on the x-axis. So you can see that it varies a lot in time, and you can see one day what you had, and then the next day what you had. So significant variation. As to whether you can depend on that, I leave that to you. Options matrix, take a look at this later. This just lays out everything. We talked about options. This just shows you how it maps onto countries. A big caveat, a big asterisk next to this. Some of these might have the potential for it, yeah? I highlighted Barbados and Jamaica. If I had time, I was just going to walk you through it. Some might have, so for example, I don't have Dominica next to marine. It's not that it definitely doesn't, but what we've tried to do, most of them come from our energy report cards and sometimes self-reported or confirmed in country by study. I tried not to put anything that wasn't studied and somebody hadn't already gone through the analysis and suggested a certain resource, yeah? So just keep a note when you look at this later. And this, it just shows you, I'll zoom through some of these that we're going to talk through, but it just shows you how you move from actual resource. So I told you what resource options we have and how you go down to technical potential. And there's this links to a simple presentation. It's actually nice to read through, and it'll tell you how you go from identifying a resource to actually a technical potential you can harness to deploy. So I titled it, It's an Option, but Now What, right? You need to get practical after all the options I told you. And also how we choose among all the options. I gave you a bag of options. Now the critical thing is how do you go from options with strengths, with weaknesses, with technical complexity, and I only just gave you bullets. I gave you a summary. How do you go from that to actually choosing the right ones? We could talk for a few days on it, but policy, evaluation, and planning is what I suggest is the way we have to go about this. And just to bring that all together, so how we're progressing through the region, and it just shows you how we've gone from the CARICOM energy policy. And again, if at all this talk interests you and you want to get deeper into the field of deploying renewable energy, supporting this somehow, I encourage you to look at this framework and look at the things that have been set up and the decisions that have been made. So I encourage you to take a look at this. I mentioned CSIRMs. The policy just kind of gave the overarching direction for us to go, and the bottom two are decisions on mandating planning throughout the region. So this is something I encourage you to look at and just examine a little later. And then to close now. So I was trying to think of what's actionable from what I told you. I don't know, I was listening yesterday as well, and I know people have different backgrounds. I know you have different entryways into the field. Some of you will never get into that. I focus a little bit more technical. Some of you won't touch on this, maybe in your careers. But if you want to, I encourage you to do this. Master the basics, and I guess this is a little tongue-in-cheek, but you'd be surprised at how often the difference between power and energy is mixed up by a lot of people, even technical people in the field, and early in their careers. But I'm really making an appeal to understand the fundamentals of whatever you're doing, right? That's that. Understand the landscape. My last slide showed you how we move from policy to progression through the CSIRMs and then through decisions. You need to understand the landscape. To harness the energy you have, I think it's important to understand what exists and then see how you can harness your energy to improving it or in getting involved. And then the last one is that, get involved. And you may not be a technical professional at the end of the day, but I encourage you at a bare minimum to participate as a citizen, an informed citizen. And just, approach it with curiosity. Systems thinking, I gave you a lot of stuff. You really need to, all this plays together, and they can play together in such a way that they make the solution not necessarily immediately evident. There's a lot of need for people to get involved in this field and help us find the right solution. And you're going to need to collaborate. Thanks. Oh, sorry, one last thing. I'm going to fix this up and give you the final version, but I left some resources for people. So general and youth and energy resources. I just have to fill out the links. So some stuff to take away and look at later, yeah? Any questions, comments, if we have time?
Thank you for your concern.
Good morning again, everyone. Well, I guess everybody in the room except the new presenters know my name. I'm Samantha Telesford. My question is in relation to the ocean thermal energy, right? I know that when you're setting up some of these frameworks in the marine, it can cause damage to the seabeds and the marine ecosystems. So I kind of wanted to know, what's the process? How is it set up? Are they, how you do environmental impact assessments? What is done to ensure that it's protecting the marine environment? That's my question.
Okay, so it's a good question. And I would start by saying your question is applicable to everything I've touched on today. So obviously, it maybe takes on greater importance for something that is new, because there may be consequences, say impacts, and it may not be negative, positive. There may be things we just don't know enough about yet. But every single one of these prior to deployment requires EIA, or these days they call them ESIA, considering social factors as well. What I think is important for the marine, to get back to your question, is that there's obviously a lot of research around it. There's a number of facilities. I told you it's not, OTEC specifically is not commercially deployed yet, but there have been research facilities for years. And I think that's enabled them to start to investigate some of the impacts, interaction with the environment, and so on. So twofold, generally, everything will require an EIA, absolutely. There are defined processes for these. Some of the countries maybe don't have it defined in law or very clear in terms of processes, but internationally, there are a ton of processes that can rely on. It's a well-developed process. And specific for marine, I guess, and OTEC will rely on the research that's been done, utilize that, and utilize the existing processes of EIA when the time comes for deployment. I hope that answers it.
So you will ask me, I will go over across to you, and then you just answer both of them one time. But so you can ask.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Joanne Husbands. Okay, my question. I know that we are also exploring green hydrogen to help support the clean energy or renewable energy resources. And we may have a country in the region which is exploring a project to support that. So can you let us know how that works? And given countries that may be looking to expand possibly their solar, how CRIE can assist in technically helping them possibly supporting green hydrogen to support or leverage that energy resource.
Okay, to answer it.
Yeah, I remember, no problem.
Right.
My name is kind of controversial comment.
Is it a comment or question? Okay, just now. Any questions? Questions. There we go.
He was first.
No, I don't walk twice.
Thanks. How do you see the feasibility of offshore wind given the hurricane risk?
Hi. Morning, sir. Very good presentation from Secret. Few questions. Number one.
Yeah, to remember these, you're testing my memory.
No. I mean, it's good for everyone here because we share somewhat related back at home. So Bonkasi with Wartsila, how do we compromise with them in terms of renewable energy? Because we're going to put them out of some business to the end, though they are going clean, but the HFO stuff. There's one. The other one is with hybrid electric. How are we in somewhat percentage in the Caribbean towards that approach?
Which one? Hybrid electric?
Yeah, vehicles.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah, we good?
So, yeah.
That's in my memory. So we started with hydrogen, green hydrogen, and how Secret can support solar. Okay. Green hydrogen is, what was the question again? How it's done, a little bit about it, just background you wanted, and actual feasibility in the region. So it depends. I think one of the critical things, and again, we could spend a long time, so I'll get a really brief summary, is that it should be, I think my answer is partly Secret and partly Jean-Michel, so, because it's a field that's constantly developing, but I think it should be demand-driven. So I think you mentioned one country in the region, and the one country in the region, if I guess we're talking about Trinidad, and assuming you're talking about CARICOM, because there are things, initiatives going on I can't speak about unless say DOMRAP or Puerto Rico or whatever. But in CARICOM, yeah, Trinidad will be leading the way, and it makes sense because it's demand-driven. There's use of hydrogen in industry and in various processes in Trinidad, and there are pressures on some of those beyond the, I guess, good business, social responsibility, whatever you want to say. There's actual pressures on the decarbonization of products as well, and reducing the embodied carbon in certain things, and there's pressures that are going to come down on them. So yeah, it makes total sense for them to start looking at it. We can go into a longer discussion about how, the ways, the developments, the projects, how you make hydrogen, but it should be demand-driven. It won't be suitable for everything is the other takeaway you need, so for them it makes sense. I'm not sold yet. I think the research is showing that hydrogen will be important for specific use cases in the future, not for everything. So I think there's been a little bit of a bubble and a hype around it that maybe whatever you read, just, I guess, keep a little skepticism in mind, or read it with a critical eye. That's probably the better way to say it. Solar and IRIE, well, from where I sit, we do a number of things. And when you see the pamphlet, you can see there's a project preparation facility and some other initiatives we support. That might be directly applicable to supporting solar development, but from where I sit and my programs, we do more upstream activities. So before you actually develop a project, so we help with planning. And the planning might identify, where are the best places or how much solar you might want to develop over the long term. So we'll help you develop a plan that's considering all these things and helping you make the best choice. So everything I told you in this presentation and where I ended with policy evaluation and planning, that's kind of where we come in. Well, my team. But you can check out IRIE and the project development initiatives. We'll be putting out more about it, I imagine, in the coming months. Next was offshore and hurricanes. I think you said feasibility of it. So again, all these things. So it's like the EIA question. Every one of these, I didn't touch on it because I already ran over and I didn't even bring in some of these considerations. Resilience considerations apply to every single one of the options I mentioned. So it's a real question. And so before this, I worked at the utility, and I remember when we deployed the first solar farm. I think you're going to see tomorrow. There were concerns, and there remain concerns about whether or not it's all going to fly away. That was a common discussion. Basically, I think there's, both in the feasibility, in the actual preparation and planning, and in the design, I think you just need to take into account the environmental conditions and specific hazards that can be faced, and then you try to build those in to that. So for some of the wind turbines, I noted they recently added to some of the standards a typhoon class turbine. So it actually has slightly different specifications that consider the fact that it may face, climatic hazards that wind turbines might not in other places, right? So you can check that out. I think there's some studies on it. They looked at something in Puerto Rico, and there was a study where that's the first one I've seen in the region where they started looking at the typhoon class turbines. But they deploy other parts of the world, and they're looking at offshore in other parts of the world where they're going to face either hurricanes or typhoons. So I don't think it's a nail in the coffin of it, but it's definitely something to consider and make sure we build it into the project. And the last one was HFO, Bunker C, and Wärtsilä. Well, you said Wärtsilä, but you just mean any other companies that are putting out engines, and all of them are. I think it's past greenwashing. I think these companies are serious, and I think they're serious because of what you said. They have a business line that's relied on conventional generation. All the companies, if you look at them. So you mentioned Wärtsilä specifically. If you look at the business lines they have now and the business they're going out for, they are all pushing toward integration of renewables. Wärtsilä is selling package solutions now where you can actually combine renewable energy, you can combine storage, and you can combine reciprocating engines. They're fully aware, and they've seen, I think they've been progressive in that sense. Maybe they didn't have to go that early, arguably, but this is not necessarily a nod for them, but it makes total sense, right? Again, I can tell you from inside the utility, there's a lot more trust to somebody you've had a relationship with for 40, 50 years who's helped you generate power reliably for your country. So, they stand there for that business if they want it, and so it's been a bright spot. I don't know that their business is going to diminish with the kind of foresight I see. Moving towards energy solutions, which Chelsea might touch on next. And lastly, EVs, I don't have a whole lot to say. I mean, and that's only because I don't really want to talk a lot about something I don't focus on. I mean, I keep a keen eye on it. It's increasing throughout the region. Some islands are bright spots. So we're based in Barbados, IRIE, and Barbados is a bright spot throughout the region. It's increasing. It makes sense. I think the business case for EVs is there. Incentives are growing every day. I don't know what else I can say. It's just keep an eye on it. It's not going anywhere. I think hybrids and EVs are coming, and conventional engines on the way out. So I don't know if you have time for more. I'll leave it to the...
Small one.
All right, morning.
And then I'll come to you for the final comment, and then we have two other questions.
Morning, Jiminy Scott here. So, First off, I like how you presented the data in the presentation. I know that it's just general information from different sources, but I don't agree with the statement made for the negatives of solar being land. I feel like we can integrate it into different areas. For example, like farming. We're seeing that crops are being scorched by the sun. If we actually put that into farming, they get some shade. But if the panels start to overheat, the transpiration from the plants can actually cool it down. We actually see that there are high levels of evaporation coming from some of our water sources. We can just cover those with solar panels and have the same or similar effect. Even like building new buildings, we can make it so they can actually, they must have solar panels on the new building, similar to what Singapore does with the green spaces. If you build and you remove a certain amount of vegetation, you have to incorporate that back into your building so the buildings are green. So I think we can do that with solar to really take away from the argument that we need a large space for it, because it eventually just goes back to a grid. So that's just my input on that.
And it's not a question, but just a quick comment back. And I appreciate that challenge, and that's good. It shows you thinking about it and the different ways to integrate it. I take no issue with the fact that you challenge it. I would say, though, the one little point I'd make is evaluate all these solutions with a critical eye. And I'm not saying you're wrong, just to be clear. But immediately once you start to look at some of the integrated solutions, I mean, I showed you trends with the sheep. So I appreciate that point, and it's an excellent one. But you begin to need to require changing the solar design in most cases to allow the co-location of activity. You introduce other considerations to the farm. A simple one would be, short of it being a well-designed project, you have more people accessing the farm all the time. Certain crops would be well geared towards that. You might need to change the spacing and the rising of the solar panels above the ground. And then you also, the trade-offs are immense. I mean, even you raise a table, resilience might start to go out the window because you have something that acts more like a sail. You might need to change the angle of it. So you're not wrong. It's great that you brought that up. Just this whole thing is laden with trade-offs, and that's why it's a really interesting space to be in, and it really requires a lot of analysis and consideration. But I love your comment. But just, yeah, and even the distributed side of it too, that has its own trade-offs. A lot of trade-offs between just doing rooftop solar, which I love and think is absolutely a part of the solution, and utility. It's a mix. The solution will be a mix.
Just a fast one. How can youth activists join IRIE through Secret? IRIE?
So typically, I'll be frank with you, I'm less aware how they operate. I went to one of the sessions. I think they convene through representatives of the country typically. What you can do, though, is you can access a ton of resources from IRIE. You can feel free to look on the website, see stuff. And I mean, before them, you asked about IRIE, so I'm answering that, but I'd make the pitch. I mean, look on our website first. There's a ton of resources we have that would be more geared towards the Caribbean. I pulled international data because I thought it was useful, but as much as possible, we're trying our best to see where we can add value by bringing the data home. So, which is why we have the ERCs. We can do analyses that are more applicable to the region itself as opposed to internationally. One, maybe my last comment, one kind of pet peeve of mine is that it's talked to a lot of people as at the utility. Now at Secret, it's the same thing. It's like you see things online, and people bring them, and I love the conversations, and I love, tossing ideas around with people, but often it's totally decontextualized from where it came from. So you'll raise an idea and tell me, well, Saudi did this. And when I start going through the details of the project, how it was done, the amount of money government put in, the scale of the project, the attraction of being part of a massive project which will draw people who want to develop it, which will bring down the cost. The dynamics are, it's night and day at the end of the day when you look at it. So I'm just making the point, look to us first. I hope we can continue to support the region in making all these analyses, numbers, statistics, information applicable to us. And then for sure, check IRIE. There's a ton of information there. You could spend days on the site and not get through it all. So.
Before we thank Jean-Michel for an excellent presentation, we have two giveaways. So today is the day of giveaways. So Jean-Michel mentioned 6 countries in the CSUM's target, the Caribbean Sustainable Energy Roadmap and Strategy, that had set 100% renewable targets. So the first person to tell me which are the 6 countries that had set targets by 2030 for 100% renewables, I will give a solar-powered, we're talking resilience, a solar-powered charger. So it doesn't matter if there's a hurricane that, heaven forbid, knocks down the grid and you can't plug in to charge your phone, you just put this charger out in the sun and you could charge your phone. So 6 countries. Let me hear. Who? No, raise your hand. This is not a negotiation where you're just shouting out your answer. They're different. We civilized today. Yes, tell me.
Barbados, Dominica, St. Kitts, Antigua, Belize. That's 5? No, it's 4. It's 4. She said 5. St. Lucia.
Barbados, Dominica, St. Kitts,
Belize, Antigua.
You said Belize?
Yes, we said Belize.
Next question. Next person. I won't tell you who's right and who's wrong because then it's a process of elimination. You just say, okay, Belize is not right or Dominica is not right.
Is it Antigua, Barbados? Yeah.
Nice one, go ahead. Nice one, let's go.
I see St. Kitts and Nevis. Oh my God.
Okay, somebody else.
Grenada. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. How much I had there?
Someone else? I don't think it's fair, to go to Richard, but anyway, let's go. I don't think it's fair to go to you. Yeah, you have an inside track to this information. Yeah.
Is it Barbados, Grenada, Dominica, Antigua, St. Kitts? How many is that?
That's 5.
St. Lucia? How's going good?
Who wants to go?
Antigua, Barbuda, Grenada, Barbados, Dominica, Montserrat, St. Kitts and Nevis.
All right. One more charger to give away. So Jean-Michel mentioned 4 compelling reasons for the energy transition. So what are those 4 compelling reasons for the energy transition?
Climate and the environment, energy security, economics, and justice.
Thanks, Jean-Michel.
Let's put our hands together one more time for Jean-Michel. We're going to our second presentation right away, which will be on the energy utility sector by Chelsea Jonge. So Ms. Jonge is a communicator with over a decade of experience in the energy sector, and she is hailing from a vibrant rural community in Boutor-Soufrière. She currently serves as the Assistant Manager for Member Services, Marketing and Communications at the Caribbean Electric Utility Services Corporation, CARELECT, an association of over 100 energy solution providers and other stakeholders operating in the electricity industry in the Caribbean. In 2022, she was awarded the prestigious Chevron Scholarship to obtain a master's degree in communications at the University of Westminster, London, a testament to her academic prowess and leadership abilities. She's an advocate for the empowerment of women and girls, recognizing their invaluable contributions to society and championing their rights to equal opportunities and representation. Her commitment has led her to serve as the PRO for St. Lucia National Carnival, so you know where to get the ticket. Over the past 3 years, so no more tickets. She's an adventurer at heart and characterized by resilience and a relentless pursuit of excellence. Join me in welcoming Ms. Jonge, who will present on the energy utility sector.
So guys, I will start by saying that I've had on my to-do list for a few days to reach out to Dr. Fletcher to ensure that I present before Mr. Powell, because my presentation is really not going to give you the full in-depth version that you got from Jean-Michel. And also, as you would have heard, I'm a communicator. I do want to put that disclaimer in. Not an engineer. I will do my best to answer as many of your questions as possible. Just, yeah? So you would have heard from my bio that I am now with the team at Carelec. And Carelec, we're an association of electric energy solution providers. And I do want to pause for a minute to explain what that means. So we're an association of electric utilities from the Caribbean, yes, but also energy solutions providers, like you would have mentioned Wärtsilä, and say, for example, it's companies that prepare poles and everything relating to generation, distribution of electricity, they would become members of Carelec. So we operate in the Caribbean and South and Central America, and of course, we have members across the globe. So our vision essentially is to members working together to realize a sustainable energy future for the people of the Caribbean. Our mission is to empower our members to achieve more. We facilitate access to business solutions through our members and knowledge sharing opportunities and mutual assistance. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that and why that is important for energy transition and for the electric sector as is. Our core values are collaboration, innovation and agility, social and environmental responsibility, and of course, ethical and professional standards. Now, moving quickly through this presentation because I realize we are a little behind schedule, so I'm hoping to help you guys catch up on time. So, in terms of the services, what we do at Carelec, primarily, one of those that we're very well known for is learning and development. We provide our members with opportunities to learn. Again, because we're an association of electric utility providers, particularly utilities, we work together with our utilities to ensure that they have the necessary skills, training, and all around, from technical to administrative, perhaps, to ensure that they're able to meet the needs, your needs, and the needs of their other customers. Networking and knowledge sharing, we host very many conferences. We just held our CEOs and Leadership Conference in Puerto Rico a few days ago, really focusing on bringing together key stakeholders in the sector, in the energy sector, to have critical decisions on what steps we need to take to bring forward the sector. Technical studies and surveys, so we would work closely with our members to gather data, like IRIE, to find out where we are as a Caribbean in the energy sector and what are some of the steps that we need to take to drive it forward. Business development, mutual assistance, disaster management program, and advocacy. I do want to touch on the CDAP program, the Carelec Disaster Assistance Program. For me, perhaps it's one of the more critical things that we do in terms of building resilient energy utilities. In case of a disaster, when I say disaster, I don't just mean, what's the word that I'm looking for, Mr. Powell? I don't just mean natural disasters like hurricanes, etc. I'm talking about man-made disasters as well. What we would do is we would reach out to our membership, and remember our membership is vast. So whether if you're having an issue, perhaps somebody hacked into your network, and we're talking about our members here. Somebody hacked into your network, you can't access customer accounts, etc. We would reach out to somebody else in our membership, perhaps somebody at Microsoft, to ensure that you have the support that you need to rectify the issue, and that your network is not in any way compromised for longer than it needs to be. But the same in case of natural disasters. We would say Dominica gets hit by a hurricane, as happened recently. We would rally the support of utilities around the region to send, whether it be linesmen, engineers, or even material support to ensure that they can bring their network back up and running as quickly as possible. So who do we serve at Carelec? So Carelec started off in 1989, and when we started off, we were formed by 9 utilities. So these utilities realized that, of course, they were monopolies. they had their own say in terms of what happens, what they do on their networks, and they found that they had challenges which were a little difficult to resolve on their own. So together they came and they formed CARILEC, allowing them a platform to come together, knowledge sharing, capacity building, come together and learn from each other to help build more resilient networks. That association has now grown to 33 utility members, and that's utilities across the Caribbean, and we have a very long list that I will share with you. I'm sure that all of the utilities from the countries that you serve are members of CARILEC. But in addition to these utility members, we have 65 associate members, and these would be organizations like energy solution providers, so Wärtsilä, again. They produce generators, etc. And we have other companies, again, I've mentioned those guys who prepare poles and line maintenance, whatever it may be. All of them would be associate members, and we have 65 of these members. We have 7 independent power producers stretching from companies. I remember Jamaica and Trinidad having 2 each. Affiliate members, and these would be schools like Arthur Lewis and colleges, associations like CCRI, who do a lot of the same work that we do or share in the same vision of driving forward the energy sector. And, of course, individual members, so people who are personally invested in the work of CARILEC, who'd like access to our information or to our members, can become individual members. And of course, there's an opportunity for all of you in this room to become a member of CARILEC if you find what we do to be interesting. Dr. Fletcher, that's a personal hint to you. So we have a total membership of 124 organizations/individuals, right? So we talk a little bit about our utilities, because our focus today is on the energy sector, what we're doing. A full list of our utility members, not our full CARILEC members, but the utilities. So the 33 utilities that make up CARILEC members. And just a quick glance here, a lot of the utilities here, I'm sure you'd be able to find the utility from your company. So we're all working together to build the energy sector. So, how are these utilities owned? And this data was collated by us in October of 2022. We're currently working to update that information, but it was based on responses from the 33 utilities, right? So 13.3 of these utilities are owned by government. Yeah, government owned. Government has the full 100% ownership of these companies. 23.3 are privately owned, and 46.7% are publicly owned. But very interestingly is the 26.7% that are mixed. So these would include a mixture of either public and private, or government and private, government and public, etc. Right? Let's talk about what it costs. So we do a quarterly tariff survey among our members. And of course, it's a survey. Nobody really enjoys responding to those, so we struggle sometimes to get a full idea as to what's happening in every utility. But our last tariff survey was done in March of this year. And we had 22 of our members provide responses. So the data being presented today would be based on our March tariff survey responded to by 22 of these utilities. Very importantly, before we talk about the cost of electricity, I do have to say, our members understand very well how important electricity is to you. We understand the impact for economic development, the impact for creating livelihoods, etc. So for CARILEC and its members, it's important for us to keep the cost of electricity as manageable as possible. However, I'm sure you would be intimately familiar with the cost of producing electricity. I just had to put that disclaimer in before I put on the next slide. I will also say that this information is not available to the general public, but it gives you here a glimpse into the cost of electricity in the region. So, before we talk about money, let's talk about who our customers are. The blue in the table here are domestic customers, residential. So that would be you and your household, your family members, everybody in a household. So you would find that residential customers make up the most in terms of numbers for all of our utilities. Then we have commercial customers, hotels, etc., industrial, and the other grouping. Interestingly enough, I find that Barbados Light and Power has a very large other grouping. I was hoping to be able to tell you what that accounted for, but I wasn't able to before the time of this presentation, but I'd be happy to find out and let you know. But residential, across our membership, residential makes up the majority of who the customers are. Next, we talk about the demand for electricity. So you'd find that for many of our customers, the commercial customers demand the most. And that makes sense because you find hotels, large restaurants, supermarkets, mega malls, etc., all fall into that category. So the amount of power that they would require, despite them being only a small portion of what the customer grouping would be, the amount of power that they would require would be vastly different to what we would need as residential customers. So we talk first about the average residential bill. The average bill for residential customers, I'm utilizing 400 kilowatts per month, and that would be most of us. I checked my bill, and I think I fall just under 200 kilowatts a month. I may be very energy efficient, but I think a lot of you fall into that category. So this gives you a comparison. Based on the 22 utilities that responded, it gives you a comparison as to what customers pay across the region. The prices are currently in US, but you would find that for some countries, the prices are significantly higher than others. But what you should also consider is that some countries, Jean-Michel would have spoken a little bit about what the resources utilized to generate electricity is in some of these countries. Perhaps some of them, it is cheaper to produce it. And also, if you look at a country like Suriname, and Suriname is one of the countries that we know, well, currently they're having a bit of a struggle, but everything is cheaper in Suriname. But people also don't make as much money in Suriname. Yeah? So as much as you want to go there to pay less, it's not necessarily, Jean-Michel spoke a lot about trade-offs, and I think this is one of the cases that it applies as well. So here we've broken down, in terms of the cost, what makes up a bulk of the cost. So the blue would be the base rate, that would be your basic cost. And then red would be levies and taxes, and then the surcharge and fixed charges. So it gives you an idea as to what makes up that electricity bill. And the next slide speaks to customers that make that utilize 800 kilowatt a month, for example, what that cost would look like. So again, we see a lot of the similar variations in terms of where the costs are lower and where the costs are higher. So if you're paying, say, for example, Belco or Barbados Light and Power, the average person utilizing that amount would spend perhaps $250 a month in electricity. Affordable? I think so. Guys, but you're not bearing in mind the consumption levels, guys. 800 kilowatts. I mentioned that I utilize 200 kilowatts. You'd have to multiply that by 4 to be able to, it may be a little energy efficient, but it's still utilizing a lot of power. And I pay 127 EC. What was that in US, Jean-Michel? Let's look at commercial customers. So for our commercial customers utilizing 200 kilowatts a month, this would be what they would pay, 2,000 kilowatts per month. So on average, we're roughly about 600-700 US, or maybe let's say 500 US a month for a commercial customer on average. Of course, that varies depending on the country that you're in. And again, we get a chance to see what that disaggregated bill looks like in terms of what makes up the majority of the money spent, from the base rates to the levies and taxes, the surcharges, and the fixed charges. I see the faces in the room, guys. Life is expensive, and so is electricity. Again, customers utilizing 5,000 kilowatts per month. Yeah? Good insight? Good insight? Any thoughts? Anybody want to go back to the days of no electricity? Okay, so I'm going to give you a quick insight into the resources used for power generation among these 22 members. Again, Jean-Michel's data varies slightly from ours, but again, this would be based on the 22 utilities that you just seen would have completed the survey, the tariff survey that we would have sent out in March this year. So 2 of them stand out, and that would be solar energy and diesel, with 17 of these respondents utilizing these resources for power generation. After that, most popular would be heavy fuel oil, and then hydropower, wind energy, light fuel oil, of course, natural gas, biomass. We also have the others. We have people utilizing coal, I believe, as another solution for power generation. Yeah? So, what does that mean, essentially? So we've seen a lot of, well, from the 22, we see a lot of people are now utilizing all of these green energy resources, and we're trying as an association and our membership trying to make the transition, of course, to clean energy solutions. What we found are the key pillars for our membership are these 3 points here: reliability and security of supply, decarbonization, and energy affordability. And you will notice that energy affordability is up on that list, again, because I have spoken about us recognizing the significance of electricity and the cost and what that means to potential investors, to the average everyday person, and the like. So it is a critical point for our membership. Reliability and security of supply. Jean-Michel would have touched a lot on the factors and the trade-offs when considering incorporating green energy solutions into your members' power supplies. Some of the considerations, say, for example, for solar energy, in terms of, he spoke about the pros and cons of incorporating some of these into their grids. So I'm going to skim past all of that, considering he would have already done that. And I did that intentionally, considering. And he would have also touched a little bit on the need to reduce our carbon emissions. So some of the challenges that we found, and I will say that Carolec published a paper a few years ago on the energy transition, and would be happy to make the results of these findings available to you. And I want to remind you that this is information that is available to the membership of Carolec that we're sharing with you. But some of the challenges that we would have found from that are listed here. And again, because at Carolec we bring together a lot of our members from utilities, we're able to gather the data and have the discussion on what some of the shared challenges would be, similar to CCRE and some of the few other organizations that you would have heard from. One of the areas that we work very closely on is this one: the lack of technical and financial capacities of Caribbean consumers to implement EE measures to reduce electricity bills. And when I say we work closely on it, I mean Carolec as an association, because we're working to build capacity. We're working to ensure that our utilities are well placed to be able to build resilient systems, etc. So we're training them, we're ensuring that they're learning from each other, and we're ensuring that they have the information and resources available to make the transition for energy. And of course, a lot of the other areas you guys would have discussed between yesterday and this morning with Jean-Michel. Another area that we get very involved in is the lack of detailed implementing and regulatory frameworks to meet the targets listed for IRIE. So we work closely with members and regulators, and I should say that a lot of times regulators from these countries are also members of Carolec, because they understand the need to sit with electric utility providers and energy solutions providers and utilities to sit at these tables and have the critical discussions about these challenges and to come up with solutions together. But it is a challenge that our members commonly note in that the regulatory frameworks are very commonly designed, like Jean-Michel would have said, for systems that do not directly reflect ours. So we're looking at what's happening in the US or Canada, not necessarily the impact of what's happening in the Caribbean and how it potentially or directly affects us. So a little bit, again, about how we support. We do a lot of research and we make the recommendations. So I touched a little on the papers that we've done. We have an energy solutions department headed by Thomas Mitschke, excellent engineer. And Thomas really drives a lot of the research in the field of renewable energy with our utilities. We collect these data, and again, we ensure that we're bringing together key decision makers, governments, regulators to have the discussions on how we can drive forward and set realistic targets, overcome some of the challenges being faced, etc. Under advocacy, I put down CARIP. It's the CARILEC Resiliency and Energy Efficiency Project. CARIP is a project funded by Raise and Bid, where we work to ensure that households across the Caribbean understand their role in energy efficiency, some of the steps that they can make in reducing their consumption and reducing their bills as well. So CARIP is a project that is very dear to us because we're going outside of our members, but going to the average person to help support their understanding of their role in energy transition. And of course, capacity building and collaboration. I would have touched a little on that already. So in terms of how you can help, the first one I put is utilizing your voice. And I have listed here CARIC. So CARIC is the CARILEC Energy Community. It's an online platform. How many of you are familiar with LinkedIn? Yeah. I would have expected nothing less. But CARIC is an online platform similar to LinkedIn, except it's focused on energy. So we're bringing together all of the key players in the industry on this platform to discuss challenges relating to energy, all kinds of challenges, and perhaps not even just challenges, to discuss opportunities and also to discuss just random things, interesting things that may come up in the sector. On CARIC, you have an opportunity to meet like-minded people, to potentially bring up challenges or bring up solutions to issues facing us. So I encourage all of you to take some time to go to our website, www.carilec.org, and to get involved in our communities. You'll learn more about the CARIP project there, as well as CARIC and how you can get involved. Also, you should also become members of CARILEC. You should become a member of CARILEC because a lot of the information that we would gather on our membership in terms of current day generations, in terms of what they're doing, etc., a lot of that information would be restricted to just our members. So I encourage you to get involved. If you're a student, it's at no cost. If you're a consultant, perhaps, or in the field already, there is a cost to your membership. But if you are a student, now is the time. Take advantage. Go in and sign up. Sorry, I'm not getting what you're saying. If you're neither, so we do have the individual membership category. So it allows for anybody who's interested in the energy sector to become a member and to learn more about what we're doing in the sector, what our members are doing, and to help get your voice. So by attending our conferences, say, for example, our CEOs and Leadership Conference, it targets CEOs and leaders. So we would bring together all of the CEOs from utilities across the Caribbean. If you decide to register to attend a conference like that, you're essentially sitting at the table with the CEO of your utility and getting an opportunity to discuss some of your solutions on how they can make energy more affordable in your country, for example, or to drive forward your green energy solutions. So it does give you a lot of opportunity to meet with key people, regulators, government officials, and the likes. And we host several conferences targeting several different areas in the sector. We have our engineering conference coming up in July in St. Martin. We're having a CARIC conference, Resilient Energy Community, in October in the Cayman Islands. And then we're also having conferences relating to occupational health and safety, disaster preparedness, managing, and we also do like HR, PR, customer service, whatever it is, because we're full service catering to all different aspects of building resilient energy utilities. So utilize your voice, participate in data collection activities, answer the surveys when you see them, because the information that you provide helps to contribute to us knowing what's happening and hearing, getting your voice heard. And don't forget to become a member. And as a marketer, I really should have included a side to say connect with us. But we are available wherever it is that you get social, at Carolec Power on Instagram and Carolec on LinkedIn and Facebook. Thank you for your time.
All right, so questions? One, two.
My question would be, as the Caribbean is now trying to shift away from traditional power generation, would we see a general decrease in electricity bills?
Okay, let me take another one and then. Who was seeing? Who is?
Okay, hi. During the St. Lucia Jazz and Arts Festival, the artist Llewellyn Xavier had advocated for less visual pollution in St. Lucia and the Caribbean. So I wanted to know if you would know, or I guess if anybody else would be able to speak to that, what possibility, what feasibility is there to run our power lines underground as opposed to above ground?
Okay, so can I take the two?
Yeah,
because I'm pretty sure I won't remember after
that's
that.
fine.
So in terms of your question relating to Xavier and underground cable, so I spent a few years at Lusalike with my good friend, Mr. Jean-Michel Pal. And I remember quite clearly it always being something that came up during discussions. As with everything else in life, cost was a major factor. We do already have a very resilient and very efficient system operating above ground. And one of the key considerations was cost. Yeah? Any other considerations that I may have missed? Yeah.
So like for Barbados, that have a flat topography, Antigua, but for a country like Jamaica, like I said, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, so cost, and again, factoring into the cost topography. So an island like Barbados, it's flat. To underground those cables is relatively easy. In fact, one of the highways in Barbados, I think, was built with the cables underground already. I can't remember the one from the airport when you go into the city. Yeah, that if you look, you'll see no underground, no overhead cables. That was done again, thinking forward. But consider an island like St. Lucia, considering going through Soufrière, Fort Saint-Jacques, those areas, and having to dig to put these lines on the ground, or Jamaica. So it's a cost issue. But for for Antigua, Barbados, it's a lot easier. But it's really a cost issue. But as Chelsea said, they've done a really good job of making the grid resilient. I mean, I can't remember a storm, even catastrophic storms we've had in St. Lucia, that Lusalike has not been able to get that power back up and running within a short period of time. But still, it would be much better if the lines are underground. But we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars to get that to happen. But, there's climate change money that you could, because that's now an adaptation issue. So you could apply for green climate funds and say, look, we need money to underground our cables. And then you'll also be stimulating your economy because now you have people working, digging trenches and everything. But it's a big cost issue.
Oh, yes. So I think the idea behind renewable energy is that whilst it may be more affordable, and I'm looking to my good friend on the side and he's not looking this way, whilst it may be more expensive in the initial stages to implement these solutions, over time it is cheaper to generate. The utilities, the same way we pass on the cost of fuel, you would notice the reduction in your electricity bill if the cost to produce electricity is less. Does that answer your question? Yeah. So ideally, I think we're all working to reduce the cost of electricity. At this time, it is a significant cost. When that goes down, you'll definitely feel it.
Hi, thank you for your question, and thanks for your presentation. I mean, like, I know it's all good and well to say that we're working to reduce the cost of electricity, but what's the actual targets? Like, do these utility companies have numbers that they're trying to reduce their fuel usage? Because I realized on your slide, a large percentage of the bill was actually the fuel surcharge. And understanding that a large percent of the bill is attributed to the surcharge, if we work towards reducing our use of fuel in the sector, I imagine that it would feed into a reduce in the fuel cost. So what's the actual targets, if there are any at all?
There are targets. You would have seen Jean-Michel's presentation on targets being set by countries, not just the utilities, but the utilities in tandem with governments to reduce their consumption or increase their renewable energy levels. So there definitely are targets. For some countries, it's easier than others. Some countries have the financial resources to get cracking a little more quicker than others, but the targets are there and they're available. They're very, very, very public targets in most cases. They're available for you to go in and to see what does my country want to go to and where are we now. A lot of the utilities also make available some of the strides that they're taking in terms of ensuring that they can meet these targets. And then you have associations like us that support in ensuring that that information is available to you. But yes, the targets are there, and you can get a very good idea as to how close your country or your utility is to meeting those targets.
Thanks.
Oh, yes. So there's also a benchmarking survey. Jean-Michel would be able to talk a little more about that. But there's also a benchmarking survey that gives a good appreciation as to where we currently are in terms of IRIE for these utilities. In addition, so the tariff focuses a lot on the cost and et cetera. But the benchmarking says where we actually are in terms of IRIE for the utilities themselves. So that survey also is available, but it is a CARELEC members survey. So Jean-Michel can tell you a little bit more about that.
I won't spend too long, but just they stopped doing it for a few years, and I think they stopped doing it for, oh, sorry, stand up. Yeah, they stopped doing the benchmarking survey for a few years, so I think since Chelsea's been there, they haven't run one, but we used to support it from the utilities when I was at the utility. And the purpose of that, to kind of answers the question, is the utilities supply a lot of data. Again, it's not public, but what they do, they distill statistics and certain analytics from that, and then they give it back out to all the utilities. So you saw tariff and tariff comparisons. What they used to do is they'd give us all a voluminous report that shows how you stack up against your sister utilities. So what that allows you to do is see, okay, I mean, if you just go on an annual report, you'd see the utilities actually put out things like the specific fuel consumption or efficiency. But that's just one annual report, it's one number. You pick up this report, you can see how you stack up against all the utilities across the region. So maybe there's not an absolute thing they're working towards, but it really gives you a sense, are you operating optimally? Can you get better? Is there room for improvement? And then through CARELEC, we used to exchange learnings and so on. So yeah, just an addition.
Yeah, so what we would also do based on that, if you find yourself to be not doing very well in comparison to a utility that perhaps is fairly comparable to yours, we would put together the engineers or the skilled professionals in these utilities to talk through some of their strategies and to ensure that they're well placed to be able to get to these levels.
I'm sorry, guys. Good morning. Oh, okay. My question is more or less linked to something that my Guyanese colleague mentioned earlier. Given that we have such high residential bills for electricity across the region, he mentioned electric cars. Now, I know St. Lucia has some charging stations across the island, but feasibility is not really feasible, especially because of our topography. So I was wondering, since you guys work with companies that build generators, electric poles, do you have any companies working on these charging stations and making them accessible across the region? Or do you have any incentives put in place for companies trying to go into that route, like providing these stations?
So the short answer is yes. We do have members who provide these services, and we also, I mentioned the engineering and procurement conference that's happening in July. What we would do is we would essentially put all of our solution providers together, and they would give these engineers an insight into some of the things that they're doing, new technologies, EV, and how you can make EV a reality in your country. But the reality is that, yes, everybody wants to have it, but implementation is a cost. There are other factors to consider, etc. But I think for every country, I think it's safe to say that we recognize, and this is not just a Caribbean thing, but a global thing, we recognize the shift to hybrid or electric vehicles and the need to implement in these countries. I think it will just take a little time. Again, we're working, I caught a short glimpse of your presentations, the debate yesterday afternoon. So you understand that there are some challenges in terms of funding for these projects, availability of resources, etc. But it is a goal for our utilities, and I dare say for some of our governments as well.
3 seconds, because the hands was up from system and I ignored her. You're taking 10 seconds to get up.
Good morning, Shania Scotland. Thank you again for your presentation. I noticed a slide that you had where you said a majority of the facilities are using things like hydropower, diesel, heavy fuel oil, light fuel oil. What is Carelec's role in trying to promote the energy transition in the Caribbean? Is there a role that you all are taking right now? What are the plans? Do you collaborate with people like IRIE? That's basically my question in 3 seconds.
So we definitely collaborate with all the agencies, but our role essentially in our energy transition is ensuring that our members are well equipped to take the next steps. We're a support association, so on our own, we don't dictate what our members do, but we ensure that if you are ready, we can provide you with the resources, access to the most intelligent people in the field, access to suppliers that can get you the technology that you need. We can ensure that we assist in the discussions with governments and regulators to ensure that perhaps if it comes to levies and concessions on getting these the equipment into your countries, that we can provide data to show why it's important, or even supporting the discussions and sit at these tables to help those parties to understand why it's critical. So we're a support association. On our own, we do not drive the mission. What we do is we advocate to our members to help them to understand why it's important, why they cannot be lackadaisical in their approaches, and to ensure that they understand the needs of the consumers and the different markets and the solutions available to them.
Okay, thanks, Chelsea. Before we finish with Chelsea's presentation, just one response to the issue of EVs. I mean, as an owner of I have a hybrid vehicle. I used to fill up with gas once a week. I fill up with gas now once every 5 weeks, every 6 weeks. But the whole question about EVs, I think there's a misconception. People have range anxieties over EV. The average EV will give you a range of 150 to 300 miles. If you live in St. Lucia, that's around the island a couple times. So, I mean, you really, people see, they drive EVs and they think, oh gosh, what happens if I drive to Soufrière and I run out of charge? You will not drive to Soufrière and run out of charge. You'll drive around the island and still not run out of charge. So I think it's really, there's a lot of public education that has to take place. Clearly, if you live in Jamaica, it's a different story. You can't go around Jamaica on an EV charge. But if you live in some of the smaller islands, so we don't need to have charging stations in every supermarket and every place. And it's also been proven that people charge their vehicles really two places, where they work and where they live. You don't really, if you go to a supermarket, you're doing a short supermarket run, unless you're buying for an army, you're not going to be at a supermarket long enough to charge that vehicle to make a difference. So I think the fuel stations would be good for them to have fast chargers, but even then, maybe a mall, it would make sense there. But I think the issue really is to educate people on what the range is of an electric vehicle and to make those available. Now, we have two giveaways. Now, if you are an iPad smartphone person and you don't write, don't put your hand up because these are two books. I know a lot of you have forgotten how to write. So if you've forgotten how to write, please don't answer this question. If you still write, if you keep a journal, it's a really nice Carolec journal with a pen attached to it, then put your hand up. I don't even know the answer to the first question. Chelsea will have to do because I can't remember what it is. How many members does Carolec have? Oh my gosh, that's too easy. Whoa. Yeah. That's an easy question. Okay, that's too easy. Okay, the ownership of the utility companies that Carolec represents. What percentage is mixed? What percentage is public? Shama, go ahead. You raise your hand. Tell me.
Mixed is 26.7%.
Is it okay? I can't tell you yes, but tell me. And public is? You can't remember public. Okay, so who knows both? San, I saw that hand before yours, sorry.
So mixed is 26.7% and public is 36.7%.
And you're going to write in that, right? Okay, good. All right, one more question, Chelsea. Give me a question from your presentation. Something harder because clearly they were paying a lot of attention, so something really difficult. I suspect they're also doing screenshots. So.
Tell us about one of the roles that Carolec plays in terms of practical.
Kamal, you could answer that question? Kendall, you're part of the organizing committee. You can't win any prize. I'm sorry. You're ruled out. I mean, come on. That's insider trading. Yes, Anthony.
They provide, they act as an advocate, but they also provide training, recommendation, consultations to different members within the organization.
Thanks, Chelsea. Another round of applause for Chelsea, please.
So moving quickly along, this session is standing between you and your break. Imagine that. Children in primary school, that's how they just behave. So, this topic is the role of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. Will be presented by Ms. Gillian Cooper, who is an accomplished professional with over 25 years experience in the intergovernmental and non-profit sectors, focusing on social and environmental justice issues involving within the Caribbean, West and East Africa, and the UK. From an early age, Gillian was actively involved in environmental advocacy, leading the environmental awareness group of Antigua and Barbuda at just 21. In a role, she has spearheaded major organizational initiatives, such as leading the design and development of advocacy programs for the Commonwealth Foundation and directing a new knowledge learning and communications program in 2018. She is the political director of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, and as I mentioned to you before, for more extensive knowledge, look at the app and read the rest of the bio, because it would not be wise to read every single line of it now. So, join me in welcoming Ms. Gillian Cooper, who is the political director for the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay? Yes. I take that as a thumbs up.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that. Great. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. Many years ago, I spent time in Bay Gardens as well when I was with Canary. So even though I can't be there with you in person, I can at least imagine you there. I'm coming to you from Antigua at the moment, and it's excellent. Thank you so much for the invite to be here. There's one or two familiar faces, but it's great to see all these new faces working in the sector. I think I need to share screen to show you my slides. Oh, it says that I have disabled screen sharing.
They'll fix. Yeah, okay. Hold on for a second, Jillian. They will organize it for you.
Can you now, Jillian?
Yes, great. Okay, can you see my screen now? Let me start from the beginning. Great. Okay, hang on one sec there. Can't see my notes. Just trying to make my screen smaller so I can see my notes. Okay, one sec. Can you see my screen now? With the main slide?
No, Jillian, we're seeing you in PowerPoint mode. You're not in presenter mode. So we're seeing the PowerPoint window, but we're not seeing you. We're not seeing them. Wait, we're seeing it now.
Okay. It's the only thing is it's hiding my my notes, which is on my other screen. I'm not sure how to
Can you go
get
to
that
presenter
up.
view?
Do you know how you get to the presenter view?
I think it's at the top. I think presenter view should be at the top.
Swap displays.
Swap, yeah, if you swap displays, it might show the wrong one. Yeah. How many monitors are you working off? One?
Two.
Two, okay.
For some reason, it's showing on both of them.
Oh, so yeah, it's mirroring as opposed to presenter view. So what you have, it's mirroring the display as opposed to being in presenter view.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. I'll just have to go through. I think I can. I don't want to take more time. So yes, thank you so much for the opportunity to present. It's really excellent to be here. This is really a presentation and a discussion that's going to show how the Caribbean energy issues, our transition to a just transition to renewable energy linked to the international, and that the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty is one element that is a kind of new and bold idea that is being, we are working very closely with a number of governments, so looking forward to telling you more. So this diagram basically is showing you how way off track we are from meeting our 1.5 temperature target. At the moment, some of you may be familiar with the UNEP produces a production gap report. And just before COP28, they produced a report that shows the evidence that we are actually on track to produce 110% more fossil fuels than would be linked to, that would be basically commensurate with a 1.5 degree temperature target. And in fact, we're even way off 2 degrees centigrade. And we're actually at the moment on target to have a temperature rise of 3.1 degrees centigrade. So it's a really terrifying picture. And in fact, we've been talking, I listened into the last 2 presentations, and we're doing a lot of efforts to invest in renewable energies, but actually the production of fossil fuel is not reducing as a result of the increase in renewable energy production. And in fact, what we're seeing more now is actually an energy expansion phase. So as you can see in the graph, it's really showing that the actual level of fossil fuel production has barely changed in the last decade. And, this call and this kind of the alarm bells are coming from many different voices. There was already some slides produced earlier from IRIE, and they actually are the energy agency that advises governments around the world. They have said there's no need for investment in new fossil fuel supply in our net zero pathway. And Antonio Guterres, who you may have seen recently, has also been very strong on this point that investment in new fossil fuels is a moral and economic madness. And I want to stress that the new fossil fuel projects are actually, the 70% of those are actually in the United States. So they are all really, the majority of the expansion work is in global North countries. So way back in 2016, in fact, the year after the momentous agreement on 1.5, the Pacific Island nations actually asked for a treaty to ban further fossil fuel expansion. But the issue is that we have had no shift with respect to that. And actually, the space of COP itself is very difficult to get agreement on reducing and non-proliferating or any kind of international agreement on how this can be done. Because at the moment, our NDCs are all nationally based. There is nothing that looks at an assessment of countries' ability to be able to phase out fossil fuels, what they would be required to transition to renewable energies on an international scale, so that there is a phased or a time-bound assessment of that. And there's also really undue influence of the fossil fuel industry. At COP28, we had a record well over 2,000 fossil fuel lobbyists that attended COP28, and they have a strong and very undue influence on the decision-making there. So I'll get more into the treaty itself, but the basis of the treaty initiative is that we really need international cooperation to really look at how the differing capacities of countries to phase out their fossil fuels. It really varies globally. Some countries will have difficulty to transition on their own, while others have a much greater ability to be able to transition and are not doing it fastest. So this graph shows that on the left-hand side of the axis, we have countries which have very high per capita incomes, US, Canada, the UK, and on the right-hand side, on the x-axis there, it's basically showing countries, the oil share of their government revenue. So basically, those that extract fossil fuels and produce fossil fuels, what percentage or how dependent are they on their fossil fuel extraction and export to pay for their fiscal needs? So to pay their health needs, their education needs, infrastructure needs, etc. So it shows that those on the left-hand side really have much more capacity to be able to do so, but are not yet doing that. and that those on the right-hand side are those that would need much more international support to be able to transition. So this is where the basis of an international cooperation is essential to manage the transition in a fast and fair way. But at the moment, there's no mechanism. So without a global agreement on fossil fuel production, there's all of these risks that have been listed here. It makes the transition, the inevitable transition harder. It creates a risk of stranded assets and, financial turmoil. There's greater risk to workers, delays renewable energy expansion without investment in the right sectors. At the moment, there's still a lot of investment going into fossil fuel expansion, not just, ongoing production, but expansion itself. It delays economic diversification, consolidates a lot more power in the pro-fossil fuel political constituents, and, creates this issue of technical economic lock-in. I don't know if you've spoken about it already, but there's a lot more talk now about these geoengineering solutions, which we really don't know enough about, potentially dangerous, and an over-reliance on that. And of course, we risk warming well above 1.5 degrees centigrade, as we saw in the first slide. So some of our partners in the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative have actually undertaken some research to assess, based on the science and equity issues, what would be more equitable in terms of phase-out dates for extraction. So this is looking at domestic energy supplies, the dependence for government revenues and jobs, and basically that where countries that have the highest financial capacity should be able to support and provide financial support and technical support for those less able to transition. And again, the whole issue of, the historic responsibilities with respect to who has been burning the most fossil fuels over a longer period of time. I have shared this document with Dr. Fletcher. So if you're interested in reading more about the civil society equity review on equitable phase out, he should be able to share that with you. So getting now to the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative itself. It is based on these three pillars. Firstly, a just transition. So it's about coming up with provisions that would provide help to countries to move their economies away from fossil fuels, including technical and financial support. Secondly, non-proliferation. So we need to stop making the climate crisis worse by actually ending the expansion of new coal, oil and gas production and infrastructure. And thirdly, a fair phase out. So a phase out of existing fossil fuel production that would limit warming below 1.5. And fair also meaning that it needs to be, as I said earlier, about assessing who can phase out earliest and who needs a much longer timeline before they can phase out, within which there would be financial support to be able to make that to happen. The treaty initiative is taking inspiration and learning from other treaties that have gone before. So ones that you would probably be familiar with are the Montreal Protocol, which is about phasing out ozone depleting substances, the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which actually has, we kind of modeled it in terms of these three pillars that they utilized as well. There was also Chemical Weapons Convention, the Mine Ban Treaty, others that are listed here. And the learning as well from that is that this kind of shift in kind of normative understanding of what can and can't be done at an international level has been shifted by actually very small groupings of countries. So for instance, the Montreal Protocol, there were only 20 nations that signed the initial Vienna Convention. And it was backed up and supported in terms of the Montreal Protocol, but also the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and the Mine Ban Treaty by a large global civil society movement that really pushed their governments to go further and faster, and linked as well with other, well-known individuals who could carry the message. So coming back to the treaty initiative itself, there are these 5 phases of the treaty initiative. So there is the first where we are building a movement, which we have been doing for the past 3 years. The initiative is now 3 years old, coming into its 4th year. We are now in the phase of building political buy-in. And there are some regions where we have invested more buy-in earlier, and we are now expanding that political buy-in. And then we'll kind of starting some of the work around convening working groups of diplomats, looking at our options in terms of where we can build a case for this at the UN. And then it moves into the negotiating the treaty and how we hold governments to account. And each phase, one doesn't, when one starts, the other one doesn't end. So each phase is building on the other. And I think I should highlight here as well that this phase that we're in at the moment, because we're right now in kind of this second phase of building political momentum, is really critical because there is no treaty instrument at the moment. So it is the phase at which we are encouraging and reaching out to countries to come to the table to actually design the what would be in the provisions of this treaty. So when you endorse the treaty, which is what we are asking countries to do at the diplomatic level, when you endorse the treaty, there is no commitment for you to phase out fossil fuels at the moment. Basically, the commitment is to work with the initiative to design this treaty now in its very early stages, and that you have a strong will to commit to those 3 pillars of the treaty, but there's no commitment for you to phase out right away, or, there's no timelines for that at all. So we are being very strategic in who we are reaching out to build the political buy-in. And we have this group that we call the first movers, who are those with the highest ambition, particularly countries which really are very climate vulnerable, which are already seeing the impacts of climate change in a very clear, stark way. Those countries that are themselves fossil fuel producing countries, they are dependent on fossil fuels for their fiscal needs. So that would be most likely those in global south countries. They need that support, international support, to be able to transition. Countries which are really active in the multilateral space around the climate crisis and climate justice needs, and others that in the global north, sorry, a little typo there, sorry, others in the global north that would be supportive of this group of first mover nations. But we're very aware that there are potential blockers to this initiative as well, major global north producers, and we would not seek to have them to come on board until our first mover countries have really designed the terms for this treaty as to what they would need from the international community to be able to transition. Because like the UNFCCC process, there's the risk that the ambition of this group of countries will be diluted by potential blockers. And a key aspect that we are working on at the moment, and actually an aspect that we know in terms of our kind of pitch and our engagement in the region, in the Caribbean region, is about financing. So there's a real need for financing to be able to transition in a just way. And we had our first ministerial meeting just before the SIDS conference week before last week. And these are some of the ideas that we have been presenting to the ministers for their feedback about the kind of 3 clusters of financing need. So debt management and alleviating fiscal constraint. Basically, high indebtedness is really one of the biggest barriers for transitioning, looking for new forms of finance and investment. And I know Jean-Michel spent a little bit of time talking about that. The majority of investment at the moment is actually going into the global north, and there's a real need for de-risking and making investment in developing regions a lot more favorable. And then this third cluster of financing need, where there's less kind of knowledge and research at the moment, is how to replace fossil fuel revenues. So, you know, options for other economic diversification, raising new revenues to service fuel-related debt, and actually to maintain those public services which are dependent on fossil fuel revenues. And all of these are obviously related. And there's pockets of this being done all around. We're familiar with the Bridgetown Initiative, of course, which is really around this first cluster of work. But there's nothing that is sitting together in terms of a change pathway for financing a transition at a global level. So this is what we're doing our research now and putting together some ideas and plans, some of which could be in the treaty and others which need to be negotiated in the multilateral space. So in terms of who is supporting the treaty at the moment, we are delighted that we now have 13 nations which have publicly supported the treaty. They have endorsed the treaty initiative and the call for a treaty, and they will be the ones that are coming around the table. Our work in the Caribbean, I know that was one of the questions I saw on the platform for me today for this presentation. Our work in the Caribbean has only really just started this year in terms of the diplomatic outreach and developing our pitch and talking to governments and so forth. Antigua and Barbuda is the only Caribbean nation that has endorsed the treaty so far, but we really are expecting that that number will increase. The majority, as you can see, have been Pacific Island nations where we've been working in that region for well over a year, maybe 2 years now, actually. We were delighted at COP28 that we had our first major oil fossil fuel producing nation, which is the Republic of Colombia, endorse the treaty initiative. They really have been very supportive and outspoken about the need to have international cooperation for them as a fossil fuel producing nation to be able to transition from their production needs. And I don't have the coat of arms yet, but at SIDS4, we're delighted to have the Republic of the Marshall Islands to make our 13th nation. But as I've kind of alluded to, this has been an initiative that has started from civil society. It's endorsed by well over 2,000 civil society organizations. The number is now higher. Actually, this is the slide needs updating. But we have organizations. We also have cities and subnational governments. And in fact, at Miami Climate Week, Castries as a city and also Kingston as a city have endorsed the fuel non-proliferation treaty initiative. We also have 9 indigenous nations, mostly from the Amazon. We've been looking at a fossil fuel-free Amazon kind of zone, fossil-free zone for the Amazon. You as an individual can also endorse. We have 800 parliamentarians and also well over 3,000 scientists, academics, and researchers that really see that this is really an initiative that is speaking to the needs of our planet and the time. We only have 6 years of our carbon budget left, and that it's a hope in terms of accelerating our transition and in a just way and to phase out. These are some of our partners. As you can see, they are very global. From all corners of the globe. We'd really like to have more Caribbean partners as well. I guess in terms of, I know all the speakers have kind of ended with, what you can do. And as, these great minds that you are in the room, we would really like to kind of work on campaign. We have youth organizations that are involved with the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative. Many have designed their own campaigns in collaboration with us or independently in terms of encouraging their governments to really endorse this initiative. So it'd be great to talk with any of you about that if you're interested. I will put here, this is the link for endorsing the treaty if you are really interested, or just to find out more. Here is our website, and feel free, please, to contact me at any time, and if you have any questions at all. So yeah, I will stop there to take questions, which I'm sure you have. Let me stop share. I think I stopped share.
Thank you very much, Jen.
Yes.
Questions? All right, so 1, 2. So Stan.
Okay, good morning. Just wanted to confirm how, because I noted in your presentation that about 2,000 something organizations or non-governmental organizations would have registered their endorsement, but I didn't understand how that these organizations were able to, how you recorded the endorsement.
All right, Jaden, before you answer, just one more.
Good morning, Shania Scotland. Thank you so much for your presentation, very informative. I saw that you mentioned that some of the countries, particularly Colombia, is planning to be very involved with the treaty. So seeing that they are dependent on the fossil fuel use, would you be able to elaborate a bit on how they plan to transition a bit more? What do they see as the incentive for them? And maybe how that can be replicated for Caribbean islands and other large islands that contribute to fossil fuel generation. Thanks.
All right, so I guess you could answer these two.
Sure. Yeah, in terms of recording your endorsement, I think what you mean is how you endorse. So on the website of the Fossil Fuel Treaty website, on that link, you can register your endorsement there. You'll kind of be taken through, I think it's a page where you fill out your information, so you can do it there. And then there's also, once you have endorsed, it will be, you'll see it registered and listed on our website as to who are the endorsing nations. Nations, individuals, civil society, all levels that have endorsed the treaty. That answers your question. Yes, and in terms of Colombia, what is their incentive? So really the incentive is about the need for international cooperation. So international cooperation, which will provide financing for a nation such as Colombia and others that are fossil fuel producing nations, because as a country nationally of themselves, they are doing as much as they can to be able to transition. And there's a plan in place, there's a renewable plan, but there's only so much that they can do within the time period that we have to be able to have our best chance of meeting our 1.5 degree temperature target. So just as our countries have, advocated very strongly for things like the loss and damage financing, that there is really an additional financing support and technical support, political support that is required for them as an individual nation to support the planet's needs, but also their national needs in terms of funding, as I said, funding, technical support, and all those other aspects that would need to come from the international community to be able to do it in the most fastest and fairest way, so that workers aren't left out of jobs, communities, there's a less of a chance for communities to be, decimated by a transition, so that is really considered and assessed in terms of needs from the international community. I hope that answers your question.
Hi, Miss. Morning. Hussein from Guyana. Question pertaining to the 4 treaties that you mentioned. One with the Montreal Protocol and the Kigali Amendment. I know there was a phase-out time given for R22 and R12. And I noticed on one of the slides with the 3 pillars, you did mention about the phase-out. Just curious to know if there is any time span given.
Yeah, thanks. No, at the moment, there is no time span at the moment. There's been various aspects of research to look at this aspect of the equity with respect to phase-out timelines, and that was one of the reports that I showed a slide of. But there is nothing that has been done on an international level for timelines, and this is why this stage of the treaty initiative is really critical for countries that are concerned about that timeline for phase out and it being a period that is feasible for your fiscal needs and economic capacity, because it's the moment at which countries are coming to the table to discuss all of these aspects about how a phase out would be assessed and decided in a fair and equitable way. So as I said before, there's no treaty instrument as itself. We're in the phase now of designing what would be in that.
Thank you very much for that. I think that may be it for the questions. Join me in thanking Ms. Jillian for her presentation.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, so we are now break time. Just a few announcements before. If you haven't registered for today, please utilize the break time to register in the Secretariat. 2, if you have not received a branded shirt for tomorrow as yet, please check with the Secretariat as well. And 3, there are some very, very short interviews happening at the break time based on the event and how it's going. So please engage with the videographer to the back while you get, or before you get your break or after, but they're no longer than 1 minute for the videos. Yeah? So it's now 11:33. 15 minutes for the break, and then we'll be back here in 11:48 to start at 11:50. Good. Enjoy. Kendall, explain to us what happened last night. You were tired? You were just reserved. Time and place. You see, we ever say that people don't grow and learn? Kendall knows about time and place. I do. So I should continue. I should just move along. All right. We'll talk about that in our fireside chat later. Good. So, we're moving to our next session, the experience of entrepreneurs. So then we're going to look at the first session, which is career opportunities in the energy sector. So our presenter is Mr. Ken Aldonza, who holds a master's degree in renewable energy systems technology and recently completed his PhD in energy economics. He has over 10 years of experience working in the renewable energy sector with the government of St. Lucia, the German Agency for International Cooperation, and the Caribbean Development Bank, CDB. He has undertaken biomass, solar PV, and geothermal energy projects, both as an entrepreneur and as a contributor to various stages of project preparation, financing, and implementation. Ken Aldonza currently manages the renewable sector development project in St. Lucia, which has as its primary responsibility the development of the geothermal potential on the island. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Ken Aldonza.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure how
Yeah.
All right. I have to put this up as well.
Do it. Yeah, you have to use this. Yeah, unless you want this one, the mobile.
I'll just use the mobile.
All right, cheers.
All right, so good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm hoping not to bore you. Unfortunately, I have no jokes on the slides and no pictures. Well, maybe a few pictures, but hopefully I'll keep you engaged. So, first thing we need to talk about, qualifications and experience. And we're talking specifically about working in the renewable energy sector. Not the energy sector, because that includes oil and gas. I'm talking about renewable energy. So the usual fields, renewable energy, energy efficiency. I dropped in here electric mobility, because electric mobility, electric vehicles, renewable energy are very closely related, obviously, because they both deal with electricity. But more importantly, the best way to develop your electric mobility infrastructure is to ensure that you are supplying your transport sector from renewable energy instead of producing more energy from fossil fuels, of course. Albeit fossil fuels from the grid would be more efficient than producing your own electricity in your car from an onboard motor. There are also other fields, bioenergy, electrical, mechanical engineering. In fact, almost any engineering field can get you into the renewable energy space. I actually started off as a mechanical engineer and did manufacturing engineering, quality, etc. before moving on. On the technical vocational side, and I have a lot of respect for people who go this route, people who are very good with their hands, they usually tend to go this route. And I've grown, like I said, a lot of respect for these people, because not only do they understand the academics, they can actually make things work. They can do things. So these folks tend to focus on design, installation, troubleshooting, repairs, and servicing of electromechanical systems. Important here, electromechanical systems. There's actually a field called mechatronics that blends the two, electrical and mechanical. You get into that, you could get anywhere, including renewable energy. If you look at wind turbines, for instance, just as an example, that's an electromechanical system. You have a lot of electrical stuff in there, and it's mechanical as well. It's a rotating It's rotating, and the tower as well is vibrating. Wind turbine towers have to be designed for vibration as well. One of the things you will learn if you study renewable energy, you need some really good engineering maths to be able to do the wind turbine tower designs to ensure you do not get resonant frequencies and that kind of thing. But it's really exciting stuff if you're into maths and physics. On the academic side, you could, follow the academic course, do an associate's degree, maybe move up the chain, BSc, MSc, doctorate. Any one of those can get you in depending on what you're interested in. And there are other fields. You might have started off, for instance, doing, let's say, a business degree, and you end up managing an energy firm. You're still in the energy space. You're still in the renewable energy field. So I put these up here as examples, but really it all depends on where you want to position yourself. You can decide at some point later down the road, okay, I want to move into this field. What's the best way to get in? And you use what you have. It's not easy, but you can do it. So we'll start off with some areas, some obvious ones. If you think about the non-obvious ones, you can let me know about them. Firstly, energy specialist. The first few on my slides, the first few slides, I have actually worked in those areas. So I first started off as an energy specialist with Dr. Fletcher in the government of St. Lucia. So there are many places you can work as an energy specialist. We had Carilec here earlier. You can work as an energy specialist with them. IRIE. I have a few others on there. OECS, CARICOM, EU, UN. Good Lord, the list goes on, right? So it depends on what they're looking for, what you're interested in, whether you have the required qualifications. You could work for an MDB, Multilateral Development Banks. IDB, World Bank, CDB. I'm still affiliated. I'm still doing some work with CDB. The project I'm currently managing is financed by World Bank. You can work for those agencies directly as well, developing projects or doing other things in the energy space. NGOs. I have RMI as an example here, Rocky Mountain Institute, but there are lots of other NGOs out there that work in the energy space, and they do all kinds of different things. In Haiti, for instance, I came across NGOs who run mini-grids in different communities in Haiti. Because Haiti has serious energy poverty, especially electricity. So there's an opportunity for private sector to fill up some of that gap, albeit very difficult opportunity, but it's possible. So recently I came across a colleague who's actually working for a philanthropist organization. I didn't put any names here, but if you think about the very, very wealthy people in this world, some of them have money that they're giving away. Of course, there are conditions to that, but you can end up helping to manage some of those funds. And as I said, I have an ex-colleague who's actually doing that at the moment. You could work in the private sector. I worked for GIZ. GIZ is a private sector company, but 100% owned by the government of Germany. That works. You could work for power companies. We have a few folks here who spoke about Lucilec. Carilec is a whole bunch of power companies. I mean, seriously, I don't think I even need to continue. There's just so many possibilities, right? Intergovernmental organizations, I put in here the Global Green Growth Institute. I only came across them very recently, but they're active here in this region. They're active in St. Lucia. And I'm sure there are others I haven't even come across yet. You could work for finance funds. Those are exciting if you're into finance. Green Climate Fund, Global Environment Facility as examples. These guys manage billions of dollars that are supposed to be available for developing the renewable energy sector. They make it fun and exciting to access those funds. You can be part of that fun and excitement. And others, I mentioned grid operators earlier, but there are quite a few others. Or you could be, this is really exciting. Huh? I tried this one time and I failed, so I have a lot of respect for this guy over here who's going to talk to you next. You can become an entrepreneur, and I plan to try again. thing about entrepreneurs is that you have to have an appetite for failure. Yeah? If you don't, it's not for you. So I just listed here a few possibilities as an entrepreneur, what things you could possibly do. You could develop and finance a viable business model. If you're business-minded, you studied business, your degree is there, but you want to do a business with renewable energy, you can create your own business model. If it works, you get it financed. You do your thing. You could adapt a working business model to your local environment. You went somewhere or you saw something on YouTube. It's working somewhere else, and you've thought of a way to adapt it to your condition. You can do that. Nothing wrong with that. You have to have the risk appetite, obviously, but do it. You're still young as well. I'm a lot older than I look. So you can do that now. You can have partnerships with regional or international companies to provide goods or services. Very simple, very straightforward. Retailers do this all the time. You purchase from a large company in the US or Europe and you retail. There's nothing wrong with doing that, especially electric mobility. There are lots of solutions that are very small. One-wheeler, two-wheelers, three-wheelers. I don't see anybody doing this yet, but I'm sure somebody will do it eventually. But that's a business model. You import those, you service them, you sell them. You could participate in energy auctions and other procurement opportunities. If you're properly aligned, you have the right financing in place, you can participate in energy tenders, right? Put in your tender with a company or by yourself. You could use renewable energy and energy efficiency to help other companies to reduce their costs. For example, setting up a small energy service company. Now, that sounds pretty easy, huh? Setting up an energy service company, providing renewable energy and energy efficiency solutions. But practice has shown that it's difficult, but it's not impossible. There are energy service companies operating in other markets around the world. There are lots of things to consider. You're bright people, right? You can become an electric mobility expert. There's a lot in electric mobility. Charging infrastructure, for instance. In some places, it's not as straightforward as just putting a charge station here and people will use it. You need to do some studies to determine where people will most likely use charging infrastructure. What would be the most optimal place? There are places that do not allow the most obvious business model, which would be you set up a charging infrastructure, you set up a charge station, and you have people pay to use it for, pay for the energy they're taking from it. The law in St. Lucia prohibits that. The law in Barbados also prohibits it. But very creative entrepreneurs have found ways around that. And they are doing it. Sorry? You could do that, but there are other models. There are lots of different solutions to problems. And then I think the most important thing as an entrepreneur is to understand the business ecosystem you're working in. What business models will fit in your ecosystem? So if you want to go down that road, it's not sufficient just to have an idea, but can this idea fit in the ecosystem that you're living in? And I'm talking about the business ecosystem. Because with every new thing, you will have opposition, so you need to understand the space. You need to understand who will oppose, who will support, what you need, how to make it work. But I recommend if you're strong-hearted and strong-willed, look at this. Private sector. I already mentioned private sector a few times. The most obvious ones, employment with an energy company, whether it's local or international company. You don't have to stay at home. You're young people again. You can move, go somewhere else. Take opportunities that exist. You could work with commercial banks. Commercial banks hire energy experts to assess projects for financing. So just the same as development banks do. The commercial banks also do this because they don't have the expertise. So if you don't even need financing expertise to be able to do this because what they need is a technical skill. Yeah? You could work with other large companies. For instance, the local brewery, which is not really local. It's owned by an international company, but the Wynwood and Leeward Brewery has an energy person who's responsible for reducing their consumption, getting them to use more renewable energy because they have a renewable energy target. And this is becoming more and more the case for very large companies. Manufacturing companies, industrial, even banking companies, they tend to have green targets or energy targets. You can end up working for any of those. And I put in a solar and wind farm developers. It would be great to work for those as well. Huh? You could also work as a project developer. So I've listed 5 ways you could work as a project developer, ways that I think you could work as a project developer. And I think our next presenter would be able to tell you a little bit more about this as well. So you could prepare projects for others to finance. If the space is there and you know who to target, you can actually prepare the project, take it to them, and have them finance it. Or you could seek financing yourself for your own project. Again, you need to know who to go to because there are lots of different funds available for financing renewable energy. But they're not all for the same purpose. It's all money, but it's not all money that you can access in the same way. There's, for instance, money that's intended for very high-risk development projects, and then there's money that's meant for projects that are mature, technologies that are mature, very low risk. And that very low risk side would be the commercial banks. Okay, you have a solid project, you got backing, you have money, you can go to them. That's the important part, and can pay, right? Because that's what you're looking for. You're looking for a way to make a living, yeah? And as a consultant, you could do many different things. I spoke a lot about finance. You could support project development. So, for instance, sometimes multilateral development banks, they don't have all the capacity. They look for consultants to help them develop projects for governments, the member state governments. That's an opportunity that just comes out into the market. You can apply for that, end up being the one to help them to do that. Or you could be doing it for a specific country. I also have friends who work in specific countries providing that kind of capacity for multilateral institutions. Or you could be in the space implementing projects. At the moment, that's what I'm doing. Implementing the geothermal project for St. Lucia. So,
recording in
depends,
progress.
You know? Well, where do you want to go? Maybe I'm pointing the wrong way. Here we go. And there's, of course, this field, research and technology development, most easily accessed through academia. So in the master's or doctoral level, you can end up doing research. There's still development, for instance, of solar PV ongoing, both in the cutting-edge technology. There's also development for manufacturing, how to make new technologies manufacturable, for instance. There are lots of areas in the development space. You could also do this for private sector firms. There are large firms that already manufacture solar or wind turbines, and they're always looking for ways to improve what they're doing to get a competitive advantage. You can position yourself in that space. And again, you don't necessarily have to start with a renewable energy degree. If you're a mechanical engineer, for instance, and you end up working for a wind turbine manufacturer, you might end up in the division that does R&D. You're in the energy space. Right? So, like I said, and I've been saying, you determine what's possible. You determine what you want. Where do you want to go? Do you want to be in the renewable energy space? Do you just want to advocate for renewable energy? There's a space for you as well. So, that's the end of my presentation. I think I was really clear, so I'm not expecting any questions. Huh?
This one? All right. So we'll go to the next presenter, and then we'll do questions at the end. So you can write them down and... What happened? You send me an email? Me personally? Oh. Okay. All right. So Our next presenter is Danelle Florius, who is a purpose-driven innovator who has a passion for green technology and sustainable development. He's a charismatic, detail-oriented, and results-driven professional with over a decade of experience in the green energy field. He has helped businesses and entrepreneurs improve efficiency in their operations by using technology, and he especially loves helping tech startups develop and grow. He is the business developer and green technology entrepreneur at the HDF Caribbean and EcoCarib based in St. Lucia. So join me in welcoming Mr. Florius, who will present to us on the renewable energy entrepreneur.
Hi, good day, everybody. How's everybody feeling? How has the day been so far? You learning a lot? All right, excellent. So, the life of an entrepreneur, like Ken said, is not an easy one, but it's one that's really fulfilling. And I took a different route than most people took. I think it was a bit even more difficult, but it was something that enabled me to think differently. And thinking differently is something that is really necessary for you to advance and be set apart in this industry. So, I'll give you a bit of my background. Essentially, I went through the regular schooling programs, went to St. Mary's College in St. Lucia, then went over to Sir Arthur Lewis. I did all sciences at each level. And then I went into my studies. Now, when I started in renewable energy, many people did not know about the industry. So I had to try to find a program that was suited towards the sector. However, I noticed that there wasn't many development programs on the industry. So I created my own. So in doing so, I used the internet as my greatest resource. I found different degree programs online, and I pretty much pull the information from each individual sector, whether that be finance, business, project development, project management, and pretty much created my own degree. In so doing, it gave me a different perspective, because now I can not only look at things from a renewable energy expert, but as a tech entrepreneur. Now, I didn't set out to be an entrepreneur. I actually just wanted to get a good job in the energy space and live a cushy life. Comfortable life, wife, family, white picket fence, probably 2 dogs. But that really wasn't the path that life had for me. Essentially, I started looking at where can I learn the most in the sector. So I started doing all my research. I think I read almost every single blog post that I could find, every single article, every single industry expert. I listened to every single podcast. And that is essential because you have to be a sponge when you're just starting in this sector. You have to really be someone that is a good listener. You don't know anything, and you have to understand that there are people who are experts that know a lot more than you and that you can learn from. So in doing so, I then set out to start my journey. I worked with an EPC, which developed roads, bridges, infrastructure projects in St. Lucia. And in so doing, I learned the development mindset. I was put in a very high-level managerial position at a young age, and that really helped me to mature quickly. Because at just 19, 20 years old, I was responsible for people who were probably twice my age. And there were like maybe 10 to 15 of them. And sometimes, as a young person, older people do not respect you. And you have to earn that respect. And that respect is really earned by you actually showing that you stick to your guns, that you do not settle, and that you do not give up. Because in doing so, they will now see that you are a different young person. And that is where the respect grows. So from there, I worked for that firm for 3 years. And then I actually found my passion in renewable energy. Funny story, how that happened is that I was actually studying the government websites and noticed that there was a lot of activity around this space. So I was like, renewable energy. I have two options here. I've been doing a lot of studying about technology, sciences, and the three options for me were to get involved in the tech sector via renewable energy, via blockchain technology, which is Bitcoin, crypto, things of that sort, and agriculture. And when I say agriculture, I'm speaking about smart agriculture, more specifically hydroponic vertical farming. I was like, okay, what is the best industry I can get involved in? And I want to be involved in something that really drives economic growth. Because I understand that I am from a small island in the Caribbean, and that the impact that I may have being from a small island may not be as great as someone coming from a first world country. So I was like, what really pushes economies forward? And that happened to be energy. So that compelled me to move forward into the industry. I needed to learn. I didn't know much. So remember, I was doing research all this time online, but after a certain point in time, you need to become practical with things, right? So I found a job with a startup. And this startup was a solar energy and electric vehicle EPC, meaning that they design projects for developing systems for both commercial and residential use. So I started there doing sales, level 1. And the thing about learning how to sell is that it really impacts every single area of your life. Because you're selling every single day, whether that be selling yourself to your future employer, selling yourself to the people around you, selling things to your family so that they may support you in your dreams. You're selling every single day. Now, I learned I hated sales, just so you know. All right? I absolutely hated it because being a logical person and being somebody who was more introverted back then, I was like, oh gosh, I have to talk to people. And that isn't something that is for the faint-hearted because people have different emotions, they have their different opinions. Everybody asking me if an electric car will shock them. So I'm like, listen. So you have to actually be persistent when you're selling and be patient with people because you know more than they do, and you have to be able to educate them at their pace. So I worked with this startup for a period of 2 years. And whilst I was working with this startup, I noticed that there was something that they were not doing, which was energy efficiency. So being the inquisitive and innovative person that I am, I was like, why don't I start a business to do what they're not doing? So I started a company called EcoCarb, which was actually focused on energy efficiency. And fun fact, my former employer were actually the first clients of my new startup. Because, again, I designed it to do what they were not doing. So that is very critical because you have to notice gaps in the market. And you have to carve out your niche in that space because that is where value is created. If you all focused on the exact same thing as someone coming from a first world country, you may not be likely to be chosen. So you have to ensure that you are set apart from everybody else and you're regarded as an expert in that niche that you carve out for yourself. So Fast Track, they were my first clients. I left that position because they told me, Dinell, you know what? We believe that you have outgrown the position. So I was like, no problem. Y'all didn't pay me anyway. Because what I didn't say was that I left my managerial position and went to work with this startup for free. So everybody was like, you sure you know what you're doing? Because you're leaving all of this, you have your own vehicle, you have all these perks to go work with a startup for free. But I wanted to learn. And I know that as a young person, my most valuable asset is time. So I bit the bullet and took upon the journey. Now, I left this business, and within the next 2 weeks of them telling me this, I had a booth launching my startup opposite them at the National Energy Fair. So they were upset. But at the end of the day, they respected me because they understood that, listen, this guy is different. Today, they're no longer around, but I am. And I'm still going. So the very important thing here is that you have to have resilience in this sector. Because with resilience, you now prove the fact to everybody else that you're here to stay. Because many people in the energy sector, they get frustrated, whether it be from the slow policy implementation, whether it be from trying to get access to capital to develop your projects or to move things forward, whether it be through red tape in your country that the government has put in place to try to protect market incumbents. You have to understand that this is a space which starts wars. This is a space which creates all the geopolitical tension around the world. Right now, I'm sure most of you have read about Russia finding the oil reserves, and now they're currently on their way to the Caribbean, to Cuba. So now you have to understand the space in which you operate. Now, moving on to the next stage of my journey, I actually used to sneak into government meetings to learn the industry. And again, that comes down to the red tape. I was not invited as a young person to have a seat at the table. So every time the government posts something online, I there. So I was like, after a while, they started to kick me out of a couple of them. But then, there was one time they were like, Dinell, who invited you here? This is a private meeting. I think you have to leave. And I was like, you know what? At least they know my name. So, fast track to the future of that experience, you have to understand that you know where you're going, and nobody will ever stop you from getting there. The government started to call me to now teach them on renewable energy. They started to call me to consult them on electric vehicles, on solar energy, and the development of the industry. Even today, I'm helping the regulators and policymakers develop the key ways to ensure that the industry is moving forward in the best way. Now, being an entrepreneur, I understood that nobody would actually invest in you if they do not know who you are. So, being from a small island and being from the Caribbean, I understood that you have access to the internet. So you have to ensure that you're not just known locally, but globally. How do you do that? We have been blessed with the power of social media. The previous generations did not have access to this media stream. So what I did is that every single post that I make on social media is very focused and targeted towards my overall profile online. So when people search renewable energy in the Caribbean, guess who pops up? When people search eco-carb or solar energy or green energy expert, guess who pops up? And that is by design. More specifically, it's called search engine optimization. that is something that I actually did some consultancy for a Canadian business on, and I implemented it into my own life. Now, all this time I still broke, right? Just so you know. So I had to do other consultancies along the way in various sectors to actually stay afloat whilst I was going upon my journey. This actually got the attention of some people from Martinique. And this was a relationship that was forged by the OECS when Martinique actually became associate members of the OECS. Now, within this program, which was sponsored by the EU and run by the French Chamber of Commerce, it was really to help the French Caribbean and the English-speaking Caribbean work together in a more collaborative way. At this time, I did not speak French. So I was like, challenge accepted. So I had to learn French. And within this program, luckily, they actually paid for me to learn French. And it was a program that was specifically designed for business French. So I spent 4 years learning French. Within this program, I actually met another entrepreneur in Martinique, and he was pretty much doing the same thing I was doing with EcoCarib. He was so inspired by having conversations with me, again, selling yourself. He told me that, Denell, our visions align, and we should partner. So now, me being the smart individual that I am, I'm like, okay, we will partner, but these are my terms and conditions. We're going to do an associate partnership first, because I'm not just going to marry you. And then we move forward into any other more integrated partnership thereafter. So we did the partnership for 1 year. And within this associate partnership, what happened was that I learned some intricacies of their business. They learned some of mine, but they didn't really help me that much. So then he told me, Denell, for me to give you the most value, we need to actually be equity partners in your company. So we negotiated. It took maybe about 9 months of negotiations, going back and forth. I had to make sure the terms were straight because I understood that it's not what you say, it's what you negotiate. What's on the paper at signing. So I made sure that all my terms were listed here because people have a habit of changing their minds. Make sure that it's written and it's well documented as you move forward in any area of life, especially in this sector. Because I can tell you, even at the level I am now, we're going through certain things with large stakeholders that's causing some ruffling of the feathers. And if we did not have certain things in our legal contracts, it would be a massive issue for us in developing our projects. So, I made my name, have a bit of traction, closed a couple deals, made some money. That actually caught the attention of another French firm called Hydrogen de France, or Hydrogen of France. And it's actually a French public traded company on the Paris Stock Exchange. So they were like, Denell, we've seen what you're doing, and we believe that you would be a great addition to our regional team. So essentially, when they approached me, I was interviewing them. They weren't interviewing me because I understood the value that I have. I carved out my niche and I knew my market. So now it's a different conversation. I'm asking them, why should I give you my time and energy when I actually already have my company running? I'm making decent money. So you want me to give you some of my resources for what? Like, what's the value for me? And they were like, Danelle, you know what? We're going to give you access to people internationally because we're in 32 countries around the world. We're also going to change the conversation from speaking about millions to billions. Now, like any young person, I was like, $1 million idea isn't cool. You know what's cool? $1 billion idea. Tag Facebook. But then I was like, you know what? According to my vision, which states that I am to make over $1 billion in impact in the industry, this fell in line with that. And lo and behold, just a few months before they approached me, I was actually flown to Bilbao in Spain to speak at a World Bank event on green energy and climate impact. And at this event, the entire conversation was around green hydrogen. Now at that time, I knew nothing about green hydrogen. But then they approached me and then, you know what happened? I kicked into research mode. So it's the same thing, the same process from when I started in the industry and then moving forward and developing it. So it's always a loop. It's always a cycle. So you have to understand that, and development is not like this. Development goes like this. But you have to ensure that you keep trending upwards. And that is the most important thing. So, like Ken was saying, we actually raised some of the hard money that you were talking about. So with HDF Energy, we actually secured $40 million from the Green Climate Fund for a project in Barbados called Renewable Barbados. And we also actually raised a lot of money from different stakeholders, whether that be from the EU, to actually help in development costs of our project. Within our project, we actually got it to a certain level. Now, the thing about it is that when you're operating from a standpoint of having a great balance sheet, the conversations are different. You're no longer raising money just because you need it. You're raising money because it's strategic. So us raising money from GCF wasn't just because we needed it to develop the project, but it was to actually open doors with other NGOs to raise capital for future projects around the world. So it changes the dynamic of the conversation. In Barbados, the project is over $100 million, so we're at about $160 million USD. And we actually have great strategic partners who are also equity partners on board in that of Rubis. So Rubis actually has a stake in the French company based in Paris. And the great thing about it is that Rubis, being somebody who's been in the energy space for so long, has created a wonderful door for us to just walk through. We're focused on developing the region. So my goal and my target as a developer for HDF is really to push our development technology through the region as much as possible. And just to go a little bit deeper into what we do, we actually focus on green hydrogen, which uses renewables such as solar, wind, maybe geothermal in the future, to actually split water into hydrogen and oxygen, store the energy as hydrogen, and then run it through an electrolyzer to create electricity. So that in and of itself provides stable power to the grid, and you don't have to worry about the intermittency issues that we currently face with renewables. The great thing about this technology is that for us, it's proprietary technology that we actually developed in Bordeaux, France. I actually just flew in. I got here last night because we had our official opening ceremony in Bordeaux, which is located in the south of France. So that really brought together all the stakeholders within that region, and it created the impact that we have now. And we were actually able to raise a few extra 100 million euros to go towards the development of our projects around the world. Now, the conversations are different at this level. And being someone who's actually gone from the ground up, selling solar systems and electric cars, to where I am today, the conversations are different. And I understand the full scope. So somebody who's selling me a solar system for a utility scale project, I can zoom in all the way down to the guy screwing in the panel on the mount. That gives you perspective. And that is perspective that not many people have. So I can speak the language of both the financier, the engineer, the lawyer, the politician, and the non-profit organization. That puts me in the middle. This is my niche. And for you, you also have the ability to carve out your niche, to empower not just yourself, but your island, your region, and the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for both of our presenters. Question time. Okay. Questions just now. If you have any questions, tell me now. We'll do comments separate and apart. Questions. All right, good. Wait, yeah, stand and say to who, because remember we have two presenters. So, okay. Yeah.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Donnell, from everything you're saying there just now, especially at the end, I'm just seeing this like Venn diagram of all these different stakeholders. You were in the center of this. Are you still considering yourself an entrepreneur?
Okay, that's one. Thank you. To Danielle as well? Okay, that's fine.
To the first presenter, is there or can you provide a list of the different places or donors or so that we can actually potentially write to get access to some of the funding you were speaking about?
Okay, so that's question about funding and sharing that secret book. And you about entrepreneur. Third question, you. So who? Of course.
Hi. So very powerful presentation there. In electrical engineering, there's something called power triangle. And you have KVA and KVRs. He doesn't have any KVRs, reactive power and real power. Am I correct, sir? He have real power. So my question to you, one question, what's your age?
Okay. Any other real questions? Wait, you point at somebody? Okay, just all right. So let them answer these and I will come back to you. So,
Okay, so the question was whether there's a list of financing agencies that you can contact to finance your projects. There's no list per se. So if you just do a simple Google search for maybe climate finance or energy finance, you'll find a lot of results coming up. What's important to understand is who is the best fit for the kind of financing you're looking for. That will require a little bit of research on your end to learn what each different financing institution does and what their requirements are to be able to access their financing. But I cannot point you to a list. Yeah, sorry. That was a reactive question.
All right, so my question was, do I still consider myself to be an entrepreneur? And my answer to that is absolutely yes. Why? What is the definition of an entrepreneur? Someone who develops a business by taking a lot of risk to do so. And the thing about it is that even though I work with HDF right now as a developer, it's more of entrepreneurship. So my entrepreneurial mindset is still very much needed in this space. So you have to understand that you can actually go two routes. You can take the route of which I did both, where you build from the ground up using your savings, bootstrapping, raising money from grants, then going to investors, and then going into the VC space. Or you can just work with a big entity and actually carve out your space and your niche within that entity. And my age, I am the ripe age of 32.
Thank you very much for that. All right, questions again? Questions just now. Wait, yeah, you had another question anyway for Drew. Any other questions? There you go.
So for the first presenter, very powerful presentation also. And one of your slides you did mention about EV servicing and charging stations is very small. In Guyana, we have 8. We're actually looking forward for bringing on some more this year, maybe 4 more or 6 more, depends on the range. We have approximately 500 electric vehicles. We're still pushing. MGs and Teslas is too top right now with BMW competing. But I do agree partially on the statement that you make, and it's a career path actually. We do have GEA had an agreement with IMI in Europe to train technicians, and these are males and females both, in the energy sector, so that they could complete level 3 and level 4 in EV service and training. And I do congratulate you on GIZ. They are doing some pretty good work there with e-mobility. So keep it up, and I do look forward to have some more training with them also.
Thank you very much. Question? Yep. You have to stand there.
All right, so this question is for Danelle. As a developer, a lot of times, you're working for a big company, the company tends to take credit for your work, right? So what have you put in place for, your protection of your work, protection of your intellectual property?
Okay. Can you hear me? All right. So essentially, for protecting my work, you have to understand what really drives you. And you have to understand that you're in a sector that is community-based. So when you're working in the renewable energy sector, it's not just about you, especially when you're developing utility-scale projects. So you can't say it's my work. You have to understand the bigger purpose of what you're doing. You understand? So don't take things personally, and understand what you're doing, how you're doing it, the impact you're creating for yourself, for your future generations, for the world. And if you just happen to work within a company that is publicly traded, can do a little investing. All right? So that is my route. And the thing about it is that I'm an entrepreneur, so I like to have a bit of stake in what I do. Oh, yeah, go to the mic. I like to have a bit of stake in what I do because I'm an entrepreneur, but that just drives me further to understand that no matter who or what I'm working in, I actually have a stake that outlives me and that I can pass down to the future generations.
Okay, so I'll make my commentary very quick. It's kind of tangentially related, but especially since it was mentioned yesterday that African youth tend to apply for more funding than, Caribbean youth. About March, I was part of a collaborative that, of like young people from Kenya, Nigeria, and the Caribbean who informed, a grant-making strategy for the Children's Rights Innovation Fund. And a call for proposals will be coming out soon, so look out for that. But one of the cultural differences that was mentioned is, like in Nigeria, they have this belief that, Niger know they take last, so they will not take last in anything, they will try. And that's kind of what I really wanted to bring us to. So the first presenter did mention risk appetite, and especially the Children's Rights Innovation Fund, they're very experimental. So their appetite for risk is pretty high because it's funding for children and youth. Very low barriers to entry as well. So I just wanted to let you all know that these things do exist, and we have to remove the mental barriers as well and make a cultural shift for us to be able to make that much of a splash in the space that we're working in.
Thank you. Thank you. So you still have that comment? Okay. Samantha has the last comment or question, and then.
Okay, this is for Danelle. I'd like to say both presentations, excellent, very inspiring. The job opportunities in the energy sector really inspired me to know how many things that's available for you to get into. And to Danelle, very inspiring and powerful presentation. I'd like to say, though, that I wish I can have somebody like you in Grenada, because there's so many people who have potential to be in that space that you are in, but they just don't have the motivation. So I really feel as though, if there's some possibility that you can have a platform whereby regionally you can inspire and empower people to, get out of their comfort zone and take the risk.
Thank you very much for that, Samantha. You want to go now?
Thanks. Just a couple of comments. First of all, it's been a long time since I was in that space, right? But just a personal observation. At the age of 34, I was appointed chairman of the Prime Minister's Advisory Council and head of Solutions Investment Corporation. 34 years old. Dealing with a lot of people much older than I am. Initially, you have fears because you're dealing with people who are older. They question why you, where you come from. So there's a certain amount of confidence that you must have in yourself. But there's something else that you must do. And you must never be afraid of seeking advice. Because you don't know it all. As good as you think you are, and back then, there was not the plethora of information available on the internet that there is now. So you couldn't even go and do, as Danelle did, and Google and really bring yourself up to speed. When I became permanent secretary, and then a year later, at the age of 35, I became permanent secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries, dealing with people who were 10, 15 years older than I am. And again, questioning, well, who's this guy? Who's this upstart that wants to come? And he's the step just after the minister telling me what to do, what not to do. And again, what I did there was seek advice, talk to people, never be afraid of asking, never be afraid of approaching mentors, somebody you see as a mentor, somebody who's been in that space before you. That's the only way you learn. You could also learn by making mistakes and falling, but asking questions before you fall is a lot less painful than falling. And I think sometimes we have this hesitance of asking advice because we figure, well, people realize we don't know. You cannot know it. You just cannot know it. But you have to ask, seek people, and some will feel a little resentful that, how you get there already, and they may not answer you. Go and talk to somebody else. You have to have that inquisitive mind. So, like I said, I was in that space at some point, and I saw people look down on me and question. One thing helps, and I didn't realize it then, but at the age of 34, I was already Dr. Fletcher. At the age of 27, I was already Dr. Fletcher. So it's an intellectual snobbery that exists in our culture. that had I been Jimmy Fletcher, they would have treated me differently to being Dr. Jimmy Fletcher. And I hate to say it, but it's a reality, and you have to understand that that's the space in which you work. There is an intellectual snobbery. You have a PhD. They will listen to you, and they will take you a lot more seriously. But that does not mean anything. Because I tell people, what my PhD allowed me, what I can say with absolute certainty, was that when I got my PhD, nobody knew more about the control of flower and pod abscission and Phaseolus vulgaris than I did. That's all I knew. That's the only thing that separated me from anybody else. I knew a lot about a very small subject, but the person with a master's or the person with a first degree was just as knowledgeable as I was on everything else. But people don't understand the difference in what a PhD brings you and what a normal education brings you. They believe that a person with a PhD knows everything about everything. No, you know everything about a small thing. It could be the mating patterns of the South African butterfly, and that's why you got your PhD. You know, and that's the reality. So, you know, and you have to ensure that people give you the respect that you want. So never be shy about trying and ensuring that you get that respect. And the way you get that respect is by proving your worth, like Danelle did, like Ken did, you know, and showing people that you have the substance, but always have the humility. If you come out and, hey, I've made it, when I did my PhD, I came out with a PhD from Cambridge, and I figured, yeah, boy, you have a Cambridge PhD, and that doesn't mean a thing. It doesn't mean a thing. You have to show people who you are, what you're capable of. Now, to answer the question about how do you get money, and it's unfortunate that we couldn't get Keithlyn to talk yesterday because she had a death in her family. But I really wanted you to hear Keithlyn Karua Freefor's story, because Keithlyn formed an NGO, formed a nonprofit, and has been able to access a lot of funding. You cannot access funding on your own. You cannot stand up and write a proposal as Samantha Telesford or Zendini Bibi or somebody else and send it to the World Bank or send it to somebody and get money. They will not give you that money. I can't even do it as Jimmy Fletcher. I can't, although I'm well known everywhere. You must have a company. Even more so, you must have an NGO. And that's what the Africans do. The Africans form their NGOs, they form their nonprofits very, very quickly. And they ensure that they have all the fiduciary requirements, everything. Because you need to be able to prove to whoever it is you're applying for that money that, one, you have an entity that exists, there is something legal that is established. And second, you have a track record, or you can manage funds. So even every cent that you spend, every bit of money that you take in, record it and have some kind of, so they know that the money that they give to you will be well spent. In Africa, they do that very quickly. In our jurisdictions, unfortunately, I think our governments make it too difficult to establish NGOs and non-profits. It is much easier for me. I can set up 20 companies, 20 private companies, in the amount of time it'll take me to set up an NGO in this country. I have to go through all sorts of hoops to set up an NGO and show this and show that. I believe, and this is being live streamed, I'll say it still, I'm at an age where I don't really care what people hear me say. But I think governments believe that NGOs represent a threat to them because they can mobilize civil society in political action. But that's not what an NGO is. An NGO is a not-for-profit that will help you do community work or do other work. So we have to, and that's, again, where your voices are important, we have to prevail upon our governments to make it easier for people to set up nonprofits. Because the quicker you could set up a nonprofit, establish a nonprofit, is the quicker you could write to Clara Lionel Foundation, Open Society Foundation, SPY and others. These foundations will not give Ethan Leanne money. They will not. But they will give some NGO, Youth for Renewable Energy in St. Lucia. They will give that NGO money. So set up your nonprofit, start working on it now. Do whatever you have to do. It's a long process in some of our jurisdictions, but it is absolutely essential that you do it. But what I would like to leave behind with you is, do not allow anybody to ever use your age against you, but also do not be shy of asking for advice and asking people, how did you do this? What can you do? That's very, very critical, yeah?
Thank you very much, Dr. Fletcher. So I guess this question is for who? Dr. Fletcher, okay. Question or comment?
It's a comment to help.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. It's not going to be really, really quick, and I agree with everything Dr. Fletcher is saying, because in Barbados, what I do, I'm running an environmental trust fund. And a lot of times we have persons who are doing really great work, super passionate, but they just do not have the structure for me to be able to give them funding. one thing I advise them to do if you do not have a nonprofit is to do strategic collaborations. You have a great project idea, you have an organization that's local that you form a good relationship with. Tell them about your project. Look for ways which is going to align with the goals that they have in mind as well, and come together and put together a joint proposal. Put it forward. That's a good way for some person who's really new, you have no track record, you have no proof of managing any amount of funds. But if you can just partner yourself and align yourself strategically with someone who's been years in the game and years with a track record, I would take you on. And I would give you grant funding. So that's just a little tip for those who may want to.
Well, she would have actually kind of answered my question, because given the difficulty in registering nonprofit organizations, I was going to ask, wouldn't it be easier to then associate yourself with an existing org?
Thank you. So that was very fortuitous and good for me, right? I know. Just now. Wait, just now, somebody else had a question before, right? It's just I don't want to ignore those who had their hands before. All right, go ahead. You have to stand. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gary. Thank you, Mr. Donnell. That was a really inspiring speech. I have a few short questions. During your entrepreneurship journey, when you began partnering with the French, how large was your team, or were you still working solo? And what was the vetting process to selecting responsible members for your team? Because I know it's a risky business. You would be the employers of these individuals.
All right. So Daniel, you could go to the mic, but take it off the stand, please, to answer. So that's one set. There's somebody else from a very long time ago. No? I'll never get vexed for that. Anybody else? Last question. Last. Okay. Don't get any bright ideas just now.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Go ahead.
So for all of the people who would like to align themselves with an organization who is trusted and known and get funding, you can always reach out to your local Rotaract club. It's known internationally, and you will get money from it. It's trusted, known, and there's like 7 areas of focus that just go through everything. So you could just reach out to them. It's an international organization, been there for years, trusted. So, yeah.
Thank you very much for that.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
All right. So to answer your question, what I did was that I actually had a team of 2 people at that time. So it was just myself and my co-founder. But I contracted out a lot of the work. So essentially my team ramped up and ramped down according to the projects that we were working on. And that kept us lean. So that kept my operating expenses super, super low. And that created value for working with the French entity, because they went another route whereby they actually had a massive team of about 30 people at the time. And they had the expertise in the industry, because at that point in time, there weren't many people who were working in renewable energy in the Caribbean. But luckily, by working with the French, they had access to top-class engineers, whether it comes from aerospace engineers to high-level electrical engineers, and people who had energy experience from working with Total. Because the founder of the company who actually invested in me was actually one of the former employees of that company. So getting all that energy experience, they pretty much added a lot of value to me. And the value that I added to them was giving them access to the English-speaking Caribbean.
Thank you very much for that. And ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our 2 presenters. We're now going to go to our next presenter, Ms. Zaria Diaz, who will present to us on what is a just energy transition and how can we achieve it. Zaria is an associate with the island's energy program at the Rocky Mountain Institute, where she supports renewable energy and resilient projects based primarily in the Caribbean region. Prior to joining them, she was a part-time writer with a focus on renewable energy and sustainability. She published articles on topics such as geothermal energy, hydrogen, and e-mobility. She has also served as an editor, intern, and correspondent for the CES IRIE Impacts magazine, a publication of the academic NGO, which aims to open close access research on environmental sciences and renewable energy in the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Zaria Diaz.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I'm glad to be here today to speak with you on the just energy transition and how we can achieve it. So I think I'll just jump right into it. Okay, so just a little agenda. Hopefully I have enough time to cover everything. So I'm just going to begin with a very brief intro into what the energy transition is, although I think everybody in this room by now has a good idea of what it is. But just to be sure, I'll still talk about it briefly and introduce the concept of the just energy transition. From there, I'll talk about how we achieve the just energy transition, which is pretty complex, but I think I've done my best to try and present it in a way that you can learn from it and take something back. So within that section, I'll just talk to you about the tenets of energy justice, how you can put together energy equity framework, or how, more particularly, those in power, decision makers, what they should include in an energy equity framework, and then finally a little interactive session. Hopefully, this is an interactive group, so I actually just put this in last night, just so, because I realized we have a lot of energy. So. Okay, so just briefly talking about me, so you don't wonder who's this random person coming to talk to you about energy equity. So I work at IRIE, which is a nonprofit based in the US with a mission to transform the global energy system and achieve a sustainable energy future for all. The team I work on is called the Islands Energy Program, and we work primarily in the Caribbean in, I think, about 18 territories, maybe more by now. And we do our work in 4 Ps. I know we spoke about 3 Ps of a place in St. Lucia that I don't want to pronounce wrongly. Yeah, we spoke about that. So we also have the 4 Ps. It's planning, projects, people, and partnership. In terms of planning, we usually work with government, so ministers in different ministries, government agencies, sometimes regulators, to develop policies and analyze policies and help them with their strategic energy planning. In terms of projects, we do quite a lot of project preparation and that de-risking that this guy here was talking about earlier, in order to help usually utilities, sometimes governments, sometimes private sector entities who want to implement usually solar PV projects, and we help them to prepare those projects, de-risk them, and bring them to a stage where they can be financed. We work with people by incorporating capacity building in our work. So we try to train trainers, essentially, try to make sure that we're not just coming in and doing work and then leaving, but we actually want to make it sustainable so that the people who were involved in the project can also continue to educate others. And finally, we partner with many regional organizations in order to just keep the momentum of the transition going. Okay, so what is the energy transition? Essentially, in one sentence, a movement from a fossil fuel-based economy towards one that is based on renewable energy sources. In the electricity sector, this looks like moving from fossil fuel-based power generation, so using diesel, fuel oil, natural gas, and moving towards renewable energy sources like all we heard about this morning, so solar, wind, geothermal, hydro, everything. And in transportation sector, looks like moving from gasoline vehicles to electric vehicles. So what does the energy transition look like in the Caribbean? So I have here some pictures. I forgot to change the text from white text, I apologize. So these pictures have captions, but I'll just tell you. So the first one, the biggest picture, is of a solar carport in the Bahamas. The second one is of e-buses in Bermuda. The third is of the Wigton Wind Farm in Jamaica. The fourth is of battery energy storage in Barbados. And that's important to support the intermittent sources like solar and wind that can't really predict when it's going to have or when it's not. So you need batteries to support that. And the fifth is of some rooftop solar on some schools in Dominica. And that project was actually funded by the Clara Lionel Foundation as well. So on the side here, I just have a little listing of what the energy transition means for the Caribbean. And it means moving from a centralized, a system where you have one or a few central power stations, to like more distributed systems where you have energy sources that are located closer to their point of consumption. So in English, that means moving from where you have maybe one or two main power plants on your island to different, like lots of rooftop solar systems, maybe solar arrays located at different areas on your island. And this distributed system lends a lot to increasing resilience of a power system. It also means moving from dirty fossil fuel-based energy, electricity generation, and energy use to cleaner, renewable-centered energy. And finally, moving from these expensive, volatile, imported fossil fuel sources to local, cheap, indigenous, renewable energy sources that are your own, and you have that energy security. Okay, and on this slide, I just have a list of some of the benefits of the energy transition, but also we have to acknowledge that it's not just going to be all roses, right? They have some potential negative impacts that definitely have to be addressed. And that brings us to the topic of the just energy transition. So I haven't seen a set definition for what the just energy transition is, but these are a few organizations that this is how they define it. So they have slightly different definitions, but one thing you'll see in all of them is that they share a common theme of fairness, inclusivity, leaving no one behind, avoiding inequity. And that's basically the essence of what a just energy transition is, making sure that everyone is included and that everything is fair. So now for the question of how do we achieve a just transition? A very difficult question to answer, because as you think about it more and more, you realize how connected everything is. As you start to pull on one thread, you realize a lot of other things are attached to it. So it's not a very simple and straightforward answer, especially when you get into the specifics. You realize that it varies so much, even by person. So it might vary by community, by country, by region. So rather than just give you a specific answer, I'll give you some, I guess we can call them guiding principles, or like some concepts to think about, and show you, I guess, one way that you could possibly use these principles to approach events in the just energy transition. And I have some examples that I will apply to, and then we can try it all together. And then, you could give me some feedback on if you think that's a good approach or any of your thoughts. So we'll first start with the tenets of energy justice. And in this approach, one will be to apply these tenets to the situation and to any solutions that have been proposed to solve the issue. So the first tenet is distributional justice, where we talk about the equitable distribution of benefits and burdens. It's usually, or most often, referred to in like a geographical context, but it doesn't have to be geographical. It's just about making sure everyone involved is receiving the benefits and the burdens fairly. Notice I said fair, equitable here, and not equal. because we know there's a difference between equity and equality. In the procedural tenet, just looks at including all stakeholders in decision-making processes, making sure that you get the views of everyone who's going to be impacted. Recognition justice refers to free, fair, and honest representation and acknowledgement of diverse perspectives. And it's very important that these are all of those things, free, fair, so nobody feels threatened. So I think we spoke about tokenism yesterday. It's not enough to just have someone in the room with you while you're making decisions. You have to make sure that you actually listen to what they're saying and you actually acknowledge their perspective. And finally, the fourth one, which is sometimes added, restorative justice, simply refers to the correction of past historical injustices that have been carried out. So yeah, these are what you would apply in this approach. You would apply to the situation and to any solutions that are proposed. Usually means asking a lot of questions, and you realize that in achieving a just energy transition, not dealing with justice, it's a lot of listening, asking questions, thinking, asking more questions, and just going like that. It's very iterative. So one issue, when we think about the renewable energy transition and moving away from fossil fuels to renewable energy, is what happens to workers in the fossil fuel sectors. What happens to the person who makes a living from oil and gas, whose family has done that their entire life, and then the refinery closes down, and what happens to them? What happens to the person who makes a living driving the gas tankers? What happens to them? And one suggestion that has been put forward to this, you see it everywhere, is reskilling, upskilling, and of course training new persons. But we're talking about these people, so you'd have to reskill them because they have skills, or at least upgrade their skills so that they can thrive in this new economy that has no fossil fuels in it. So when we look at distributional justice, one question we could ask is which communities will be most affected by a move away from fossil fuels to renewable energy? Essentially, you have people living in communities that work in these jobs because that's where the fossil fuel sector, that's where that company was located. But if the plant, for example, moves to another city, what happens to these people when when the refinery is no longer working and they have to go elsewhere for a job? How easy is it for them to do that? In looking at procedural justice and including all stakeholders, you can think about those people whose livelihoods are most affected, which we've already discussed, people in the fossil fuel sectors. You can ask, what do they want from reskilling initiatives? So this isn't about necessarily answering these questions, but also just generating the questions, just giving you a guideline on what to think about when you're thinking about, is this solution a just solution? In terms of recognition, you just want to make sure that training is accessible to a diverse set of people, making sure that everyone can access it in the group that you're looking at. In this case, it's the workers, so making sure that it's accessible to everyone, regardless of their age, their gender, race, ableness, their socioeconomic status. And finally, restorative justice, just looking at the history of the energy transition, of the energy sector, and any capacity building efforts, like who has been unfairly left out, why has this been happening, and how can they be included here? Another example would be for those people who cannot install. So when you're thinking about the renewable energy transition, and as I mentioned before, you're thinking about more solar, so solar on rooftops. But not everyone owns their house and can put rooftops on it. Some people live in apartments, so they can't, maybe they are interested, but they want to reap the benefits of these kinds of net billing, net metering, feed-in tariff policies that allow you to sell electricity to the grid and get some money, or at least offset your electricity bill. So maybe they can't afford it, but they just don't have a house to put it on. So one suggestion for this is community solar. And that's a concept where there's a solar array, and you can basically invest in a share of the solar array and then receive a share of the benefits that come from this connected solar array. Yeah. So in thinking about that, when you're thinking about implementing something like that, when you look at the distributional justice aspect, you want to think, this one has a lot of questions. So you think about what should the participants' share of the array be limited, or should they be allowed to purchase as much as they want? That depends on the context, right? You can't just say yes or no. It depends a lot on the context. If they want to limit it, what is a reasonable limit? Also depends on context. How should the capacity be allocated? When you're looking at the procedural and including all of the affected stakeholders, you want to think about who's going to be responsible for the construction and maintenance of the array. Because people are going to be investing their money into this and expecting a return on that investment. So someone needs to make sure that it's actually working. And who's going to keep that person responsible? So these are things to think about. And there's probably a lot of other questions, but this is just for example purposes. In terms of recognition justice, and you want to think about how can these community solar initiatives be made accessible to all. So you don't want it to just be put, for example, in the affluent areas. People live in big fancy condos. You might have some lower income persons who can still afford to participate, but they just get left out of the conversation. So that's one example of a marginalized group. And in terms of the restorative justice, you could think about, have any past inequities occurred with regard to renewable energy access, but also energy access in general? And I think this is a topic that comes up when you look at energy poverty or energy burden and citing of people living in remote areas. Sometimes utilities don't want to run their lines to this because of the cost. They don't think it's cost efficient, so they just don't. So how can these kinds of past inequities be rectified through this type of initiative? For example, putting a solar array in a remote area where the utility doesn't want to run their lines because of cost, and having the people there participate in the community solar initiative. And of course, that also comes with questions like who's going to own that array, who's going to see about it. So, like I told you, a lot of questions. Okay, so after you've gone through, I guess, the first round or rounds of questioning, and you're ready to start implementing or looking at how you implement the solution, you can take some of these elements of this framework. This was taken from a report done by IRIE. I was not part of this report. I joined like 2 months before it was published. But yeah, it's free online if you want to access it. But it lays out 5 elements of like a good framework to build and to ensure an equitable energy transition. So these include structural foundations, referring to not just physical, but also legislative. So that means making sure that laws are established that allow for the solution that you're trying to implement to be implemented. Also refers to physical infrastructure. So in terms of utilities and distributed solar, so like rooftop solar, you want to make sure that the utility equipment, like the transformers, the overhead lines, can deal with all of that extra solar power that's going to be on the grid, as well as the volatility of the solar. Next, you want to look at community engagement, just same as procedural justice, making sure that you have engagement in the community, engagement of stakeholders, then data collection and management. Yesterday we learned about the importance of data, so you see why it's good to have a good data collection and management framework for your solution and making sure that it's a just solution. Then we look at programs and policies. So that just means, as it says, putting in place programs or policies that can make your solution work in a just manner. And financial mechanisms, which is very important for ensuring that the low-income population in particular has access to participating in the renewable energy transition. And we're using the same examples of what happens to the workers in the fuel sector and the suggestion of reskilling. And yes, that picture at the bottom is intentional to also show that this is an opportunity to fix the gender gap in the sector. So many things, like I said, are interconnected. So yes, so you have structural foundations, which can include legislation to protect your affected workers, You have making sure that your training facilities are equipped to train people, upskill them as you want. And then you have community engagement, where you engage, of course, with the workers in the industries that are being affected. And you also engage with the residents and communities that may be affected. In terms of data collection and management, you can look at tracking data on employment of the fossil fuel sector to make sure that you're capturing all of the employees that are going to be infected, and also in tracking the success of your training initiatives. So you're not just saying that you did a training initiative, so that's just transition, and it wasn't actually effective. People didn't learn anything, or they have nothing to do with the skills that they learned. And then you look at programs and policies, establishment of training programs, and finally, financial mechanisms. So perhaps having subsidized programs that allow for lower-income persons to access training. Maybe they live far away and they have to travel for the training, and so they can participate in that way. And the second example with the community solar, so some examples of structural foundations for that one would be legislation to allow for the interconnection of the solar panel, of solar panels in general, because you want an interconnected solar panel, and also capable electricity infrastructure, meaning the community solar panels as well as the overhead lines and whatever else is needed to make that happen. In terms of community engagement, you want to involve the tenants of the apartments that you're looking at, maybe tenants in general. We also want to look at engaging the owners of the potential properties that you're looking at putting solar on. So whether it be a building or whether it be just a plot of land, that should be top of the list to engage them. You can't just tell them that you're going to do this and just mandate. You have to see how they feel about it and what they think about it. In terms of data collection and management, there are some instances, some real-life examples, like for example in Hawaii, where they make things like hosting capacity data available, and this just refers to how much PV or how much renewable energy can be connected to the grid. So how much like a resident, a regular person, can connect to the grid. What size of system they can connect. In terms of programs and policies, you can look at the establishment of utility renewable energy programs, which make this possible. How exactly those are to be established and what they would look like is also another question that would be up for debate or for discussion. And then finally, you're looking at financial mechanisms to make sure that everyone is able to access this initiative. Okay, and now for the interactive example. So I'd just like to get your thoughts. So you can all try it out, looking at the different tenets. Oops, sorry. So I think we had a discussion today about the solar and the crops and all of that. So I was glad when I heard that, because this is the example that we're going to look at now. So the issue here is that solar arrays take up space, and we know that food security is a big issue in the region. This is actually one of the problems that we faced in my work. We're going to put a solar array on a certain plot of land. We're preparing the land for the project, doing all the studies, the de-risking studies, and it wasn't moving forward because it turns out that the land had been earmarked for agriculture. So there was some dispute between the Minister of Energy and the Minister of Agriculture about if they're actually going to move forward with it. So it's a very important topic. And yeah, so anybody wants to go first? We could start with just looking at what kinds of questions we'd ask from a distributional standpoint in terms of equitable distribution of the benefits and the burdens. Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay, good afternoon. The questions that I would ask personally for distribution is, who will have access to the energy from the solar panels? Is it women? Is it youth? Is it all? Is it indigenous people? Do they have to pay for it? Do they have to contribute to the creation of it in regards to probably clearing their land or something like that? Off my head, that's what I'll be asking. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think you touched a few of the different tenets, which is good, because these questions tend to be interconnected very often. It's not just, it doesn't necessarily fit neatly into one box. Some questions can fit into multiple boxes, and that's just the nature of everything. Anyone else with questions?
What is the feasibility to implement vertical agriculture instead of horizontal?
Okay. Are you asking me? Oh, that's a question for the exercise. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, so that's a good question. I think that one could fit probably into the procedural when you're thinking of involving potential developers for your project. Like who wants to invest in solar array? That's not going to make sense. Any other? Okay, just checking my time. Okay, cool. So we can move on. And we're just looking at some of the elements of the framework that we use to implement this agrivoltaic suggestion, this agrivoltaic project. So structural foundations, you want to think about the legislation that's needed or the equipment, the infrastructure or upgrades that are needed. Community engagement, I think the rest are pretty self-explanatory. So yeah, I'll just let you all go if anybody wants to try. Okay, so you don't have time to move, you don't have time to go through it, unfortunately. But yeah, this will be in the slide deck, so you can try it on your own. Let me just, okay, so near the end, just want to point out some other common issues, which include like inequitable access to grid hosting capacity. So like I said, that just means how much capacity or what size of solar panels you as a resident can put on your rooftop. So not everyone, the questions there are, how are you going to decide who gets to put how much solar on their roof? So that includes things like limiting the size of these systems that people can put on their roofs, and also how you allocate the capacity, how you let people know. Sometimes if it's a first come, first serve kind of situation or not. Another issue sometimes is cross-subsidization of electricity costs. And this is very complex and could probably use a presentation of its own, but to simplify it down, it simply means that when people interconnect to the grid, the utility needs to upgrade the infrastructure, right? It can only hold so much, and this comes with a cost. And the way that utilities usually recoup their costs is through the rates. So that's why sometimes when there's a lot of renewable energy happening in a short space, the cost of that, the electricity cost goes up because the utility is trying to make back their money from the upgrades that were needed. So that's one reason, and that's something that needs to be carefully monitored, because you want to ensure that just because your neighbor upgraded and put in solar, that means your electricity rates went up, and you didn't have anything to do with that. That's the utilities, that's between the utility and the person who interconnected, right? And another common issue, and this is far from all of them, there are quite a lot, but it's just some of the common ones. Participation of the low-income population, and this just requires that you need to establish financing programs and collaboration between key stakeholders like the government, financial institutions, and anyone else who can be involved. So people like NGOs, for example. Okay, and just to wrap up, so this is basically a summary of everything I talked about. To achieve the just energy transition, we need to take a holistic approach and look at the entire system and remember that everything is interconnected. So changing one thing will probably change something else somewhere else. So it's good to keep that in mind. What's definitely needed is alignment among the key decision makers in society So that includes the government, your electric utilities, and your regulators who establish the policies and the laws that make things possible. And I didn't touch on this in the presentation because it was way too long, but you also have to remember the global aspect. So, for example, ethical sourcing of raw materials for the energy transition, that's a big one. But we can't do everything all at once, unfortunately. So we just have to remember that and keep in mind and try to push and advocate for those things. And finally, waste management. What happens to these things at the end of their life when they're no longer useful? We're islands, so we don't have space to just be dumping things. We need to think about what are we going to do with all of the equipment when we're done with it. And yeah, and that's it for my presentation. So thank you for your attention. Does anyone have any question? Yes. Oh, I think we need the mic.
All right, so 3 questions. 3 questions.
All right, good morning, Zandini. Oh, good afternoon. I have 2 questions. Okay, let me move quickly. Have you guys worked with strategic partners for the training and upskilling of those workers? For example, maybe Tesla, Nissan, Honda, just those that are in that energy tech space for the EV vehicles, and obviously like PVs. And 2, have these programs started? If so, do you have any response or case study data?
Thank you.
Okay, so the answer to that is no, we haven't worked on that. A lot of the work we do is based on the funding we get, because as I mentioned, we're an NGO, so sometimes people fund us for specific things, and right now a lot of the funding is going towards projects and getting projects into the ground. But I think that's a good point, and definitely something to think about where we could be looking for donors.
Okay, I know you said you guys are in like 18 territories across the region, I think you mentioned.
We've worked in 18 territories.
Yeah, so are there any other implementations of IRIE projects outside of like roof placement that you guys are doing right now, or is it just always consistently on rooftops? Are there any other innovations that are coming out or interesting ways that you guys are looking to utilize, you know, solar panels and placements of it outside of just these structures? I know I've seen a lot of people, you know, doing some really cool things. I just want to know if that's happening or in the works, or like what exactly may be hindering that right now.
We haven't. We've also done some preparation for some ground mount solar farms, large scale for utilities, and also working on that currently. In terms of other more innovative things, we haven't. Again, that probably comes back to the funding and what we get funded to do, because oftentimes we're funded for specific projects. And a lot of the people, I guess, just want to go with what's common and what's already known. So rooftop solar, ground mount solar. In terms of like innovation, we are working on a community solar project. And we're also, well, in the scoping stages, like very initial stages of that project, looking at feasibility, and also looking at a virtual power plant project, which utilizes, essentially, we have a territory, the USVI, that has a lot of rooftop solar, and the houses have a lot of batteries as well, so Tesla Powerwalls. So looking at how the utility can possibly use those assets that are just existing there, and they didn't have to pay for it, use that to coordinate them so that they can use that as power. So rather than using their fuel gen sets, they would use the power that the residents can provide.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was extremely informative. So I would like to Yes, I wanted to find out if you have have you actually done work in regards to the community solar project? Like, is there any examples of that? What was the buy-in like, particularly for marginalized people, like women, persons unemployed, farmers, vulnerable people within our society? And I know that you all are continuing to do a lot of work in regards to solar energy. In regards to solar energy, even in Dominica, I saw you all did some work with the Mount Prospect Primary, Paybush Primary, and really great work. However, based on, when I would read like articles about that, it was because like you all contributed to them being more sustainable, being more climate resilient. So in case, God forbid, another hurricane comes and, that roof goes with the solar panels, what is really in place, to be able to combat that? Because I feel like it's not like it's a vulnerable part or section of renewable energy, but I think that there's a lot of risk. So what is really in place for that? Thank you.
Thank you. The first question? I have terrible memory. Yeah.
Examples of community
we
solar panel
haven't.
projects.
We're currently working on our first community solar project, but we have examples of it from other jurisdictions, mainly the US. And the second question, what's in place to, if I'm understanding correct, what's in place to prevent the panels from blowing away, essentially, from the roof? Okay, so, yeah, well, to install a solar panel, usually you have to make sure that your roof is up to standard, structurally sound. So part of the de-risking for that includes a structural assessment, and sometimes you have to retrofit, which actually helps in making your roof better prepared for hurricanes. I'm not trying to brag or anything, but RMI has also, the islands team has also helped to develop a set of standards called Solar Under Storm, which is guidelines for installing solar panels to make them resistant up to Category 5 hurricanes. Yes, so that's the standard that when we're preparing projects, that's the standard that we usually refer to and ask for the contractors to use when they're building. You're welcome.
All right, folks, calm down. I know it's close to lunch, but last.
Very fast one. Good presentation. So in power generation, you have three things: generation, transmission, and distribution. And I think you're on the right track. The question now is that, what is your age?
That's the last question for the day. I'm not coming back, I'm not coming back at the back there.
I don't know
Go
if
ahead.
anyone guessed. Like the other person, I think someone said before, I am also much older than I look. I'm 29 years old.
Why are you all eating the table for? All right, so thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for our presenter. And I will turn over the mic now to Dr. Fletcher for our game. I can't remember the name right now. Equity. Yeah, I'll bring the mic to you. So the game stuff is being given to you as we speak on your tables, and then we'll get ready for that now and then after lunch.
Thanks, Raim. This shouldn't take very long. So it really, since we're talking about a just transition and equity and everything, so this is kind of to help us to understand this whole question of, guys, I need your attention. Thank you. Yeah, this is really to help you understand this whole question of equity and how not everything is available and accessible to everyone at the same time. So what Ansha is doing is distributing three things. So there's something which is called a freedom of movement game. So the whole intention is for you to move from the ABC Islands, Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao at the top, at the start, and to end in Belize. So I'm going to ask you a series of questions. You are supposed to answer those questions from the perspective of that small card that you have. So you're not speaking as yourself. You're putting yourself in the shoes of this person who you have, and you are supposed, if the answer to the question is yes, you move to the next island. If the answer to the question is no, you stay where you are, right? So it's very simple. So we go for a series of around 30-something questions, and depending on who you are and how you respond, that will determine how easy it is for you to move around the Caribbean from the ABC Islands to Belize. Yes, Zendini? You are at Bonaire. So at least you're in the Caribbean. Yeah. So you're in the Caribbean, you're in the ABC Islands, and so like I said, if the answer is yes, Randall, can you put the equity game? Can you put the thing on? Thanks. Okay, so these are like, that's not everybody, but these are some of the people who are you guys are way too young to know Sesame Street. But you know, you do? Yes. There's still Sesame Street? Yes. Wow. So the people in your neighborhood? Yes. All right, so these are the people in your neighborhood, okay? So you are representing the different people in the neighborhood, the people that you meet when you're walking down the street, the people that you meet each day. You see, I'm not that old, I can still remember these things. So every one of you is a different person in your neighborhood. So I'm going to ask you a question. As I said, if the answer is yes, you move. The answer is no, you stay where you are. When you get to Belize, I just want you to don't make noise, don't shout, just raise your hand. So I get a visual representation of who gets to Belize when. Okay? All right, everyone, you ready? Right, so question number one. I know where or whom to call when I need to get information from government. I know where or whom to call when I need to get information from government. If the answer to that question is yes, from the perspective of the person who you have in front of you, who you're playing, move. If not, stay where you are. Next question, we're moving quickly because I don't want to take too much time to delay your lunch. I am treated with courtesy and respect by officials in the public service. I am treated with courtesy and respect by officials in the public service. I have a say in the way services are organized. Yeah, man, let Ryan play. Give Ryan somebody. Give him, and I'll repeat the questions for Ryan's sake. So the first question, Rhyme, to determine whether you stay or you move. I know where or whom to call when I need to get information from government. I am treated with courtesy and respect by officials in the public service. No, it's either yes or no. It's either you are or you aren't. You can't be, I'm not... No, it's either yes or no. If it's at times, the answer is no. It's either yes or no. I have a say in the way in which services are organized and delivered in my community. I have a say in the way services are organized and delivered in my community. I am consulted when decisions are being made by government. I am confident the justice system will work for me. I understand how government works. I own the house in which I live. I own the house in which I live. Next question. Randall, put the next one, the next slide up, thanks. So we can see where they're trying to get from. Okay. I can afford to put solar panels on the house that I own. I can afford to put solar panels on the house that I own. What's that? I know about all that. I can afford to put solar panels on the house that I own. Next question. I have a job and a salary that provides for most or all of my needs. I have a job and a salary that provides for most or all of my needs. How many people still on the ABC Islands? Okay. At least some of you are making progress. I am well respected in my community and my opinion matters. I feel confident about my ability to succeed in my country. I feel confident about my ability to succeed in my country. If there's a problem in my community, I feel empowered to be part of the solution. I live in an area where I get easy access to electricity and other essential services. Some of you should move now. I live in an area where I get easy access to electricity and other essential services. I understand what climate change means and its impact on me. I'll repeat it. I understand what climate change means and its impact on me. I feel comfortable using technology to get information. I understand the discussions about the energy transition. I can get financing from my bank or credit union when I need to. I can get financing from my bank or credit union when I need to. Remember, although we haven't yet gotten there, but remember, folks, remember, when you get to Belize, raise your hand. Anybody who gets to Belize, you should not yet have gone to Belize because I haven't asked you enough questions, even if you answered yes to every question to get to Belize. But when you get to Belize, please raise your hand. I have never been the target or victim of any discrimination or negative bias. I have no interest in migrating to another country. I have no interest in migrating to another country. I care about the environment. I care about the environment. No, if you have no interest in moving. If you have interest in moving, stay where you are. So to repeat the previous question, I have no interest in moving to another country. So if you have no interest in moving to another country, then you can move. If you are interested in migrating, then stay where you are. If you want to leave where you are and go somewhere else, stay where you are. But if you have no interest in going anywhere, stay where you are. Or move. If you have no interest in migrating, I care about the environment. I asked that one already? Okay. Talk shows on radio or TV do not influence my opinion or responses. Talk shows on radio or TV do not influence my opinion or responses. If yes, you can identify with that, move forward. If talk shows influence your opinion, stay where you are. I have access to proper and affordable housing, water, and transportation. Okay. For Shamal's sake, because he seems to be really, really struggling there. We will move housing. So I have access to proper and affordable water and transportation. Yeah. So we want to help Shamal to move. I want to get involved in the energy transition. I plan to install solar panels on my roof to reduce my electricity bill. I do not worry I do not worry that the economic situation in my country might cause me to lose my job or earn less money. I do not worry. I do not worry. I do not worry that the economic situation in my country might cause me to lose my job or earn less money. I feel a strong connection to my community. I feel a strong connection to my community. I will be able, sorry, you didn't have the last one? I feel a strong connection to my community. That was the last one. Okay, next question. I will be able to benefit from new job opportunities in the green and blue economy. All right, somebody has reached Belize. Good. Okay, all right, just remember, so the first person that has reached Belize, so let's see, hold it, take it from me, Ansha, so we know. That's the first one to reach Belize. All right, excellent. So the next question, I have a serious concern about the use of plastics and the harm they are causing. I am satisfied that my family has access to a proper education at all levels. Akil, you've reached Belize? Okay. Bring it for me. And Shahad, you've reached Belize? All right. All right. So you see we're making progress. Making progress. Okay. What's the last one? I have access to property. Okay. I do not worry about being able to raise my family. You can ask that already in a different way. I do not worry about being able to raise my family. Yeah, very. For making a lot of money. I can afford to pay all my basic bills. All my basic bills. Somebody else has reached Belize. And remember at which point you reach Belize. So those who have reached Belize, remember which question got you to Belize, okay? All right. This one is a really good one. I view the police as a partner, ally, and not a threat. I view the police as a partner. Kendall has reached Belize. Yay for Kendall. Huh? Who? No, when they finish. Thanks. I view the police as a partner, ally, and not a threat. I feel relatively safe in my home. I feel relatively safe. Okay, Zendini has reached Belize. My children have adequate space to play and recreate. Okay. Gary, who's that? Gary? Yes. Okay, and the very, very, very last question. So I'm sorry for those of you who have not gotten very far. I view arts and the creative sector as important. I view arts and the creative sector as important. Anybody else reach Belize? Yes? All right, one more. Yeah. Okay, so let me tell you the cards I have in front of me in order of them reaching Belize, and then we'll work back to those who... First, I want to know who hasn't reached Grenada, then who hasn't reached Montserrat, who hasn't reached Haiti, and finally, in that, where you are. So the first person to reach Belize was a government MP or minister. First person to reach Belize. Second person to reach Belize was a permanent secretary. Interestingly, the third person to reach Belize was a photographer. Interesting. So Can the photographer explain why they progress so quickly? Yes, so let Shahad, that was you? Okay, so give Shahad a microphone. Let him explain why it is. Let Shahad explain to us why he reached Belize so quickly. Turn it on, it's off. Your mic is off. Yes, okay, Shahad has the floor.
Yeah, but it depends.
Yeah, go ahead.
So my answer here for the photographer, if it's a professional photographer, yes. Because I'm going to use a realistic one in Guyana. I know of a personal, a friend of mine actually, who works at the public sector, gain a medium income home, have all the accommodations that Sora asked in 5 questions, have his family with 2 vehicles, doing a side hustle, and then fly all around and come back.
Okay, that's a legitimate explanation. Except is a photographer for side hustle. It's not just a photographer. So it's a photographer side, because I think any one of us, if we incorporated a side hustle, we could have gone further. So all right, so we'll put this one with an asterisk. The next one to reach Belize was an opposition politician. Again, not unexpected. This one is a little strange. Constituency council employee. That's you? All right, let Kendall explain why a constituency council employee reached Belize before all of you. Yes, Kendall.
Because the constituency...
Let him explain.
The constituency council employees, not just they work as the office manager for the MP. So they do have links and connection.
So,
job stiff.
Okay, so what Kendall is saying, and it's a legitimate point, what Kendall is saying is that the constituency council employee has connections. He or she has connections to the MP, so, it's not just, and it's a very legitimate interpretation that this person has influence, you're close to the MP, so you'll get things that ordinarily you should not be getting. So, yeah. Well, he doesn't have job security. Kendall said he has job security. He actually doesn't for 5 years, yeah. Okay, then the next one is a fisher. Now, that's a very interesting one because fisher, that's you, Zendini? Okay, so let Zendini tell us why a fisher?
Fun fact.
Okay, let's hear the fisher explanation.
Fun fact, I work a lot in agriculture. I also studied a bit of agriculture. So when it comes to government and Government Express, you know their extension officers. So they tend to visit, well, I work with both farmers and fishers through my business and because of my other main job. So one, they're extension officers, so there's a direct lead to the Ministry of Agriculture. You also have a lot of projects that you work with agriculture. I work with them to provide training, so I know that midway through. In addition to that, fishermen have corporations, and they are members of several, they're organized bodies, so they aren't just, oh, hey, let me go throw a seine and pull it. No, there's organization to the fishing industry. They also offer tour guiding as part of their services. So in addition to them bringing in fish twice per day, which is around 5 o'clock and 2 o'clock daily in St. Vincent specifically, they also offer tours to the Grenadine Islands. So there is financing services coming not just from a product, but also a service. So when I say I'm versed with fishing, I know my product right here.
Thank you, Zendini. Are you an extension officer? Who was? You were an extension officer, Shade, and the fisher got there before you. That's okay, because you see the fisher is earning a living. You're helping the fisher earn a living, so it's not. All right, so then the next person was a talk show host. Talk show host got to Belize. Talk show host, not in St. Lucia. Was that a Lucian talk show host? Who was the talk show host? That's Wolf Blitzer. Okay, so tell us how that talk show was reached Belize, apart from stowing away.
What I
have job security where I can reach my lease.
You have job security?
Yes.
Okay.
I have access to financing. So I can reach my lease.
And you're getting paid a good salary as a talk show host?
Yes.
Which
And
country?
I'm well informed
which
because
country
I
is that?
report in on all the stories.
All right, then the next one. The next one was a young male entrepreneur. I think they patented it after Danielle Florius. It's a pity Danielle is not there anymore. But you know that's understandable. Like, did anybody have a young female entrepreneur? Me. And you did? Where you got? So it's interesting. Where did you reach? Because that's very interesting. Because we had some male-female pairings to see the gender issues. So how far did you reach?
I reached St. Martin. St. Martin. Under St. Kitts.
Okay, so you see, again, that's one of the things about the game. When you compare where the male reaches and where the female reaches, you see the glass ceiling. It shows you that in some instances, the male will reach further in the same occupation than the female will. So that's great. Then finally, a pastor and a priest. A pastor or a priest. Let's explain. Well, she interpreted it from the pastor.
Let me tell you something, yeah? Okay.
Okay, so tell us about the pastor.
If you are a pastor...
Let's say the pastor.
Particularly, take an example from Dominican pastors, eh?
Yeah.
First of all, I find it take long to come, eh? First of all.
So you felt the pastor should have reached you much faster?
Yeah, man, long time. But I was saying, certain things like, I was saying consideration, the priests, because certain things like, owning your own home, some of the priests, they live in Broadwood.
Tithe.
Right, but no one like... If you're a Catholic priest, most times, some places, the collection is a bit low, so I was taking consideration.
So it depends on the area in which you live. So, for example, in St. Lucia, I guess a pastor who's catering to a population in Rodney Bay would make a lot more money than a pastor who's catering to a population somewhere else.
Of course, yeah. So that's why I find it take long. But pastors generally they make a lot of money. They have their own homes, they have their families, they can take care of themselves.
Some of them, like in St. Lucia, they get duty-free vehicles. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
The priest there, the church will get a duty-free vehicle. Yeah.
But what's the reason for the...
Yeah.
Why?
Okay, so now I want to know those who did not reach Grenada. Anybody didn't reach Grenada? Okay, that's not bad. Anybody did not reach... Shema, where you reach?
I'm in the perfect place. I'm in St. Lucia.
And who are you, Shema?
I'm a home help
aid. Yeah, very correct. Yeah. Kina, how far did you reach? Where? And who are you? A male security guard. Yeah. Speculator. Yeah. San, who are you? Employee where? Fast food, employee at a fast food restaurant. Okay. So St. Lucia is the lowest. Anybody before? Barbados. Who reached Barbados? You? Samantha, who are you?
A female worker in a store being paid minimum wage.
Okay. We won't name any names, but yeah, that makes sense. Yes, Keith. Fuel station worker. Okay, somebody working in a gas station. Okay, anybody reach Martinique? Martinique, yes. Who are you? A young musician. Okay, struggling. Yes, Kita, who are you? A small contractor. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I guess. Dominica? Yes. Priya? A gym instructor? You're working in the wrong gym. Okay. You're supposed to be doing personal fitness, and you're working in the wrong gym. A hairdresser? You're dealing with people like me. That's why.
Are you not good?
Guadeloupe? Anybody reach Guadeloupe? Yes, Shay, who are you? Okay, I was worried because I didn't make that. When you had male street, I was really worried where I was going. But I know I didn't put that in. A male street vendor. Anybody had a female street vendor? Because then maybe it didn't get distributed. Because it would have been... Not really. No, the street vendor is the one who is established by the street selling. But the speculator, but speculators operate from home. They have stores. Speculators have stores. Street vendors are kind of, I would expect the speculator to reach further than the street vendor. Yeah. Oh, no, because you see the thing is the street vendor is somebody in the gig economy. So they may not be, speculators normally go get the stuff and then sell it. All right, who reached Montserrat? Yes?
Unemployed single mother. Are you reach all them?
No, we need to hear that explanation.
I'm unemployed, but I'm not done. I just a little setback in life.
Well done.
Fine, but then what do you do?
And who are you, Rhyme?
No, I'm a female entrepreneur. I barely just passed you. So you didn't believe in yourself?
Who are you?
A barber.
A barber? The barber reached further than the hairdresser. Cutting male hair is more profitable than doing women's hair, yeah. Okay, who got to St. Kitts and Antigua and Barbuda? Yes? Minibus driver. Ryan, who are you? Hold on. You work in the credit union? A teller, okay. St. Kitts and Nevis? Oh, a lot of St. Kitts and Nevis, yes? A female secondary school graduate with less than 5 subjects. Okay, who are you, Snalia? Hold on, folks, hold on. Who are you? A painter. Okay. St. Martin? Nobody got to St. Martin. Anguilla? Nobody got, yes, Charlotte? Community health nurse? Yeah, okay. BVI? Yes? Senior citizen receiving state support. I can see that. Who are you, Ethan? No. You should have reached further than that. You selling the wrong rum to the wrong people. You should have reached further than that. Huh? Yeah. Kendall has he said you drink in your own rum. Haiti? No? Okay. Yes. Who are you, Jean-Michel? Unemployed male university grad. A what? A watchman. Okay. And a watchman. Yes, Zaria. A what? Preschool teacher. At the back? Taxi driver and you go to Puerto Rico. Okay. Makes sense. Makeup artist, Puerto Rico. Okay, makes sense. Jamaica? No. Turks and Caicos, TCI? Yes. Who are you, Jiminy? Male hotel bartender? Tips. Yeah. Cuba? Yes. A hotel chef? Yeah. What's that? Hold on. What's it? Corrections officer. Okay. Cayman? Yes, Shade. Extension officer? Bahamas? Nassau, who got to Nassau? Female clerk in a government office? Okay. Wendy? Female police corporal in TCI. Okay. Anybody else got to Bahamas? No? Okay. Bermuda, so nobody almost reached? Okay, great. So you see, the whole purpose of this exercise is to show you that when we talk about services and making things available, These are all the people in our community. These are all the people who live in our community. And very often we make policies, we make laws, we dispense services, we provide incentives, not understanding that not everybody benefits the same way. Some people have challenges. Some people have challenges because of gender. Some people have challenges because of geography. I actually did this exercise in St. Lucia with a group 2 years ago. And we also looked at where people live. So, those of you who know St. Lucia, so somebody living in Cap Estate, Rodney Bay, Barron's Drive, 4-Hour Show, CDC, and you'd see then the differences, just your geography, just where you live. And I'm sure it's that way in all of your countries. Male versus female, as I said, the job that you have, whether you're employed or unemployed. And I think that those are some of the things that government officers and governments don't understand when they're setting policy, that not everybody benefits the same way. And you have to ensure that you don't leave anybody behind. And that's one of the dangers about the energy transition, is that, yes, we're talking about renewable energy, and this is great, everybody will benefit from it. I'm really happy with Zaria's presentation because she showed community solar, and how you could use community solar to reach to people who are disadvantaged, who don't have a home, who can't, or if they have a home, their roof can't take solar panels. Or you could also look at putting solar, not just mini grids, but putting solar on buildings, so like the health centers and police stations in those areas, and having whatever electricity is generated from those solar panels offset the cost of electricity for these people. So, that's just something to ponder, that it shows you that we live in a very variegated society, and we have to ensure that the policies that we put out benefit as wide a group of people as possible. So let's have lunch. Thanks. So, one per person? One per country. Yeah, we can probably, no, but that doesn't work because you all, when you go to your country, you all separate out. So you're not going to share it with, you're not going to give it to Nikasi when you go to Ghana. Okay, you work in a library? I agree. You'll get one. Anybody else working? Okay, so hold on. A teacher and a library. A teacher and a library. So, somebody else make a strong argument. Everybody loves nature. Give me a good reason. Yeah, Wendy, you'll get one because of your U network, yes. So somebody else give me a good reason. What's that? What's that? UNESCO. I thought she was going to tell me Choiseul. Somebody else give me a good reason why I should. Huh? Where you live, there's a lot of fires? Nice one. You want to what? All right, that's a good one. I'll give to you, Natasha. All right, give me another one. We still have a few more. Give me a couple of reasons. You're what? That still count. Yeah, because both of you are forest officers, so that count. Give me a good reason. Shade? Sana? You do know what? You reach the students. Nice one. You're what? You're a teacher? All right, so I can work. You're a teacher. Yeah, I know that. Well, give me a reason. Yeah, man, I can work. All right. Sorry, Ryan, for hijacking your
All right, so. All right, okay. I have no books to give. All right, so our next session is the role of climate finance in facilitating the energy transition by Ms. Skeeter Carrasco. Skeeter is the climate finance advisor to St. Lucia with the Climate Finance Access Network within RMI's Global South program. She assists select Caribbean governments to access finance and structure finance for priority mitigation and adaptation projects. She's part of CFAN's cohort of climate finance advisors who conduct climate finance workshops for civil servants and building lasting capacity in countries. She has an MSc in economics from the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus, and prior to that, a BSc in economics and accounting from the same university and landed campus. Join me in welcoming Ms. Skeeter Carrasco, who will present to you on the role of climate finance in facilitating the energy transition. There you go.
Bon après-midi tout le monde. You're in St. Lucia. Good afternoon. So I see some of you have been interacting with our Creole, which is very good. So, as indicated, my name is Skeeter Carrasco, and I am a climate finance advisor with the Climate Finance Access Network embedded in St. Lucia's Department of Economic Development with the National Designated Authority to the Green Climate Fund. It is my honor to present to you today on the role of climate finance in facilitating the energy transition. So in this presentation, I will go through a little bit of what I do in terms of assisting the government of St. Lucia with accessing climate finance. But to start you off, you've been here from yesterday, so this should not be new to you. The energy transition is a set of changes in energy production systems and distribution and consumption patterns really meant to bring about sustainability. And we are going right now through the renewable energy transition, but it is not new in terms of transitioning the energy sector. So if you look on the left, let's see if I can use this pointer. So in the mid-19th century, we had the first transition from wood to coal. And then in the mid-20th century, we had the transition from coal to fossil fuel, which is what we're primarily using now. And right now, all of us are excited, and I'm happy to see that as young people, you are, by you being here today, you are showing your interest in this current renewable energy transition, which we all hope will be just and fair, leaving no one behind, ensuring that there are equal opportunities and fairness to everyone in the Caribbean and elsewhere. So, to transition takes money. And IRIE conducted some analysis on the cost of the transition. And to achieve 90% renewable energy by 2038, we require US $83 billion in the Caribbean. And this corresponds to an annual fuel saving of 24 billion liters of fuel. So, where is all of this money going to come from? Do we have this money within the Caribbean? Can we raise it on the bond markets? Where are we going to get these funds from? So, the energy transition, given the 83 billion, we really require climate finance. And although there is no agreed upon definition for climate finance, for today's presentation, I will draw from the definition that the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change has been using, which defines climate finance as local, national, or transnational financing drawn from public, private, and alternative sources of financing that seeks to support mitigation and adaptation actions that will address climate change. So as you can see, this definition is very broad. So it includes public, it includes private, it includes transnational, local. So the financing that a local bank provides to someone who purchases an electric vehicle under this definition will be considered climate finance. The financing that comes from a multilateral fund like the GCF will also be considered climate finance. So we look at the timeline for climate finance as it pertains to the UNFCCC. Now, there are people in this room who would have interacted with UNFCCC and played an important role and would know about the COPs, the Conference of the Parties, where countries go and negotiate about climate change. So, at COP15 in Copenhagen in 2009, this is when developed countries pledged 100 billion annually to assist small, vulnerable countries address issues of climate change. The following year, this pledge was actually agreed to. In COP21, which is the Paris Agreement, during which Dr. Fletcher was very instrumental, there was a commitment to set a new climate finance goal prior to 2025 and a continuation of the 100 billion up to 2025. So it was extended beyond the 2020, which was initially agreed to. And then, to the benefits of countries like St. Lucia and other islands of the Caribbean, which are significantly significantly affected by climate change and its irreversible impacts, the Loss and Damage Fund was established in 2022, and at last COP in Dubai, it was capitalized. Well, at least there were pledges to capitalize it in the amount of 700 million. So this is what has been happening in terms of UNFCCC. So what is really happening with climate finance globally? So although we don't have an agreed definition, when we look at climate finance as measured both from the Climate Policy Initiative and from the OECD, it shows that there's an upward trend in climate finance. So based on what CPI is reporting, they're reporting that there was almost 1.3 trillion in climate finance during 2021-2022, and the OECD is reporting that as of 2022, the 100 billion goal was actually achieved for the first time. So in terms of the sources of climate finance, we have several multilateral funds, the biggest of which is the Green Climate Fund, and it provides financing for adaptation, mitigation, and cross-cutting issues. And this is the one that most of the countries of the Caribbean and seeds are trying to tap into, because again, the amount of financing which can be accessed through the GCF is much more than some of the other funds. So for small projects, you could access 10 million. For large projects, up to 250 million. So the GCF is where all the action is at, most times. Then you have the Adaptation Fund, which addresses adaptation needs. We have the Global Environment Facility, addressing adaptation, mitigation, biodiversity, land degradation, chemicals and waste, and other cross-cutting issues. The GEF also has the small grants component, which some of you may be familiar with, that you apply through the local UN organizations. So they would provide grants to community-based organizations which are doing climate-related work. We have some others which may not be as popular as those which were on the previous slide, but are also providing climate finance. So there's the Mitigation Action Facility. I will be speaking a little more about it later on in the presentation. IRIE, which is providing climate finance for adaptation, mitigation, biodiversity, and RED Plus related to forest initiatives. Then there are the climate investment funds, but these can only be accessed directly by governments, provides financing for adaptation and mitigation. So we heard that climate finance is increasing, we have all of these funds available, but yet the climate finance that is being provided at this stage is insufficient to keep the temperature rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius. So, as demonstrated by this graph here, there's a significant gap in financing if we are to keep beneath the 1.5 degrees Celsius that we require in vulnerable regions like the Caribbean. So, recognizing all of those trends and, the fact that although we have the increasing trend of finance being made more available, only a meager amount of the climate finance which is available is actually going to seeds and least developed countries which need it most. IRIE between 2018 and 2019 engaged stakeholders across the world, including governments, donors, to get to the root of this issue. And what we found out is that although there are so many of these funds, which I mentioned earlier, and although there is increase in climate finance, a lot of this is going to the US, to Japan, to India, to Brazil, not to the vulnerable countries like us that really need the climate finance. So out of all of these consultations, what came out of it was the establishment of CFAN, the Climate Finance Access Network, which is embedding advisors in governments and direct access entities. Direct access entities are entities which can apply for funding through the GCF and some of the other multilateral funds to build the capacity of these organizations to access finance so that countries like Barbados, St. Lucia, Grenada, St. Vincent, Jamaica, all of the countries in the Caribbean have a better shot at accessing this climate finance, which is available, but which we are not getting our fair share of. So advisors like myself who are embedded within St. Lucia's government, we deliver on 4 key objectives. So we identify projects which are aligned with national priorities. So the projects that we work on are really country-driven. The ideas come from the countries based on their priority, mitigation and adaptation needs. We establish and cultivate relationships with climate finance providers such as the GCF, Adaptation Fund, Mitigation Action Facility, develop bankable project pipelines. So one of the challenges that are faced by entities seeking to access finance is that the projects are not always developed in a way that it's attractive to the funders. So most of the funders, depending on their objectives, may want to see that when they give you this grant financing, that the private sector will come in. So there will be some leveraging of the resources that they have provided to you. So they want that if they provide you with $1, that maybe $5 will come in, or another amount will come in, but that it will catalyze some movement in the market that the money is being provided, that it's not just being provided and it's going to end here, but that if it is provided, that you will see a multiplier effect. So, and then the 4th, we build national and regional capacity through region-tailored state-of-the-art training. So as CFAN advisors, after we are hired, we go through a period of training. And for me, I'm currently going for our training. And following completion of this training, we then go back to our governments or direct access entities where we are embedded to provide training to others. So building out the network of people within the countries and by extension, the Caribbean, that can develop projects that meet the needs of those funders. And building a community of practice, because as members of the cohort, we do share ideas, we do, run ideas by each other, and this all helps because our islands are very similar and some of our challenges can be shared and jointly dealt with. So in terms of CFAN's global impact, as of May 2024, CFAN has either mobilized or has in the pipeline $1.3 billion US. Now, as you can see here, there's one Pacific cohort which has a sizable amount. This cohort has been in existence since 2021. The Caribbean and the second Pacific cohort are newly formed, so the numbers at this stage are more or less indicative. So in the Pacific, like I indicated, CFAN has been in existence since 2021, where 7 advisors were hired through our partner GGGI. I don't know if any of you have heard of them. It's the Global Green Growth Institute. So they have worked on a diverse portfolio of projects and have been able to mobilize $67.3 million with a pipeline of almost $1 billion under development. Okay, in the Caribbean, we have a fairly new cohort. So I was the first advisor hired. We also have advisors in Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, Jamaica. We also have an advisor in the 5 Seas, the CARICOM Development Fund, and there is also an advisor who will be coming on for the Bahamas shortly. So in terms of our pipeline in progress, based on the terms of references of the advisors. So that terms of reference is developed in conjunction with the government or the direct access entity where the advisor is embedded. So based on the projects that we will be working on, this is the pre-pipeline of 337 million, including 17 plus projects in a variety of thematic areas: sustainable energy, water, sustainable forests and landscapes, green cities, blue economy, waste management. So our hope is that by having these advisors like myself embedded within these entities, we can accelerate the pace of financing. So for me in St. Lucia, I have been on the ground since last year working with CFAN. And so those of you who may have, did anybody come in through UVF, Renewable International Airport? So everybody came in through George Charles, okay. So this photo here is of Dennery Village. So it's a very beautiful area when you come in from the south heading to the north. But don't be fooled by this area here. This is ground zero of the climate battle. So Dennery is a fishing village which is very vulnerable, susceptible to flooding and sea level rise. And it is very dependent on the sea for their sustainability. Most of the people in the village are fishermen, fisherwomen, fishers. So the photo above here, I am actually at a stakeholder validation workshop where we are discussing a fisheries full funding proposal to the GCF. And the young lady to my right here is a diver who spoke very passionately. She's young like all of you, about how she's seen so much coral bleaching that she's afraid that her livelihood will be affected by climate change. So it's not something that, you know, it's in the future. It's happening now and it's affecting our people. She was saying that there are days they have to turn down diving trips because, you know, the visibility is just so bad or the conditions are so terrible that they don't want, you know, to get bad reviews. So climate change and its effects is a real concern, and this is why the work that I am doing with CFAN matters, because the energy transition requires financing. The adaptation that we need to make our countries more resilient requires financing. And so you see me seated here with Nadia Wells-Hyacinth, who is the focal point for the GCF in St. Lucia. So in terms of CFAN's work related to the energy transition in St. Lucia, since I started, I have been collaborating with the Aramice Islands team, of which Zaria is a member, and we have been working to secure financing for 8 renewable energy microgrids. Now, these microgrids are strategically located. So when the project was initiated, there were stakeholder discussions where we identified the priority critical facilities in St. Lucia, and considering issues of geography, population, distribution, equity, 8 facilities were eventually selected. So you have facilities across the island, in the north, in Grosile, in the south, in Soufrière, well, southwest, Soufrière, we have in the east, in Dennery. So we wanted to make sure the entire St. Lucia was covered, and only government facilities were selected, again, related to equity. We wanted it to have the maximum public effect. So the idea really is to build resilience through renewable energy microgrids. So when I came in last year, we submitted a project concept to the Mitigation Action Facility. Now, this is a very competitive fund. So for Mitigation Action Facility, last year in that call when we submitted, there were 327 project concepts that were submitted around the world with only 25 concepts selected. Unfortunately, our project concept was not selected at that time. However, this year, when the new call came out at COP28 last year, we went back to the drawing board, worked on that concept, changed some of the components. So in addition to looking at the deployment of microgrids, we added an energy efficiency component. And we strengthened the financial mechanism. So we collaborated with the CARICOM Development Fund, and the proposal includes an extension of the credit risk abatement facility, which is going to provide technical assistance and lowered rates to small and medium-sized enterprises so that they could invest in renewable energy and energy efficiency. So this was added and we resubmitted. And I'm happy to say that this week we actually received the good news that our project concept was among the 25 selected to advance to the outline phase. And this is the first for the Caribbean. So there have been MAF projects in Latin America, but none for the Caribbean. So with CFAN working in St. Lucia, we have now been able to have the first MAF outline for the Caribbean. And so our hope is that we will be able to develop the outline and get to the point where we fully develop the project and receive the funding that would really catalyze the growth of renewable energy in St. Lucia. And I'm grateful that we have the support of the government on this project concept. So they did provide us an endorsement letter, which would have strengthened the proposal as well. So this here clearly shows how, through persistent effort, through really identifying the requirements of the funders and adjusting your proposals to meet their needs, you can overcome the hurdles of the complexity of navigating the climate finance world. And so I didn't want to take too much time. I know you said you stayed here very late yesterday, so thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Where's the other mic? Oh, right here. All right, so questions? All right, so we're going to do 5 minutes of questions. No, it's not about, no, I just didn't want to walk.
Okay, cool. So I just wanted to get a better idea of how your country advisors actually engage on the ground. I know you mentioned that there's an advisor in Barbados, so I would love to know how that works. Is it through governments, MDBs, or do you all work with grassroots organizations? Just a little clarity on that particular process.
Thanks. My second question really wanted to ask particularly about civil society, how civil society organizations, but she asked that. What I wanted to ask, thank you, but what I wanted to find out, right, when it comes to the conversation of climate finance, one of the major conversations we have, particularly in Trinidad and Tobago, is the access to climate finance versus grants. And I wonder if you could just shed any light on how, I don't know, I genuinely come from an innocent place of not knowing how it works, if this is something that has to be repaid with a particular interest rate, if the interest rate is actually a generous interest rate, you know, if it helps, or if it's a burden, if it adds to your debt, I genuinely don't know. Yeah, thanks.
She'll let you know. You can answer these two. Any others? 3. Okay, 3, and that's it.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. In terms of how CFAN works in Barbados, so we do have an advisor named Kimora McNee, and she is embedded within the government of Barbados. So she primarily works alongside the government to advance Barbados's pipeline to the GCF Adaptation Fund. But in the process of developing those projects, we do interact with civil society. So typically there will be stakeholder engagement. So if a project is going to affect any stakeholders on the ground, they would be part of those discussions regarding project design, part of the implementation, you know, anything that would affect them would be considered while the project is being designed and implemented. There is also an advisor in Barbados with the CARICOM Development Fund. Now, the CARICOM Development Fund, based on their mandate, they work very closely with small and medium-sized enterprises. So a lot of the work that they do is to advance renewable energy efficiency among businesses, and especially small businesses, which are part of the productive sectors, including agriculture, tourism. So the CDF might be a good first point of reference if it's private sector, small business related. In terms of the second question about how civil society, again, CFAN's model is to embed advisors in governments, direct access entities, and these entities would in turn work with other stakeholders within the country, including CBOs, as needed. And your question is very interesting, and it looks at some of the instruments. So all of this is climate finance. Grants are climate finance. Loans are climate finance. So you might have different types of loans. You may have concessional loans where a grant may be used to ensure that the rate that the bank charges you, if it's done for a development bank, that you would pay a below market rate. A grant is also a form of climate finance. So there are different instruments. There are guarantees, there are other, other ways, but all of it, based on the definitions, are considered climate finance. And part of our role is to identify which instruments would work best with the projects that we have on hand. So for the project that I indicated, that we submitted to the Mitigation Action Facility, we are requesting grant funding for capacity building in country, and also to cover part of the cost of the microgrids, because batteries are very expensive. While the price of solar has gone down and the PV modules are relatively more affordable now, the prices of batteries are still very high. So if you have to go just based on pure financial metrics, it may not make sense to a financial institution. So this is where the climate finance would come in and fill that gap and cover that amount that perhaps a bank may not be willing to take the risk to cover, but it has the effect of starting the market going. So our hope is that through the capacity building efforts that will be part of that project, for having the technology proven, because sometimes in the Caribbean we like to see things tangibly before we accept them. You look at even EVs, they've been accepted in Barbados, but for the rest of us, we're still looking. Is the price going to come down further? Is the government going to offer more incentives? And even with our insurance bodies. So I know, for instance, one person who's trying to bring in an electric vehicle into the market, and whereas the banks are willing to support, none of the insurance companies want to take the risk of insuring an EV for which there is no dealer in St. Lucia, and they don't know what the replacement parts will be like. They don't know the degree of expertise that are available on the ground to take care of it if anything goes wrong. So these are all of the challenges that we face in the energy transition, and for which finance is required, to move some of them along.
Okay, I'm glad that you touched on that EV point. But my question to you is, what are the key considerations for ensuring that climate finance investments are equitable and benefit the vulnerable communities in St. Lucia?
That's one. And folks, just remember, because of the time constraints, please keep your questions within the word limit of 25 words. The alternative is that you'll be here until 7, 8, 9, but you choose.
Good afternoon. Good presentation. First one. Do Kanta or TVET, you guys share with stakeholders engage in microgrids with students from that?
Can you repeat, please? I didn't get the last part of it.
So Kanta is the governing body for technical vocational education. You being a stakeholder to that, do you engage students in that microgrid? Okay.
Thanks. 30-word count at the back.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, my God. Thank you so much for the presentation. Very informative and insightful. I just wanted to ask, in regards to, you were saying that for just the Caribbean alone, we require 83 billion to reach 90% by 2038.
Yes.
And that's quite a bit, honestly. So what do you think the role of private sector could be in order to kind of meet that target? Because we can't depend, clearly, we can't only depend on just the funds to get us there, as well as during your the application for the project that you all were doing, you stated that it was a very competitive process. What other challenges have you faced? How did you overcome that? Thank you.
Me and idea in primary school, I don't want to know what you used to get. You could go ahead and answer these on the floor.
Okay, thank you. All very relevant questions. So to Kina's question, so most of the funds do emphasize gender and social considerations, and these are an integral part of the projects that you develop. So for instance, for this project that I spoke about, we do have gender considerations in terms of the SMEs, because we recognize that women-led businesses fall in the minority in St. Lucia, so we need to take actions to address, some of the gaps that the intervention would have to, consider. We also consider that for one of the microgrids, it is located at the main water facility in St. Lucia, which serves Castries and environments where water shortages affect women disproportionately more than men because of the role that they play in households. So all of this was factored into that project concept. So we did consider the gender aspect, and we looked at disability in St. Lucia as well. So I am happy that you asked, because it is a key consideration when developing climate finance proposals, and more the funds are requiring that level of analysis. In terms of engaging the student body, this project that I am speaking about, we have one of the microgrids which is in the vicinity of the Boys Training Center, and our hope is to have these students who are considered, by mostly everyone delinquents, but we see them as having a critical role in terms of being trained and getting involved in the actual implementation of the project. So it's our hope that we can engage them and to engage other students in St. Lucia as well, because we do recognize that having people who are adequately trained in renewable energy and energy efficiency will help push this energy transition along. In terms of the role of the private sector, this is critical. Without the private sector, we really cannot achieve this energy transition. Because when you look at the demand of energy from the private sector, the hotels, industry, although, our industry in St. Lucia is not very significant, but the private sector is a significant consumer of energy. And for us to achieve any sort of energy transition, they would have to be engaged. We would need the banking sector on board, to provide, like I said, they are willing to provide the loans for the EV, but how is the entire ecosystem working? Are the insurance companies on board? Do they understand that this is the way the world is moving, and we cannot, hold back an industry because we are afraid, What mechanisms do we put in place, that the people who need to have the information to move things along can feel comfortable that they're making the right decisions. In terms of challenges with the math process, I must admit that after the first submission, it was a little disheartening, because you put in all the hard work and you expect that something positive will come out of it, and then you realize you're not part of the 25. But we went back to the drawing board, and we recognized that although we had a technically strong proposal, it was lacking some of the social elements that Kina mentioned, and this is where we went back and refined and looked at, how do we ensure that the project interventions, addressing the less fortunate. We went back, we looked at the poverty rates in St. Lucia. We looked at the impact of Hurricane Thomas, almost 350 million in GDP wiped out in a day. All of these factors would have added value to this project concept.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Folks, unfortunately, due to the time constraints, we will be accepting no more questions in the portal. You can submit them via the app, and the presenter will be more than pleased to respond to them there. Thank you very much. Let's give it up for
Thank you.
Our presenter. Oh, you had a comment? Oh, okay. So, all right. So while Dr. Fletcher comes up to present, Samantha has some knowledge sharing. I can accept that.
Thank you. Very quickly, on the EV part, I recently did a paper on just transition of electrical vehicles in Grenada. So if you want to have a further discussion on that, because I actually want to expand on it and to get it published, so we can have a discussion on that. And secondly, we mentioned about setting up of companies, like dealers, and so that bringing in electrical vehicles. We actually have a company called Eco Solutions now, which they are bringing in electrical vehicles, and they also offer solar panels. I think he's progressing very, very well. So if you're interested in getting in contact with him, just let me know, reach out to me.
Thank you very much, Doc.
Thanks, Raim, and thanks, Keita. Okay, so this exercise, I need 7 volunteers, 1 from each table. Like they kind of probably have a little bit more. Okay, so Ethan has already volunteered. I need 1 from Kina, you volunteered, okay. So come, those who have volunteered, come to the front. This table, I have a little bit of, this table, I have a little bit of, this table, I have a little bit of inconvenience for you. I need you to vacate this table because we're going to use it for the exercise. So just move to another table, but I need somebody from your table. Oh, Amy has already been volunteered. Okay, great. So Ryan, you volunteered. Okay, so we have 4. You volunteered. 5. Okay, do we have 7? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we have 7. Okay, so let's just take that. Yeah, we'll use that table. So, no, they're going to stand. Well, you want that camera? So no, they'll come this way. Okay, so whose phone is this? We don't want your phone to be a prop. Okay. All right, let's just take that thing of water off, Kirby, and the glasses, so that because this can get a little crazy. Okay, Randall, if you could put the presentation up. Thanks. Okay, so everybody gets one of these. You get this. Kina, you get this. Ethan, Ryan, one. I'm missing somebody, no? Somebody missing? How many of you have blocks? I need a 7th person. 7th person. Okay, there you go. All right, so let's take this cloth off. Okay, so I guess I need the clicker for this. So I need you to go, because we want everybody to see what you're doing, so I kind of need you on this side of the table. Let's take this off too. Right, so kind of call this keys to success or the big picture. So in the first part, I want you to follow very carefully what I say, okay? There's a maximum of 2 minutes for each step. Ryan, you're a really good timekeeper, so I need you to keep time for me. 2 minutes for each step, yeah? So the first thing, also, everybody else, what they do is going to be shown on the screen. So you won't see this. Randall will put a picture of what's going on here because not everybody will be able to see what's happening. So I want you to observe carefully what's going on, what they're doing. Look for any interesting interactions and group dynamics. And note anything significant that you observed during the various parts of the process. Just note it down because when you get to the end, we'll kind of discuss what transpired. So, stage 1 rules. Every single one of them, of the 7, has something in their hand, has a little block in their hand. Now, yeah, everybody, just create a space there because not everybody can come here, but so just probably create a space. So guys, this is your instructions on the screen. Do not communicate with each other in any form. Okay, let's move this out. Okay, so the instructions are on the screen. Do not communicate with each other in any form whatsoever. So I don't want you guys to talk to each other. I don't want you to nose hand signals. It's a good thing Shay is not here because she can do sign language, but none of y'all can, so that probably wouldn't help either. I want you to position and join your pieces to assemble a sensible, connected, flat structure. You can only handle your piece. So connect it to assemble one flat structure. You cannot handle or manipulate any object except your own. So you put it down. So who's this? Kina's put us down already? Right. So 6 other pieces need to go and join Kina's piece to... Now, it isn't that once she's put it down, she can't move it. If you see it's not happening, but she can only move her piece. So put your pieces down and you have to assemble one sensible, connected, flat piece. And I mean connected. So there can't be a little piece joining, a little piece butt jutting out. Has to be one flat piece. So Randall, you could now show what's going on the screen. You can't talk to each other.
2 minutes?
Okay, 2 minutes starting from now, yes. Can't talk to each other. No, Kina, no hand language. You can only touch yours. Who's this? He's in the way? Uh-huh. Oh, you can't see. Sorry. Okay, let me find. Okay, let me go up here. Okay, that structure is not connected, right? There's a whole. Okay, good. But you touch somebody else's piece. You can't touch somebody else's piece. No communication. You only have control over your piece. You can't communicate, you can't touch, you can't do anything. What do you have left? 1 more minute? Okay. Rhyme says you have 50 seconds. Okay, somebody handled somebody else's piece there. Yeah. Just violating all the rules of that. Yeah, by the way, this is being live streamed there, so YouTube is seeing what you're doing. Oh, hold on. They just joined it. Yeah, but there are gaps there. Okay, Rhyme, we.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so next phase. No, it's not finished. It's just that you couldn't do it with this. Next phase. So put the PowerPoint back up, Randall. Everybody, take your block. Okay, so stage 2 rules. You may now communicate with each other to build a structure. However, you are still not allowed to manipulate or touch any object except your own. So you could say to the next person, put it here, take it out, put it there, so you can communicate with each other, but you're only handling your piece. Nobody, so don't touch the other person's piece. Just tell them what you want them to do with their piece, okay? Let's go. Rhyme, let's go. Okay, so... And again, observers, check what's going on, see the interaction. Don't take the other person's piece, please. You can only handle your own. You can only handle your own. Don't handle somebody else's. Remember, you could talk to each other, just don't touch the other person's piece. So talk to each other. Talk it out. Okay, I just said Jesus Christ invoked. I don't know.
20 seconds left.
Okay, stop. Next phase. Let's go back to the PowerPoint. Take your block back, please. Take your blocks. Stage 3. Still with the control of only your block, put the following shape together. This is what you're trying to make. So, again, you only have control of your block. You could talk to each other. This is the shape you're trying to make. It's a rectangle. Okay, Kina's given up control of her piece completely. Kina, how are you not putting your piece on? Kina's piece is a foundational piece. It's in the middle and... Yeah, you did. That's right, I should not have chosen Kina. Kina did this exercise. I remember Kina was in a group I did this exercise with once before. That's true. Shouldn't have chosen her. No, never. Yeah, somebody's handling Kina's block.
5 seconds left. Time up.
Okay, let's go back to the PowerPoint. Take your block, retrieve your block. This is how the pieces fit together. So, now you know what you're building, build it. It's 7, yeah. Right, so let's go. So they did it, so let's go back to the... So I want you guys to tell me, what did you observe from this exercise? What are some of the lessons? Okay, now before I tell you, there are 112 possible shapes that you could make from those blocks. I came across this thing. I'd gone to Japan on a mission long ago, and we had gone to our district to look at fish landing facilities. Everything on the television was in Japanese, and I found this little puzzle in the bedroom of the hotel. And that's all I did for the night, just try to put these things together, and I realized just how difficult it is. So I bought one of them online, and I decided, you know what? There are lessons that can be taught in this. So first of all, I gave you the simplest one to build, right? Of all of the shapes there, I gave you the simplest one to build. So what are those of you who are watching, I don't want them to say, yes, Zendini. Microphone, hold on, let me get you a mic. Where's the mic? Okay, pass this to Zendini.
what I noted from the beginning, well, they lacked the original vision. Because what I would have decided, well, non-verbally communicated, was let's decide on something to build. That's why I was telling my counterpart here earlier. Pick something, at least to start off as a jumping point, so you had an idea or an objective to start out with. Obviously, they didn't have any sort of verbal communication or non-verbal practices taking place. So they were just scattering around originally. Then they were able to communicate, but they still lacked, again, vision, which is something that we always buck upon when building and creating spaces.
Okay.
Even when they got these steps, it was still, this is always happening when you're having groups, the farming, storming, norming part. That's what they were going through, that phase as a group development while they were building. So they were just doing it at a pace, but that's a process that's necessary for growth. It also helps later on when you're norming and convention.
Okay, good points. Anybody else? Great points, Zendini. Yes?
What I noticed was that they were focused on the time limit and not what they were actually trying to do.
Right, so time was a constraint, so they were rushing. Good point. Shade?
I think for me, the thing that I noticed the most was probably disjointed communication. It started with the non-verbal communication, and I think that was a given. You know, different signs might be different things, fine. Then y'all could speak, and that's why I think my head started to hurt, because one person would say do one thing, so I always go, and then somebody else would jump in and say, let's do this, and y'all went with that. I think, like she was saying, vision. One definite thing that y'all needed to say, hey, this is what we're working towards, and each person trying to at least take the pieces as they work to put together. So for me, it was communication, the clarity of communication, and following a clear line of communication.
Okay, anybody else? Yes, son, Jiminy.
Yeah, so just to add on what everyone else said, I think even when they had the vision, they just had different perspectives, because from what I was hearing, they were trying to build it from like this side, but this side up here was also trying to build it from their perspective. So there was a bit of confusion between where to start and how it should actually be aligned. So I think even when they could do all of that, just the difference in perspectives kind of threw them off a bit.
Okay, Randall, if you could put you want to say something, Akim? If you could put the PowerPoint back.
Yeah, evaluation. I feel like they didn't stop to realize where they were and what they needed to change. Everybody was trying to move all the pieces at one point. At the same time, there was no like, all right, somebody just move a piece, let's look and see what we can move now. Everybody was trying to do it at the same time, so I don't think they gave themselves enough time to actually see where they were and how far off they were. Because I think they came pretty close sometimes, but then somebody moved a piece and they all got thrown off.
Okay, good point. Okay, so a couple of, sorry, I don't know what happened. My, just go on here. I'm missing my most important slides, so let me just see if I can get to it. Okay, so the lessons. It's not possible to build something new if you don't communicate with each other. So communication is vital. So in the period when you were not communicating, there's no way you would have built anything. I take Zendini's point about vision, but even if there was a vision and you're not communicating with each other, you can't build it. You have to communicate. The second thing, you must know from the beginning what you are going to build, which is Zendini's point, that you have to know. But even then, remember I told you there are 112 possible things you could do. If what you had set out to build was not in these 112 things, you'd never build it anyway, right? Because the blocks you had in your hand would not have built that structure. So if I'd asked you to do a circle, and you figured, okay, this is doing a circle, you could not build a circle with those blocks. So you have to know exactly what it is that you're seeking to build. And finally, which is the moment, it's much easier to build something when we know how and how the respective pieces fit together. So I think, it's something very often we don't pay attention to in our daily lives, be it if we're running an NGO. This I see, having worked in the public service for a long time, I see this all the time. The silo mentality, that if each ministry is in charge of their own thing, so health is not communicating with education, not understanding that you're not building a health sector or an education sector, you're building a country, you have a national plan, and that's what everything has to fit together in. So this, when I saw it, I said, wow, there's a powerful message in a simple exercise of communication, of vision, of knowing what it is you want to build, of planning, all of that. So thank you to the 7 brave souls who did this. I can tell you, every time I've done this, nobody has ever gotten it right. Never, ever, ever has anyone gotten this right. I could give you half an hour to do each one. With the steps I've given, it's almost impossible to do it unless I tell you what it is you're building, because that was made really to challenge you, and that is the exercise. So thank you, and great job. So even in failure, there's success, so great job.
Alrighty, we're nearing this moment that we've been waiting for. If you can tell me where this line comes from, I could give you the prize that we have here. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Somewhere I feel it in my soul. One chance is all we've been... No, it's not me. I have my head waiting for y'all. This is... Yes, it's a song. I'm not going to continue. Huh? So really, wow. Well, I know the singer. What society do you live in? Because it's probably playing at Kendall asking now was the question. The song plays on the radio at every single instance, on every single platform. This is the T20 World Cup song by Kes and Sean Paul. That what? Well, that's for them. That's for them to work out. That's not for me. I'm not part of the intellectual property law crew. All right, perfect. So let's move. Nobody got it, so no prize. Who said it? When? I don't remember that. All right, so we're nearing the end, and I have the pleasure again to introduce to you Mr. Sylvester Closel from St. Lucia, who is a seasoned professional with over 20 years experience in project development and management across the Caribbean. From 2012 to 2016, he served as a permanent secretary in the Ministry of Sustainable Development in St. Lucia, where he successfully oversaw a model energy transition strategy tailored for a small island state economy. Under his guidance, significant strides were made in water redevelopment, forest and watershed management, climate change response strategies. He also founded the Education Station in 2019, an alternative schooling program in St. Lucia now extended to Belize that fosters stress-free environment, focusing on character building, self-esteem, and determination for children in grades K to 8. Join me in welcoming Mr. Sylvester Closel, who will present to us today on brainstorming on concepts for small community-based projects. Of course, you could always consult the app for the remainder of the bio. Mr. Closel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. I'm sorry I'm at the end. I know it's always a difficult time, but I'm trying to make this as interactive as possible. I'm going to take you through some of the process that we want to go through here, and then you will do this, you will do the interactive sessions or in groups, so we'll probably have 5 or 6 groups that you'll go together to debate, which is what you seem to like to do. So, just by way of, so we're brainstorming on concepts of small community-based energy projects. And the first thing you want to do is to identify those small projects. And I imagine over the last few days, you've been thinking about that and thinking about how you're going to do that. And certainly coming out of this morning as well, some ideas I'm sure would have popped in your head, so you'd have done that. Then you want to ask yourself, why is a community-based approach needed or required or desirable? why is that important? And towards the end this afternoon, people were asking about the host country, the communities, how are they being involved, how are they interacting? So you want to ask yourself that question, why is that important? And finally, what does community-based mean? And I've done a lot of work in community-based tourism specifically over the years. I've actually published recently on this, and I've given Dr. Fletcher 2 books, which we will give as prizes probably later on for something. But just to go over that, so basically considerations for identifying small energy projects. And Jean-Michel, several speakers this morning actually would have gone through lots of these things. But I want to focus on two, suitability of the resource base, availability of that resource base, measuring its capacity. Some questions you want to ask. Grid condition considerations, is it intermittent, is it base load, do you need battery backup? Because all these things have implications for cost implications for the community in terms of what you want to do. But I also want to speak a little bit about project management considerations, because very often people do not focus on the project management considerations. I want to put up a solar PV, I want to do this, I want to do that, and not think there is a process by which that happens. And you need to look at the resources you have, the time you have to do it, the money you have, the technical capacity, all of these things are important. So you need to think about these things as you do this, so considerations in selecting your project. But back to the question of why is community-based approach desirable? One, and these things have been developed over many years of work, and Gillian Cooper, who presented this morning, was actually instrumental in developing some of these things. I worked with Gillian many years ago when she worked with Canary, and many of you may know Yves Renard, who piloted a lot of the participatory approaches to development, and has literally written the book on this. And they actually have a book dated back to 1997, for which it speaks about community participation and why participation is important, strategies for participation, which is still useful now. So, to ensure host community involvement in planning and execution, almost a given. To avert top-down decision-making, very often people make decisions about what they want to do and they tell the community. So community-based approaches is to avoid that happening, those top-down, because very often someone say, oh, we need a hospital in this area, and the community might say, no, we don't need a hospital. We need access to better healthcare, and access to better healthcare may not be a hospital, it might be something else, it might be more primary health approaches. So to avoid those top-down decision-makings, and just to continuation, participation of the host community in the decision-making process, and how you do that, and that's why you'll be asking some questions which you're going to answer in your group afterwards. How you do that, how you get people to participate, there has to be a process by which that happens. There's a lot of legislation and policy things of that sort, and people are saying, oh, so yeah, we consulted the community, or we consulted the people, or we consulted them, but how is that consultation happening? Are people actually having a very clear input into those things? Or are we bringing almost a finished product and asking them to make a decision about it? So that's important. So the process of which that happens. To ensure net benefits accrue to the host community, you want to ensure that, the benefits of this thing actually accrues to your community and not just to maybe the investor or somebody else who has some other interest. And to protect your natural resource base of the host community from over-exploitation. That last one came out, a lot of the work I've done in tourism, but it also applies to renewable energy and renewable energy investments as well. You want to protect that natural resource base to ensure there's not overexploitation, because that happens all the time and very easily. So, what does community-based mean? And that's what we're going to extract the questions you're going to do in your group, and you will, people will be, I'll tell you shortly what the different groups will be, okay? So, one, what does community-based mean? One, community persons involved in planning, community priorities over external ones, because very often external priorities, an investor has certain priorities. And a lot of these NGOs that come and work with, I'm sorry, I don't want to hit the NGO, but a lot of these international NGOs that come and work with you and say they're coming to help you, very often their priorities, and I'll be very frank about their priorities about keeping their own NGO alive, and not so much about ensuring that you become empowered to do the things you're coming. So you need to watch that a lot. Ensuring gender equity, critical. I deliberately say gender equity as opposed to gender equality. I think that, and Dr. Fletcher has a beautiful slide he uses sometimes, showing people on a platform with boxes, right? If everybody is on the same level, the shorter people are not going to see over the fence. So you have to understand the differences between people. You want equity between people, between various groups and people, things of that sort. Participation of youth, very often people say, oh, youth, and they almost use youth in a blanket way, as if all youth are the same. All youth are not the same. And there are very articulate and intelligent and accomplished young people who do not represent grassroots youth at all. And very often, when we have these big consultations, we have all these sophisticated young people come and talk nice, and they're not representing the gangs and the ghetto group, things of that sort. So we have to be very watchful about how we deal in this situation of participation of youth, because there are different categories within there. Prioritizing community skills over imported ones. It's important to look at, to do an assessment of what are the skills available within your host community before you begin to import ones. And by extension, knowledge transfer, that if those skills are not there, what's the strategy to ensure that those skills come in there and enhance the skill base in the host country. Priorities, improving access to basic needs. Very often, we do projects and we forget that what you ultimately want to do is to empower people to have access to the basic resources. Health, energy, public facilities, things of that sort. And in a lot of our projects, and because I've done a lot of work in tourism, I see it a lot, that these things are not taken into consideration. Access to your beaches, access to your road infrastructure, access to, access to water, for example. We had a drought recently, some time ago, and I know this because having worked with WASCO and understood what we call valving. So valving is done, just quickly, valving is done to you allow the water pressure to build up in one area so that you can distribute it in other areas. So you don't have water for a little time, but you build it up so people can get it. I'm sorry, but I suspect the valving that was done to ensure that water gets to the north, to the hotels, and several places before that were not getting water. I dare say maybe I might be wrong, but it appeared that that's what was happening to access water into the north faster than those communities who were building up. So a lot of people didn't have water in Monnier, in Grand Riviere. A lot of these didn't have water for almost over 2 weeks. And the north had water. And they said, oh, we valve in, really. So these things about access to basic needs, when we're doing things, we need to think about, if you don't ensure that your host community is happy, your host community will turn against you. That's what happens. They will turn against you. And a lot of the reasons why we have this hostility between investors and big players and big money people is because people feel that they are not being taken, their basic needs are not being taken into consideration when these development projects happen. So these are the questions that we're going to ask in our various groups. And I think I remember the groups I had. So we want a group to be investors. Another group, I think we should have 2 host community groups, right? An investor group, 2 host community groups, a government group, and let me try to remember what I had. How many groups I called out? Let's have an NGO group, right. Let's have an NGO group. And that, in fact, that's very good. Let's have an NGO group as well. NGOs are very useful because they help fill the gap. There are areas that they help fill the gap that governments cannot do for various reasons, and they're critical for that. So let's have, but NGOs can be challenged as well because of some of their approaches as well. So pick what group you want to be. Okay, investor. You want to take government. Okay. NGO in the back. Community. Another community group. Another community group. Huh? Well, they're with government. Okay? So we have government, NGO, community, and what investors? What investors? Okay. Okay? So from your various perspective, you answer these questions. You have 15, how much time do we have in all to meet? 15 minutes to do that, and then they come back and report. Yeah. So try to do this quickly. 15 minutes, and you pick one person from your group who will report back on your, or we'll debate or make an argument for how you propose to do those things. We good? 15 minutes. 1-5.
1-5. 1-5-15.
For example, some hotels, when they build hotels, they tend to say, oh, they want to be privatized, but they allow locals to access the beach through the hotel without diminishing their overall. No, they don't pay because those are taxes. Like there are two hotels in Mexico that have to pay. I think one is here.
All right, so wrapping up your time, you have about 2 minutes left. Five what? 2 minutes left.
Colleagues, friends, ladies, gentlemen, youth, investors, community people, government, NGOs. You ready? You have your spokesperson? Good. So who are we starting with? And please, you need to, hello? Akina, I find they always call you. You're like the troublesome child in the class. Everybody ready? Which group is going first? Beg pardon? Okay, so this group is government. Okay, so government is going to go first. Okay. Can we agree? Let's try to get it as quickly as possible. So government goes first. Who goes second? Community. Government. Community. Investor. Community investor, and then the last group in the back was NGO. Okay, so we start with the government. Let's go, guys.
All right. Good afternoon, friends.
Thank you, sir.
I don't want this to be a political event, and I don't want to politicize this matter. But your government that cares will address you now. I'm the press secretary. This is the Prime Minister, by the way. So, to give you an update on a project that we've been working on in Castries, we wanted to meet with you today, members of civil society, members of the media, to give you an update on the trajectory of this project that we are working on. I will go through the first one and you will take over. Right.
We're supposed to say that on the side.
I didn't realize the mic was on.
It's all right. It's all right.
Anyway, so this government places the people first, and that is where I will start. The people are our greatest asset here in St. Lucia. And as such, yeah, you could clap, it's fine, you could clap, you're allowed to clap. You're allowed, you'd like to clap as well? So, as we embark on this project, this people first project, because after all, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, this is for the benefit of the people of Castries. Number one, we would like to ensure that the people of Castries is intimately involved in this process from start to finish. I must say that we already have technical officers on the ground looking at doing case studies, doing testing, whatever, to see if there is any any moving or any concessions that we will have to make. Our technical officers are already on the ground. While that is happening, we also are planning a series of town hall meetings where the public can come, the public can come out and voice their concerns to their representatives, to us. The Prime Minister is looking at his schedule to see if he can make it there as well. We will be having consultations, we'll be having surveys. But this government wants to take it a step further. It's very important for us to get the voice of young people and the future citizens of Castries. And as such, we will be having surveys in schools to find out about this project, as well as online surveys, right? What do the people need? How is this going to impact their community? We'll also be having consultations with the Community Council as its leader. We will also be, which is the Honorable Prime Minister brought it to Cabinet today, we will be also setting up a community group within Castries that will report directly to the line ministry, which is the Ministry of Works, right, with any issues that may come up. So that's on how communities will be involved. We have, from different angles, we have a lot of communities. I'll hand it over now to the Honorable Prime Minister to take us to.
Thank you, Ryan. My most capable PR specialist.
Press Secretary.
Sorry. You know they say that the voice of the people, Ryan, is the voice of God.
Amen.
And today I'm here to share with you the wondrous news of our party and the incumbent government, what they have planned for you. Okay. Are there systems in place for gender equity that will be included in our plan? And the answer is yes, my people. The answer is yes. Our government is committed to including all parties of the community. The minority groups, our children, our women, even those who are disabled as well. This government is committed and will remain committed to ensure that all groups are included in the process. Are there opportunities for meaningful participation of our youth? And again, the answer is yes. Participation of the youth is most integral, and we see that as one of the key components in our development for the next 5 years in office. And we do hope to include other meaningful programs that will ensure that the youth voice especially is heard at a national level. How are we going to attain this? How are we going to achieve this? We plan on having a youth council. We plan on having representatives from each community that will be involved in the vocal process. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As part of the vocal process in putting together policy and anything that will be done in the infrastructural part of our development. Again, community skills and talents prioritize over the imported ones. We believe in harnessing the indigenous practices, the skills of our people. And this is only possible by this government. All right? We believe that most of these projects will harness a lot of our technicians, our electricians, persons in the construction field, and we believe that these persons are due. They are due the positions. They are they're supposed to be. They are our priority in giving first preference to these jobs. So I'll hand over to my I'll hand over to my PR
Press Secretary.
Press Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. And just in closing, it is important that we acknowledge what the Honorable Prime Minister would have said, particularly when it comes to labor within the community. And he has made unequivocally, he has told the technical officials, he has told the line ministry that if the expertise cannot be found within the communities, we need to train those in the communities and get those people jobs. For the young people, there will be scholarships on offer, internships and graduation jobs after. There will be a stipend as well. So we will ensure that the people of Castries are well taken care of. We thank you.
We thank you. Yes.
PM, you bring us here, but I still don't know what project it is you're talking about, What's the project?
This is this is the blueprint for all projects that will be taken. All right. Doc, we'd like to paint a broad brush on all of our projects.
So it doesn't matter Castries or Grosselet.
The same thing. We rock it.
Thank you. Typical. Next group.
Okay, hi, good afternoon again, Samantha Tellisford. So we are proposing a youth, well, we have a youth inclusive project. Both of us, we're the community-based group, sorry. Right, so myself and my colleague here are the executive representatives of our community organization, and our project is a youth inclusive project. And I'll just like to say to the government that we are grateful for the commitment that you have made. However, we have a two-pronged approach, which you will see throughout our ideas and initiatives. So my colleague will go through number 1 and 2.
Okay, so how will community persons be involved in the planning? Like our government has implemented, we also will be doing town halls involving the youth members. So we will have proactive projects for them. We will do workshops. So create innovative ideas. And with this, we will have a data gathering system where we will gather information from every single youth in our community. And then how will the community priorities be addressed over external issues? With the data gathering, we will also use data reporting. So the information that we get, we will formulate campaigns that we will go about the community, that everyone know what we have. And then with that, we will use the youth and send them to be the heads of the government. They will be in the building with government officials as well. They will have the voice. They won't be at the back, they will be at the forefront. And
okay, thank you. So number 3, our systems for gender equity included. Yes, and I appreciate again from the government that what you suggested. But one of the things we were thinking about is having, for the data collection, having a male and a female represent at, government meetings and with all the other investors and NGOs. So with having a male representing, the male will collect the data within the community on behalf of the males, as well as for the females, because gender equity. And those 2 people will be sent to the meetings to represent both. Number 4, are community opportunities for meaningful participation of youth. Yes, again, one of the things we are proposing is not to just have a executive body within the community, but to have a youth executive body within the community and have, as she said, have a youth represent the community at those meetings. Number 5, are community skills and talents prioritized over imported ones? Yes, and again, data reporting. We need to be aware of the data reporting and the skill set within the community. So that way, if we have an investor coming into the community, we can utilize the skill sets and talents of the people within the community, so it go hand in hand. And also formatting trainings and workshops for the people within the community as well. So that way we wouldn't have to be borrowing, from other areas. And the last one, we think that this is something that we cannot do for ourselves, so we're kindly asking the government and the investors, which is a two-pronged approach we have, that not just, refusing the investors, because, we kind of suffering a little bit and we need the help. However, we want that the government to let the investors know that in doing those things, to consider our benefits. So if you're going to come and invest in our community, have some incentives for the people within the community. Energy, land, there's a lot of land waste that is not being used, crown land around the area. We don't have a problem with, investors coming and investing, but we need to be benefited from those things. And also, we were saying if we're gonna run into, confusion whereby investors are taking all the benefits for themselves and the people in the community are suffering, they need to abide by the laws within the state. However, I was suggesting to my colleagues that I feel like we should not operate as a single community or a single state. I think we should operate as a region. And personally, I feel like that's something that going forward should be presented at COP, because then, for instance, like St. Lucia, we're a small island. If we decide that, we don't want investors coming and invest, no economic opportunities for the people within the community, then those investors would not want to invest. However, instead of, going as an independent nation, we need to go as a region. So thereby, the investors would say, you know what, okay, the people in the Caribbean region, they have their rules, they have their laws, let's abide by that and let's work hand in hand. So this is our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, community group. Next, investor. Can't wait to hear you all.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I just want to say welcome to the annual general meeting of the investors for Carib Extract. And, I want us in this moment to forget about the lawsuits that we've had in the last 40 years and focus on the development that we're going to do after we've taken everything from the community. So, over the last 40 years, we're a bauxite company operating in the thank you. In the community, and we have made significant profits over the years. And as you can see from our last annual report, that we made in the 2021-2022 financial year alone, we made over $30 billion in profits. Thank you. And for this reason, we really want to give back to the community that we've taken from. And in all, this project will just cost about $50 million. So we think we can do that with the profits that we've made. And what we're working towards is transforming this community that we have decimated into a climate resilient community. And that's going to take fashion in a couple of ways. So we're going to be looking at building a community center and some wonderful stuff that we'll get into later, but I'll let my colleague take over from here.
Thank you so much, Mr. CEO. So as he mentioned, we represent Carib Extract, and since we are trying to get the community on board, we'll be giving you our project based on an investor's aspect, but we want you to see the benefits that you will get from our project. So essentially, we came up with a slogan for this initiative, and it is, and it is focusing on building a resilient community with you. With you meaning not just for you, but with your inputs. So firstly, we believe that as investors, we should launch a program where we provide marketing researchers on the ground, where they will collect data and needs from the residents themselves. This gives us an opportunity to not only get data from the community, but also build that interaction and that connection with you so that you can trust us. We also give suggestions to conduct market research that will come from in the forms of surveys, and also tap into conducting censuses if one was not done in the community, or tap into the data that was collected from the town halls by the government, and also do the census evaluation so that we can tailor our needs, your needs, everybody's needs to the demographic of the community itself. To dig deeper, We want to ensure that we build a resilient community-based project. Notice I keep saying we build a community-based resilient project that will focus on your needs only. Once these primary steps are taken, we want to go straight into proposal, planning, and creation. We believe that we can create mandates with you, for you, everybody together, and tailor it to the community needs based on the demography, and also provide a gender lens to ensure that gender equity and equality is addressed at all levels of project management, mitigation, implementation, planning, every single step, you guys are involved. This also goes hand in hand with tailoring to the youth to ensure that at all levels of negotiation and installation, I don't know if that's a word, initialization, that you guys have a seat at our steering committees, have representatives on our executives, and that you also are the main overseers for every step of the project going forward. We also believe that with youth engagements being at the forefront, because you are the future of the community, we believe that the youth should be incentivized. Yes, incentivized, and we believe that it can come in the form of stipends, not too much, internships, and jobs. We also believe that since we're targeting the youth, we might as well engage them through social media campaigns, projects, and also have them learn from this whole project. Now, when I say learn, they can come up with ideas to tailor the technology to benefit them and to also benefit our company. We can get new ideas for installation processes, and also the training sessions will be benefiting them as they can also use that data in their school research to do their CPEA, CXC, CAPE, all these exams. They can use that data and make it widely available to the community.
Thank you so much for that. And we'll move on to the next question. Are community skills and talents prioritized over imported ones? Look, guys, I understand that we would have imported other foreign countries like the US and Germany, and they're the ones that took all the aluminum and went. But don't worry. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be providing scholarships. As my colleague would have mentioned, we were going to be providing scholarships to study environmental, agricultural, and the related sciences. We know that this community is affected by pollution. We don't know where it came from, but we know it's affected by that. So yes, we're going to be looking at developing the skills within the community. We don't need to import other skills. We need to develop the community. The community is underdeveloped for whatever reason, and that is why we need to get in and help. Will there be improving access to basic needs like land, water, energy, and public facilities? Now, over the years, the community has seen significant land degradation, right? So what we're going to be doing is we're going to go in and we're going to have some serious, rigorous land remediation. And we're going to be training people in the community to do this. So we're going to be supplying persons with the relevant organic matter, the relevant fertilizers, the relevant irrigation systems, state-of-the-art systems, so that they can make a livelihood for themselves. Water, we're also going to be looking at building a community center, as I would have said earlier. And this community center will have libraries, homework centers, so that the youth of the community can go and study and achieve excellence. And on the community center, we'll have rainwater harvesting, which, of course, will be stored and the community will have access to that. Public facilities, I mentioned about the facility for the youth. Energy, don't worry about that. We'll make amendments for that. All the buildings that we will have solar energy. Thank you.
Thank you, investors. The next group is the second community group. You don't want to do the NGOs first? Okay, that's fine. I don't mind the NGOs going next because they present a bridge between what we had before and then we'll come to the community last. Huh? Okay, please. NGOs? mics or one? You need two mics or one?
Okay, so we are a local NGO and we're devant ensemble, meaning ahead together. How will community persons be involved in planning? We will engage the people of Ancillary Canaries in community town hall meetings, focus groups with the clubs, whether it be the mothers and fathers group. We will do surveys and we will engage the local leaders, specifically the gatekeepers for local knowledge. We will also meet them at the fish fry. If that's where they feel most comfortable, we will be there. How will community priorities be addressed over external ones? The needs of the community are what we need to focus on. Yes, we are bringing our expertise to the field and providing the opportunities for the people of Ancillary Canaries, but it is their priorities that matter. We are not going to shove a project down their throat, but we are going to provide an avenue for their development through their input. In entering the community, we will conduct a needs assessment and review all recorded data. In fact, it is the initial review of that data that drove us to that community, given their socioeconomic situation. We will engage them in a participatory decision-making process, and we will listen to the community concerns and incorporate their local knowledge and ideas into project planning and implementation. This will offer a sense of ownership and empowerment for the community. Are systems for gender equality included? Equity, sorry. Yes, we will conduct gender analysis to understand the vulnerabilities that exist in the community, and we will promote gender equity in intervention and conduct gender-sensitive monitoring and evaluation.
And absolutely, there will be opportunities for the meaningful participation of young people, because we recognize that youth play an integral role in community-based approaches, because they are the custodians of the interventions, right? So there will be capacity building for youth, particularly to empower them to not just provide their input as a box-ticking exercise, but to also be involved in the project planning and the implementation action process or plan. And that will also expand their capacities to sustain our community initiatives beyond just this intervention. They can also be part of the planning, of course, because we'll allow them opportunities for volunteering as well as internship, especially because we know that a lot of our college students would require hours to graduate. This is a perfect opportunity for them as well. Partnerships is also very important because we have the Youth and Sports Council, we have the Twisted Dance Group as well, and these groups can definitely be engaged in our partnerships. In terms of prioritizing our community skills and talents over imported ones, we will have women as advisors because we recognize, based on our gender analysis, that women actually comprise over 70% of our population within our community. So there are groups, again, like Twisted, and they can actually use their creativity, their art, to enhance our project awareness, especially among the youth population. The people of Canaries love fishing as well, so we will definitely use that to help develop our projects. And finally, our investors definitely spoke about Yes. We'll also do a mapping of community personnel to identify human resources and skills and their expertise as well. And this is for the prioritization question. Finally, how will we be improving access to basic needs like land, water, energy, public facilities, etc., through the identification from our needs assessment of vulnerabilities within our community? We will focus on water availability to install a storage tank within the community. And our investors would have rightly spoke about piloting their rainwater harvesting. This is our opportunity, so that you can definitely partner with us right there, so that we can build the installation of our storage tank. We also recognize the limited availability of land, so we want to do a scoping exercise to identify areas that can also be utilized for women to engage in, like backyard gardening and a community garden. And they have the fish, and then we need the produce to have a balanced diet, of course. The women are being significantly affected, so we need to provide the people with advocacy training as well, because we believe that if the government is really putting the people first, then canneries should be able to benefit. So there's no neglect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the final group, community group. Well, community was second and last.
Good afternoon. I hail from the beautiful community of Beauséjour, and we are very grateful to the investors and the government that have been trying to put together the project called Transforming Sustainable or Promoting Sustainable Development through Access to Public and Improved Infrastructure. So in layman's terms, we're happy that you're doing the road project. However, we have some concerns, you know. We have a steering committee and nobody invited us to any meeting yet. Nobody hasn't given us a call, nothing. No consultation has been done. So one thing I want to do, one thing I would like to say moving forward. We had the minutes of the consultation. Moving forward, what I would like us to do is to ensure that we are placed on whether it's a council, whether it's a group chat, whether it is an email chain even, as to what exactly are the details, the timeline, the requirements of that particular project. So we would like to give insights on things like traffic management plans. You need to let us know what exactly will be done for, like, you know, diversion of routes. How often this will be done during the day. In regards to the time that it is being conducted, all working hours needs to be suitable. This can't go past 4:30 p.m. So 4:30 p.m. we need to be wrapping up and heading out of our community, because we have our lives. We have to basically put together ourselves for the next working day. And in regards to even the, you know, water paths, the water bodies that we have in our area, we do not want and we do not expect to see any pollution in there. So if this does happen, it needs to be clear that you all will be held accountable legally to recompensate us in the community. So I also want to encourage that we continue to adhere to environment and health safety policies. So in regards to persons in our community, we have people who have asthma, you know, people who have lung issues, who have different respiratory issues. Wear our masks as community members. You need to give us masks, okay? You need to ensure that the roads are constantly being adhered to, whether you're wetting the roads on a regular basis, something of the sort, to reduce the dust accumulation that will happen. I remember my gentleman, Mr. CEO, was saying over there that he don't know where the pollution came from. Really? Okay. Noted. However, the workforce even, we require it to possibly be something a bit that is more balanced. What we've noticed that, you know, in fields like this is very male-dominated, so women too can get more involved, as well as the youth. So I did note your promises of internships, scholarships, fellowships, and we're really grateful. Yes. Give them a round of applause. We're really, really grateful for that addition. However, it has even come to my attention that, you know, certain technical subjects on the CXC has been discontinued. So can we take the 40 million in profits to continue to put together possibly a training program? Yes, the 40 million in profits. can we take it to put together a continuous training program where we certify our youth that are interested in our community, Boseju, to continue to be involved in projects like this in the community and outside thereof? And our youth too should be given priority in regards to job opportunities that will come from this particular project. So I don't expect you all to be getting anybody involved from Castries. No, you need to do your assessments. I remember the NGO saying that though, but I did not hear that from you all in regards to doing the assessment of the human resource capabilities that we have here in Boseju, the potential that we have in Boseju. Yes? You all said that? Government, but investors. So I stand corrected, but we like to ensure that this is comprehensive before we make tracks to use other resources that are not within the community. And to bring us to a close, in regards to how we will be improving access to basic needs, I believe that there is a lot of potential for this project to have indirect effects on tourism, because this road project is actually for the ICC tournament. So I know that we will get traction, we'll get more people in our community, and maybe this is the door that we need to be opened for, like, even urbanization or expansion in Boseju. This will probably be the way that, you know, public utilities will continue to come and expand with more poles, to have a better water infrastructure, because I know that you all are currently going through some issues with the water access too. This is something that I hope that you all will also encourage and allow us to even advocate for in our council meetings with you, the government, the investor, and the NGOs, so that we can all benefit from this in the long term. So, I hope you all enjoyed my piece. And I really do hope that this is considered on a serious basis. And I really don't want to hear nothing about we don't know where the pollution coming from. We need to be accountable for what we do, you know? And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the community group. I want to thank everyone for your participation in this. I think that I wish that you had identified a renewable energy project and had done the process against it. But the process is what's important. Asking the questions is what's important. That's more important than anything else. Just three comments I have. One, that NGOs generally fill the gap between investors and government. There are things that your government cannot do or cannot find the access for. And you want your NGOs to begin to fill that gap, that capacity building gap, that thing, for monies that they can access to do those things that your government cannot, or local communities cannot, to fill that gap. One of the comments, the approaches by government investors, were they convincing? And we were laughing at them, but that's very important because we see the mimicry all the time. And you ask yourself, are they trying to sell us something because it suits their own purposes, or are they genuine about it? And it's to call it out and see it for what it is. And finally, the tone of the community in negotiations. You're negotiating. And tone is very important as you negotiate, because you're looking to get your best benefit for yourself. So just watch tone in your negotiations. But that aside, I thought the effort was great. Thank you for what you did. And I hope that we can begin to practice some of these questions, or ask these questions from a community perspective, in terms of how the host community is actually going to benefit from whatever project is coming. It's not doesn't just go fly over your head and that you take in everything that someone says to you without being critical about it. Thanks again. Thank you very much. And
all right, so we're nearing the end. The last session is the framing of the messaging, and all individuals who are required to be part of this session, you can come up now. So I know Ms. Kentish is part of it. Ms. Wallace, you're doing it individually or as a collective? Doc, they're doing it together or they? Okay. So, yes, Dizan. And who? Chelsea. Chelsea, I was sitting right next to you. You didn't tell me you were doing the session next. All right, so one mic here. Let me get the other one. Very good. Chelsea.
I had a short presentation and I wanted to engage them in a little rap battle. I had a music instrumental, and then I was going to put them in groups. So a group would be wind, so wind would go against solar, and then I don't know. Yeah? What we can do is probably start with. Okay, good afternoon again, everyone. This should be Wendy Wallace and others, et al. Wendy Wallace et al., yes. So the importance of this exercise is to really allow us to live here feeling empowered, impactful, and to ensure that we leave Youth IRIE with a well-defined, impactful message for the Youth IRIE campaign. And I would have gotten inspiration from sharing about the Youth IRIE campaign with the boys on the block at home in my village. And I shared with them about it. They were like, well, we don't know anything about renewable energy. And I asked them, what is the best way you want to learn about it? They said, allow you guys to make a music video. So I was like, no, we can't make a music video. Okay, in this space. So I sort of got inspiration from that and decided on a little exercise which we'll delve into in just a bit. So we will all speak to how do we go about creating that compelling message for the Youth IRIE campaign. And we would have heard over the past 2 days some of these key thematic areas for the youth campaign. Climate justice, sustainable energy, energy transition. Based on what we would have gathered, what words strike you when you hear climate justice? Action, equity, equality, justice for all, fairness, inclusion, compensation. Take note of these words, okay? You're gonna need it. What about sustainable energy? Renewable, free? Cost? Natural, efficient? Accessible? Just transition. I'm hearing something. Green, right. What about energy transition? Zero carbon. Just. I heard something earlier at my table. Instead of using the word transition. There was a little argument to use matrix instead. Interesting. Okay. This is an example of a little quote, a social media campaign that was used on a similar project to this. Rise with the sun, ride with the wind. From which of these would you say that this falls? Which of these thematic areas would you say that this campaign focused on? Sustainable energy. Anyone? It was number 3. It was an energy transition. Rise with the sun, solar, right? And ride with the wind, wind energy, right? Okay, so I will allow I'll allow my colleagues to expound on how you go about designing that message for the campaign, using especially some of these skills in communication.
Hi guys. Okay. A few things that I think are critical to designing messages for campaigns like this one, first and foremost, is your audience. Before you even start thinking about what you want to say, you kind of have to think about who is hearing the message, who we're trying to talk to, because it defeats the purpose to say, rise with the sun, ride with the wind, if you're communicating to my grandmother in Sozel, for example, who only understands Creole. Or if you're communicating to a child at that level who doesn't understand the play on words, right? You with me? So we're understanding our audience, first of all. And then by now we would have a firm grasp on the project, yeah? In that project, what would you say is the one thing that you think everybody needs to know? Let's look at energy transition. What is the thing that we're trying to tell people? And it doesn't have to be a short message, but say we're talking to a politician. Say you're a utility member, a utility CEO, addressing a politician and trying to help him understand why it's critical for the government to invest or support your utility's decision to transition to cleaner forms of energy, okay? Your message to that politician would essentially surround a few aspects. Decarbonization, help me out here guys, decarbonization, economics, all of these things. So all of these would form part of your messaging, but you want to kind of keep it punchy and keep it moving, right? You guys let me know when you want me to jump in, yeah? When you want to jump in, right? So we know who we're talking to, we know what we're trying to say, and now we have to translate that into words that make an impact, because otherwise we would have failed, right? We're making an impact with the messaging. So we're putting together all of the different aspects and forming that together, all of that, into one big booyah to deliver that message. Yeah?
Okay, I'll just jump in quickly to tell you that, well, from Dizan and I's perspective, we're here as journalists as well. And just to let you know that your messaging involves almost the same thing, how I approach writing and pitching as well. So you don't just get up and you write for BBC. Right now, actually, you have to pitch a story. So about 2 weeks ago, one of the editors from BBC contacted me and she says, well, we don't cover enough stories about the global south. I would like you to cover some of the small islands in your region. I've seen some of your work. You've done some work for us, but on the condition that you pitch me every single time. So it's no longer that you're assigned a story. They give you a theme. This one would be important for you, Ryan. So you have the theme, so I know what I'm working with. I'm working around the climate change, disasters, and the environment. In your case, you're working around energy transition, for example. So it's almost like you're pitching an editor. If it's not gripping, it's not interesting, it's not impactful, it's not concise, it could be put on the side. So you want something that's really hard-hitting. When somebody picks it up, So you do it's called the reverse triangle style in journalism. So we want to get to the meat of the matter right away. Your message should be something that makes someone stop in their tracks. And sometimes that can be difficult because we live in an age of, people talk about the amount of information that we're exposed to at any one time. So we need something that stands out. So I'm here to help you to make that message as concise as possible, as gripping as possible. I'm really interested in seeing what you come up with, and I can help you to just edit it and make it, and make it something that, let's say, a BBC editor, an AP editor, anybody picking it up, anybody listening to it will be interested in hearing more about it. So I think I speak for...
that was great. But also in addition to that, what I would add is the importance of culture, right? So when you're thinking of your messaging, make sure that it is attractive to people that you're gonna, your audience, as would have been mentioned before. And culture is a good way to attract, to grip people. So don't be afraid to use Creole and use patois and so on, and use words that people can relate to. So that's going to be interesting. And then also the fact that it's energy transition and, these things can get very technical. So make sure that, make sure that you break it down as simple as possible so that people can understand in any given circumstance, okay? So culture, grip onto that for really communicating these very technical and very, sometimes, it seems abstract to the regular people. Is what I would add. So, yeah.
Guys, just one last point. Do not be afraid to startle with facts. Do not be afraid to say something that may shock people into the realization that this topic is important. This is something that you need to kind of pay attention to. So sometimes it may be a little grim, but if it gets the message across, then consider that. Another thing to bear in mind is that she mentioned culture. In different societies, different words can have different meanings. Very important to bear in mind, because you may say something that may be offensive in one country and may really hit hard in another country, and that's where your audience, again, comes into play. So a lot of factors to consider when drafting your key messages. You really have to be aware of all of the different variables to craft appropriately.
Some very important takeaways when you are crafting your message is to ensure that you define or you understand the objective. And a very easy way that we do that, I'm sure you would recall back in school, you learned the 5 W's, who, right? Who, what, where, when, and an H, how, right? So you need to ensure that you are clear on these aspects. And we spoke about audience analysis. A very important aspect, and Alison would have definitely used some of these appeals yesterday during her presentation. This is something that you can also utilize to convey in your message to ensure that it is fitting for your target audience. Logos, pathos, we would be familiar with the 4, but kairos is something that's very important, and I think we need to add that in our discussion about climate justice. Kairos speaks to timeliness. Yes? So if we're talking about the need for climate justice action, we need to ensure that we utilize the use of kairos and ensure that we punch in the timeliness of our message. So that's something that I think should be added definitely in our discussion. So we are going to delve into breakout groups now and focus on some guiding areas to help build our message. And we will be passing around to assist the different groups. But before we leave, I think we can leave on a lighter note. So we are going to leave, and after the messaging, we'll speak a little bit about that. So in terms of what's going to guide the message, understand the target audience, the channels, activities to promote the message, the timeline, as well as any resources that you may need. So we are going to take about 7 minutes to do that, and then each group would present in about 3 minutes. That's fair? Okay, awesome. So, Rahim, you can take note of the time, 7 minutes, and then each group present in about 3 minutes.
Two minutes and 30 seconds left. You have to make sure y'all just know that's climate change in action. Deadlines. Hello. Time is up. You will never get the perfect communication, but you must work with what you have. Wendy, the time is up.
Thank you, Rahim. Okay, guys. So according to Rahim, the time is up. Okay, so we're just gonna have the groups present now. So we're gonna start with Kina. Okay, so we're gonna go this route. So we're gonna start with Shania's group, and then Kina's group, come here, and then this will be the last group. Well, the groups are going to present now. Okay, so Shania.
I need to start over, guys. I need to start over. Yeah, because the thing not, the cue not coming and yeah. So let's just remember. Yeah. Go ahead. And then
empower our youth. Feeling hot? Give solar a shot.
So, round of applause, round of applause. So, honestly, guys, this is our little elevator pitch. We really tried, but this is our message in essence. Empowering our youth. If you're feeling hot, we feel the heat every single day. So you need to do something about it. You need to advocate for it. And the target audience, again, as I said, is the youth. And the channels that we'll be taking is mainly through social media as well as youth outreach in schools. And our activities will be including things like social campaigns, doing things like consultations, doing things like social media posts, videos to get more traction, and then also get the youth more involved in decision-making meetings, keep bringing them in rooms with government officials and even NGO officials that do projects, like, so for example, we met with RMI. So you see how we met with RMI this morning? Yes, we should basically get youth more involved too in implementing and being involved, like their voice for that project. So we don't expect it to take a long time. Probably our timeline for this would probably be like 3 to 6 months. And our resources, we're still working on resources. Thank you.
Where's Kina?
She ran out of race. All right, so our statement is all right, guys. So our statement is the current and future generation must have the capacity and resource to support and brainstorm solutions for the energy matrix. Very slow. I know talk fast. Sorry. The current and future generation must have the capacity and resource to support and brainstorm solutions for the energy matrix.
Can I ask you a question? What's your argument for using matrix instead of transition?
In the energy industry or energy sector, you have multiple tap-ins from energy sources. So that is why I'm using energy matrix instead of energy transition.
Who's here for this group? You, Kendall? Communication expert. Kendall, you can understand that napkin, eh?
So that's where the press secretary here to assist. So good afternoon, everyone. Our concept is very simple. We're proposing our Eco Youth Squad is the name of the campaign. What we're trying to Eco Youth Squad would be a part of or component of the Youth IRIE. Because we want to build on this excellent platform that we already have. So our slogan are Young Voices, Green Choices. We are targeting young persons between the ages of 12 to 17, and our target audience is between the ages of 12 to 17. Our channels of communication are primarily social media, TikTok, Instagram, no Facebook. We are also going to use both new media and traditional media because we understand the importance of media buy and those sorts of things. So it's important to get the message out to the parents as well. We are looking at doing activities to promote the message. Of course, we know the July, August, or Java vacation is coming up so we want to start off with a camp to get them engaged and excited over the field trips. We want to use a camp. Then we would launch that into a school campaign directly when school opens, so the work continues. So the camp will allow them to be like ambassadors, and then they would go out and we'll do the work with them. So our timeline for this campaign is basically 6 to 8 months. We are going to resources that are needed is, of course, giveaways, paraphernalia. Who doesn't like fruiting? Finances, of course, we want to get some influencers that young persons would feel very much connected and attached to. All the Dwayne Bravos and the Darren Samis and all the popular people to get the message out. We also want to build media partnerships. We need venue, transport, and of course, any sort of resources that we're not just looking for financial resources. We know that there are persons with technical that could give us, technical. So yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Can I have a question? Wendy, I have a question on your behalf. So a lot of you mentioned social media as your primary tool, right? I don't think you have the answer to the first one, so I won't ask it. Not you, just generally. But do you think that you're not discriminating against a wide cross-section of young people who do not have access to to conventional media because we just automatically assume that every young person has a smartphone and can use it and can understand your messaging?
So thank you very much for your question. I don't think at any point we would have said that we would have our there's primary target and secondary. So the primary is social media as an Instagram, but we do intend to maximize the secondary form, meaning traditional media, as well as what we're going to do is a lot of direct engagement, meeting young persons where they are. So that's why we're going out to the secondary schools. That's why we're engaging the youth clubs in the communities. So of course, it's not just a strategy where we just do an Instagram, but it's a, multi-pronged strategy.
Yes, Kendall. Clap for Kendall. That's a very, very good response. Give me my mic. Get too comfortable there. Wendy? Only for Kendall presentation I had to do this,
So good evening, everybody, again. So we'll be speaking on energy transition, and we'll be running a campaign. The slogan for a campaign is "Become a climate kid, let the sun light your world." Our target audience is primary school students in the Caribbean region, so about 7 to 11. Our channel is social media, events, new and old media, radio, television, and partnerships, because we know students might not have access to phones, so we partner with the principals from the different schools, community leaders, different governments to bring out this message to these students. For activities, we're doing it fun because it's kids. So we have a jingle. We'll have a jingle competition. We also have a song and poem competition to tap into their creative minds. We'll have animations, and this is my favorite one. We'll develop an app like Duolingo that will basically challenge their mind. Doing Duolingo challenge and stress you on a regular. So we'll have an app throughout the campaign, and even after that, they can go on and learn about energy transition. And after all of this, we'll have a convening like this where we will gather the students in a specific, well, not all, but different students in a specific place to discuss the issue. The timeline is 3 to 6 months, and the resources, we'll need human resources to do the heavy lifting in terms of the graphic creation, the running of the campaigns. We'll need money. If we're running ads, if we put it on the radio, the TV, that costs, so we'll need the money. We'll need logistical support for the event. So I was planning to reach out to Mr. Fletcher as well, so and his team, so we can get some logistical support in terms of having that event in St. Lucia. So that's it so far.
Okay, so okay, you can go ahead.
The wheels of the
Starting over. The blaze of
The blaze of the turbine go round and round, round and round, round and round. The blaze of the turbines go round and round to give us energy. It's a win-win situation. Okay, so our resource is obviously wind. So our target audience will be kids between the ages of 5 to 7. The channels we will be using would be a YouTube channel that we will play in workshop sessions. The activities, we will have them create a model wind turbine that they will learn to create the different aspects of a wind turbine. The timeline would be 1 week, and we will be visiting 3 schools.
So the resources needed will be stuff for the workshop. So for instance, as we said, we'll be engaging them in having them build a model turbine, and we will need resources to build that. To show them the video resources, we would need stuff like a projector and a laptop. And kids always remember those little things that they're able to take away. So of course, something to give them to remember, like tokens, and we would need resources for that.
All right.
Okay, final group.
All right, guys. So we have chosen to do energy transition. We wanted a very simple but yet effective way in, bringing across our message. So what we decided to do, and everyone is on it, is, but this is the initial idea, is to do a very short video, TikTok style, right? Now, energy transition, we want to use the transition part of it in terms of, let me use this? Yeah. So TikTok transitions, right? So picture in your mind, you have persons from different Caribbean countries, right? And they represent their own systems that they have implemented for energy transition. So let's say we showcase a solar farm in one Caribbean island, then we do a geothermal in another island. So the message is transferred from, it's continuous, but we're showcasing different islands, different nationalities throughout the course of the message, right? Now we want to appeal to a broader horizon, so our target audience is between 18 to 40. A lot of persons within that age bracket utilize that platform, and we also have a jingle as well that most of the, I guess, millennials will be familiar with. So we want to have a cross appeal between Gen Z and millennials, right? Activities that we'll be using to promote our message, again, social media, in the form of TV ads, short videos, and again, for the younger folks, and I guess, guys our age, you're all familiar with avatars. So there's the wind avatar, fire, earth avatar. So on the younger side of things, there's the appeal to the younger crowd, there's the appeal to persons who may be familiar with that type of, animation as well. The timeline that we want to use, we would like to utilize the latter half of the year, those 6 months. Reason being is that not to capitalize on the fear factor, but during that time, our radar is up during that season, right? The effects of climate change and natural disasters. So the mere fact that these things are on our doorstep at that point in time, I think is that particular period is good to send our message out, right? Resources that we'll need, definitely a digital marketer, a editor, a photographer, videographer, things like that within that sphere. So tying all these things together, I think it would require resources, but not as much as, we could get this off the ground in using little. Yeah? You all sing the jingle now?
Listen, kindly note if there's any rainfall after this, I am not liable. That is on Kevin. Let me see. Yeah. All right. All right. Not that one. This one. You have it? Yeah. All right. 2, 3. Hold on. We're in the split. Reach the stage, we warming up, put the fossil fuels away. We going and take the charge to change to renewable energy. The sun will shine, the wind will blow, the oceans will stay clean. We going and take the charge to change to renewable energy. Get ready for the transition to renewable energy.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. Any feedback?
Yeah, I think every single group came with something really interesting. So if I were to be your editor, first off, every group was interesting. The topics, the angles you followed, the plan, your timelines were on point. So we had 7 minutes, but you put so much thought into it. I'm amazed with what you came up with, honestly, in that short space of time. So imagine if you just had 7 days, a week to just polish up your plans and present it. Excellent work. Like, kudos to each group.
Thank you so much.
Guys, I have to agree with Alison. 7 minutes is not a lot of time to put together a campaign. So you guys, there really a lot came out of it, especially a soca song. What? In 7 minutes, come on. But it shows that we all have a lot of critical messages to get across in relation to this project. And I think one of the key reasons for us doing this entire session was to remember that after you leave this session, the message has to go somewhere. So whatever key messages that you've taken or that you've created in your groups or in your own head, it shouldn't stay there. It really needs to get to whichever audience you think is most important to hear it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause. Again. You want to say something? Okay.
Hi
Hi guys, really quickly, I'm just using this as a perfect opportunity to insert something. So on the Hoover app, some of us did agree that we wanted to do an online campaign after this Youth IRIE gathering. So if you're not in the WhatsApp group chat that we created, you can reach out to me, well, on WhatsApp because we're there now. I'll put a message in the group so you can find my number and I can send you the group link, or I could just send the link in the thing. But if you want to be a part of that, join the group so we can further discuss. Huh? It's, I can't remember. It says online campaign in the name.
Okay, great stuff. No? So, closing remarks, Dr. James Fletcher.
Thanks, Raheem. Another long, very informative, very engaging day. You'll have kept the energy for 2 straight days. Just one thing, I know some of you got chocolates and I didn't explain what those chocolates were, right? The chocolates with the filling in them. Remember last night I spoke about Jade Mountain, Chassenay? Okay, so these were actually done on Jade Mountain. Jade Mountain has their own farm and they do chocolate making and they do their own chocolates. What I didn't want to say in front of Carl, because it would have been a little embarrassing for him. Chassenay is great, the place to be, but Jade Mountain is the place you really want to go to. Only problem with Jade is that the lowest cost room there is $3,000 a night. Yeah, you heard that right. That's not a typo. That's not I didn't stammer. $3,000 a night. And it runs up to $5,000 a night. It is worth it. I've spent a weekend there already. I did not pay for it. If in the event you think I spent $5,000 a night, I did not. I got it as a free gift for my wedding anniversary, and I took it. But it is more than worth it.
Where you get these type of people to give these gifts?
But you see, watch, they sponsor. When you do good things for people, they do good things in return for you. So that's another message that you have to keep as as things in your life. Just continue building up the good, do good for people, and your blessings will multiply. It will, trust me. So those chocolates are by Jade Mountain, and that's why they taste really, really good. So yes, so tonight we are doing a team dinner. What I've tried to do is to take you away from this venue as much as possible. So we had the reception somewhere else. Tonight we have the team dinner at Coco Palm, which is another hotel that you'll be transported to. We're going to do it for 7:30 to give you enough time to doll up, make yourself look good. I mean, I don't really want to do you what I did last night, although I noticed some people, Shama and others, had enough time to go and make themselves look good in that short space. You're good, I mean, I really respect how efficient you are with turning around. I mean, that... People must learn from you.
No. We're supposed to get water from Blue Water.
They brought some? Now? They just brought some? Now? Yeah, well, just tell them put it inside there. I didn't know that. Oh, you see, again, you do good for people. You get good that you even know about. I was just told that somebody has just donated a whole set of water for us. So good. You people hearing about you and they want to give you things. So yes, so we have the team dinner tonight, and then tomorrow morning. Now, I know some of you, it takes you a while to crank up, to get your body in gear, but we have a long day ahead of us tomorrow. Now, I was told that you guys want to take a picture in front of the St. Lucia sign. For that to happen, it means that we have to leave the hotel at 8 o'clock. 8 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time. Not GMT, not anything, AST. The bus will leave the hotel at 8 a.m. If you're not there at 8 a.m., you will spend the day in the hotel. You will not spend the day going around the island of St. Lucia, which is what we're doing tomorrow. So we start off here, which is kind of like the extreme north. It's not really extreme north. I live in the extreme north. I live a little bit more north than here. But you as far north as most people will get. So here, then we go to Point Seraphin, take your St. Lucia photo. From there, we go along the east coast to Vieux Fort, which is where the international airport is. That was a question that was asked. That's where Charlotte landed, Leonora International Airport. There you will visit Lucelec Solar Farm. Lucelec has a 3.2 megawatt solar farm. Somebody from Lucelec will be there to show us around. We spend some time there. And then from there, we go a short distance to the National Council of People with Disabilities. They do some vertical farming, hydroponics. So we're going to see what they're doing. The president and his team will be there to welcome us, and it'll be quite nice. Then from there, we go along the west coast to Labrie. Labrie is the first village after Vieux Fort. Labrie is actually where both my parents were from. So it's a beautiful village. I care what Ina says, where is she? It's a beautiful village. It's the village of my parents. And we visit Carlos Noel, who, as I told you, does solar power desalination, GPS-enabled fads and everything. And then from there, we continue along the west coast. We pass the village that is known for peas, potato, peanuts, not peas, potato, peanuts, and what's the third one? Plums, yeah. And thank you, Kina, for the bag of plums that she dropped off for me yesterday. I really enjoyed them. My wife enjoyed them more than I, but I enjoyed them anyway. And then we pass Choiseul, which is the home of Gopito. And you'll see Gopito from Choiseul. And then we get to Soufre, which is the home of Pitipito. But before we actually get into Soufre, we'll stop off at Fordo, which is a really nice estate ecotourism site where we'll have lunch. We'll see a cocoa tour, how they take the cocoa, put the cocoa out for drying, etc. And then when we leave there, we go to the Sulphur Springs, where those of you who want to go into the mud baths, they will do that. Enjoy like we spend an hour in the mud baths. By the time we get back up here, most of you will be dead tired, so you'll be on your own devices. I don't want to see you all. I'm sure you won't want to see me. You do your stuff. And then on Monday, we will meet here at 9 o'clock for the Youth Parliament. I think our parliamentarians have already been chosen. Shama, Kendall, and Gabrielle, I think, have the job of working with the parliamentarians, given that they are well, not so much Kendall, but Shama and Gabrielle, our legacy parliamentarians from the first parliament, so they will help you to focus your messaging. I think somebody asked for some of the presentations to help them prepare the presentations that were done today. So what I will do is sometime early tomorrow morning or late tonight, probably late tonight is better. Randall, can you send me all the presentations that have been, yeah? Okay. So what I'll do is I'll email those to all of you, to the parliamentarians. Everybody else will get them later. But I'll email all the presentations to you so that sometime tonight, tomorrow, whenever you have the time, I'm sure not tonight, because I don't think you're going to look at these things tonight. You'll get them and you could help to fashion your statement. But right now, just thank you for another really good, engaging, I know it was long. We packed a lot into those 2 days, but it was good. And again, your energy was good. The presentations were really good. So they were inspired. And what I also tried to do, I'm sure you noticed, was to have people like you present to you. So, people your age, to see that it's possible. You don't have to be my age to get to this point. There's some people who, I did it actually when I was in my 30s. So this is like them doing what I did some time ago. So you could see that it's not older people, it's your people, it's Denel, it's Skeeter, it's Beniz, who's not that far away from being youth. It's everybody else, it's Dezan, the people who presented to you are all people your age, in your age range, and they're already blazing a trail. Javanik, who's working with the UN Secretary General, helping to craft youth policy for climate change. I mean, these are some really inspiring people doing some really, really good work. Just the same way I expect you guys to be doing the same thing in your respective countries. I'm happy you ended on this session, because what I really want you to do when you're crafting, because remember there's a grant component that goes with that. So in crafting your ideas for the projects, please bear in mind that there must be some type of outreach, because you don't just want to do something and nobody knows what you're doing. If you do something and nobody knows what you're doing, then the impact is very small. But if you do something and you incorporate in it a communications program so that you can inspire other people, the same way that hopefully we've inspired you over the last 2 days, then it means that, we have an infection rate even better than COVID, which is what I want us to have. Let this thing just spread and spread and spread. So thank you, go doll up, and then we will see you the buses will be out there. There should be 2 coasters to take you to Coco Palm, so have a good one. Huh?
Youth Parliament, please stay back for 5 minutes.